70s, they just absolutely crushed everybody. And that's the thing I remember. Coming up here, and basically it was an annual charity event for that team.
Yeah, James Warren and the Rain for Rent Special, 3 straight wins, 3 straight years, and they dominated in those wins, and obviously a fan favorite up here in Bakersfield. But, you know, we talk about the historical aspects of this event, but also there's tremendous racing. This is one of, if not the greatest nostalgia event out there, the March Meet. And last year we got some video of the final rounds in both Top Fuel and Funny Car to show you how exciting the racing is at this event. And we're going to start out with Top Fuel. And Top Fuel with the final round was Mindy Fry up against Pete Wittenberg. Mindy Fry came into that final round heavily favored. She was the #1 qualifier. She had low ET and top speed, but the conditions had changed considerably by the time they ran that final round in Top Fuel. It was very cold. The track was very tight, at least on the starting line, but then it was very loose down track. So the drivers had to really be on their game to be able to do that, to get the win. And when it was all said and done, Pete Wittenberg, he smoked the tires at the hit of the throttle, and then Mindy, all she had to do was basically get it down the racetrack without hitting anything. Unfortunately, it got loose out there in the middle of the racetrack. She hit the timing blocks, knocked out, automatic disqualification, handed the win off to Pete. But the good news was Mindy would go on to win the championship. And as we take a look at it right here, this was pretty exciting. It was late in the evening, and you're going to see exactly what happened. It looked like Mindy had the race won, and then she drives it across the center line, handing the win over to Pete. And Larry, I want to ask you, as we look at this video, how hard is it for a driver and a crew chief to get a car down in conditions like that?
It's very hard. Otherwise, you'd see more people doing it. The conditions that you have, great air conditions, great track conditions, but the margin of error are really tight. So it's like getting the air pressure of the tires right, the clutch setting right, and all that. If you hit it, you can have a great hero type run or great side-by-side racings. But in a case like that, you miss it, and it's, you fall off the end of the earth.
Well, but the finals in Funny Car was a little bit different. It was 2 cars, the 2 best, basically. It was Bobby Cottrell and also Ryan Hodgson in the final round, and the same type of conditions. Now, they weren't perfect runs, but for the conditions, they were very good. Bobby was able to get the win as he got the car down the track. Ran a little bit slower than he'd been running for most of the weekend. He did get the win with a 5:72 elapsed time. Ryan had to do a little bit of a pedal job, went about, I believe, a 585 or 590 to come in the runner-up spot. But just the fact that those 2 guys could get it down the racetrack was pretty amazing.
Yeah, no, it made for a great show. And when you pour nitro in, anything can happen. And as the case, you saw 2 cars not get down the track in Top Fuel. You saw the 2 funny cars get it done.
Just a great side-by-side race for the conditions. You see Bobby just pull away at the other end. Bobby would not only win the March Meet, but would also go on to win the championship. And the final member of our broadcast team, we got Jason Galvin from Bakersfield, local residents.
Woo.
He's actually down in the pits with Bobby and going to ask him a few questions.
And we're down here in the pits with Bobby Cottrell, the defending March Meet champion here, Bobby. And just watched the final round from last year with Mike and Larry. What is your biggest memory from your first final in a Nitro Funny Car at the March Meet?
I think it's probably how cold it was, man. We went up there and the temperatures dropped real fast. So Bucky looked at me and just said, do what you can. And I remember he changed the tune-up, and I was saying a prayer to not smoke the tires, and we went out there, and it was like I remember it was like a slip and slide, and thank God we got it done. It was a lot of fun.
That was your first March Meet victory in a Nitro Funny Car, and it really set you guys up for a phenomenal season, going on to win the Hot Rod Heritage Championship here in the NHRA for 2018. How prepared are you guys for 2019 and the big hitters that are out to get you this year?
Oh, there's a lot of good cars coming out. We can't be overconfident. It's really easy to, we had a good year last year. It's really easy to get overconfident. We just got to come into it humble and, willing to do the work. I mean, we're just going to take one round at a time and hopefully come out on top,
Bobby Cottrell is the defending race winner. He's the defending NHRA champion in Nostalgia Funny Car, and he's got a lot of big hitters after him here in 2019. His pursuit of a second championship starts this weekend. Mike, Larry?
I'll tell you what, Bobby and that team just did a fantastic job last year. You know how hard it is to win a championship, right?
Oh, gosh, yeah, you got to put a whole season together, not just one good weekend, but lots of good weekends throughout the year.
Well, we're going to be here all weekend. This is a little what we call a tease, a little bit of a freebie there. If you want to sign up for the pay-per-view showing and watch every single pass of the March meet, I mean every single one, and then me and Larry are going to come in during the breaks every now and then, and we're going to try to say something intelligent. Good luck with that.
We'll try.
We're going to try to be entertaining and educational. That's what they always say. That's kind of setting the bar a little high for us ex-race car drivers. But if you want to join the action and see the event, like I said, every single pass, just log on to Auto Club Famoso Raceway's website. You can go on there, scroll down to the link for live streaming, click on that, and follow the instructions, and you can watch all the action. We're going to have a free little teaser every day, kind of showing highlights of the day before, just to kind of get you guys that aren't signed up to sign up and watch all this great racing action, because, Larry, this is a great event, isn't it?
Oh, forever. It's been a great event, and this year will be no different.
Yep, I'm sure. So we're going to throw it up to the tower now, start calling all the action, and start going racing.
I know that's Jeff Kreider in the freshly remodeled, redesigned, I should just say new painted and good wrap on it, the Bedrock Wonder Wagon. David Bailey over there in that pickup truck. I love that truck. Big time track supporters here at Auto Club Famoso Raceway. They run all the series. Summit, they run ANRA, the American Nostalgia Racing Association, and here we go, Hot Rod this morning. David Bailey out of Lindsay, California, that 1966 F100 pickup, 460 under the hood. Jeff Kreider got that small block Bedrock's Wonder Wagon Vega. So station ready, both drivers. Here we go. First pair down on this beautiful Thursday morning. Jeff Kreider taking his time. I think he forgot some coffee here this morning. So Davey Bailey starting his day off with a no 26, and on the big end goes 11.66, 111 miles an hour. 3:31 taking his time, and a 12:12, 108 for Jeff Kreider. Here we go, keeping things moving right along here in Hot Rod. Rick Barnhouse. Out of Riverside, that 56 Ford over there. Nova over here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo side of the racetrack. Nova better reaction time. 0:35. Sorry, Rick. Better reaction time. 0:29. Nova got a little bit more power under the hood. Goes 11:49. 112. 12:26. 110. Bill Eckhart. Beautiful 1964 Chevelle. That's got the right stance. 327 under the hood. San Fernando Valley base, retired. All he does is drag race. Volkswagen over there on the other side. In the Auto Club, a dad Dodge Ram lane. Eckhart. Struck the hides right off because he was dropping a little bit of liquid. So we'll get that cleaned up, get rolling back into the action. Folks, I want to welcome everybody here to the 61st running of the Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by Lucas Oil. If you happen to be hanging out after the race, there's a lot of good options for places to eat aside from the racetrack. I mean, every year we do something new. And this year we got a couple something news. We got aluminum bleachers. How about that? Modernization, and look at the hand clap down there. I see you. So always doing upgrades. And then what racetrack have you ever been to on the West Coast that has had a Ferris wheel? That's right, folks, a 70-foot Ferris wheel. That's going to be in operation here a little bit later today and the rest of the weekend. So be sure to take a ride during Nitro and see the Nitro from 70 feet in the sky. And I love that. There's also a good little garden over there in the pits, so everybody can check out what the Top Fuel teams are doing and the Nitro guys are doing. So a lot of options. And then when you exit the facility tonight, there's a lot of great restaurants here in town for great steaks, beef, chicken, and ribs. Dine at the original Roadhouse Grill, 8490 Rosedale Highway. You guys aren't feeling the original Roadhouse? We got Frigati's, classic Italian cuisine from a wood-fired oven featuring steak, seafood, and pizza. And of course, pasta. Real Italian food made by real Italians over off Coffee Road, Frigati's. Then we got Hodel's Country Dining. That is the best buffet in town for over 45 years, breakfast and dinner. Over off Knutson Drive, off of the 99 and Olive. Salty's Barbecue and Catering voted Bakersfield best barbecue, serving tri-tip and chicken cooked over an oak fire, slow-smoked ribs, brisket, and pulled pork. See your March mag for their locations, and there's multiples. And don't forget, folks, if you're walking around, even racers, be sure to walk around the Manufacturers Midway, also in the pit area. Stop by the Good Vibrations Motorsports Hospitality area and see what great deals are in that tent and find out what our great sponsors can do for you. Have some fun. And be sure to stop by the Good Vibrations tent, the hospitality area, and to pick up your goodie bag. Compliments of our good friends at Good Vibrations Motorsports. So we thank Jim Mayer for his continued support here. And back to the action we go with Dan Cargill, Jesse Howe. This is a Thursday tradition. Father and son duke it out every year. Got Jesse Howe over there in the Dodge Coronet out of El Segundo. President of Signals Audio and Video. They do amazing home theaters and smart home builder. And Dan Cargill, Cargill's Boat and Mini Storage in the world famous Bullhead City, Arizona. 69 Chevelle, 468 under the hood, 440 under the hood. Jesse Howe gets to race 1 or 2 times a year. Look at that, wheels up launch, Jesse, both going red. Red line starts in the 3 hands, getting up to 10-18, 130. I was close enough. Jesse, 1056, 125, but 145's a piece in the 60-foot. Father and son duking it out here every year. The tradition. I'm happy to call that one every single year. I love it. So here we go, keeping things moving right along. Got a Firebird. And how about that little 32 Ford Coupe? Got a big blower under the, well, not under the hood. Coupe. So that little coupe, 039 in reaction time, 10:03, driving to the center of the racetrack, but he made it down there, 12:34 for the Firebird. And every year, so I'm looking over there in the Auto Club, a Dad Dodge Ram lane. And I believe, and Mike English, you may be able to verify this, but I believe the coupe over there has what it takes to run the open wheel category at ANRA. He's got no fenders. So that's considered open wheel. Then we got a Volkswagen, and I love the invasion of bugs. Couple of red light starts here this morning, 003, bug in the Budweiser CP Carrillo side. Pushing the tree a little bit harder, a little bit bit better. Only 3 thou under. That coupe down. Oh, look at that big cloud of smoke, and a bug eats its lunch at the top end. And bugs, they don't leak oil, folks. They just mark their spot. 1294.0, so we're going to give a good look at that one. The safety crew out here at Auto Club Famoso Raceway, very, very used to checking on the racetrack, and whatever it is, they'll fix it, they'll get it, and we'll clean it up, and we're just giving that a look. It could just be all in a catch pan. A lot of these Volkswagen guys, they run those catch pans underneath the engines and just could have burned off on the pipes, but that's never a good sign. We just see that kind of white smoke, and I'm sure he did not want to start his Thursday morning here at the Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by Lucas Oil with having catastrophic engine failure. Waiting on word from the top end to see if we got stuff down there.
Go ahead, Steve. I got this. Oh, man. What a great day. Man, it's absolutely gorgeous. All you people back home that decided you weren't going to come here, shame on you. If you got friends that are within like 3, 4, 5 hours, tell them to get in their cars and get up because we're going to rock and roll this baby. Look at how gorgeous it is out. They're probably all down on the other side of the hill thinking, oh, we can't go there. Call them. Tell them. This is day number 1. We're going to rock and roll this 4 great days of racing here, the 61st March Meet here at Auto Club Famoso Raceway. Just a little bit of work down there, unfortunately, with the V-dub, kind of like had one of those oil pan or a case gasket or a case silicone leak, something like that, you know. So who's going to be the first one to go on the Ferris wheel? Oh, good news down there at the top end. A little bit of sweep on it. We should be ready to rock and roll. But who's gonna draw straws to go on the Ferris wheel? You're gonna do it, LaBarber? Steve LaBarber is gonna be the first one to go on the Ferris wheel. That is a brave man. You and Mike Ames could go together. So just waiting for the safety safari down there. Of course, John and Blake Bowser, in accordance with the racing director, Mark Dawson, provide the best equipment for these guys to just get that track back in quick shape real quick and rocking and rolling. The first day here, the Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by Lucas Oil. This is great sponsors, which, by the way, I got to give you a quick reminder. I have gifts for you. Yes, I do. Head on over to that Good Vibrations Motorsports tent on the Manufacturers Midway. Racers, get your goodie bag. There's wonderful presents in there. Unfortunately, the $1 million bag was already given away. That's what I was told. That was just what I was told. Don't believe anything I say or tell, because it's probably a lie. But serious biz, you want to go by that Good Vibrations tent there on the Midway and get your goodie bag. Never know what you might get. Well, they give them the word to fire them up? No kidding. Cool. Here we go. Man, Rick moves that mop so well there in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Of course, if you're new here at Auto Club Famoso Raceway, down on the scoreboard there, the left side of the track is the Auto Club had Dodge lane, Dodge Ram lane, and of course, right side is the Budweiser, my lane of choice, CP Carrillo rods and pistons lane. So I believe you take a look down at the top end of the track there. Safety Safarians are making their move to the other side of the wall as Steve LaBarber had to do something. I'm not sure what. Of course, neither is he at his age. But hey, is your kid here, Mason, here today?
Yes, Mason
Oh, good. Outstanding. Outstanding. You got to plug that in. Let me help you with that. First day, I understand that. Okay. There you go.
There we go. First day on the job. Mike, always a pleasure to be back in the booth here at Auto Club Famoso Raceway with you.
Okay, I'll give you that $20 in just a second because Mike Ames didn't say that yesterday.
Who's Mike Ames?
Yeah, who's he? Hey, did you go get your goodie bag down at the Good Vibrations Motorsport?
No, I rolled in last night and the tent was closed. I'm assuming they need to sleep and eat and all that stuff. So I'll go down there today and pick up that goodie bag.
Right on. Very cool. All the racers, don't forget, go over there. You know, hang out over there. James Mayer will be telling you how to race because he's like the Sifka champion, you know, in funny car.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, we're rock and rolling, brother. Here we go. Boy, you cleaned that up well. Good job.
So big thanks again to the safety crew here at Auto Club Famoso Raceway. Told you, just like that, bang, zoom, zip. Back to racing we go with a pair of Volkswagens. So here we go, clean and green, but having problems over there in that Auto Club Haddad Dodge Ram side of the racetrack. $14.38 in the Budweiser CP Carrillo side of the racetrack for the Volkswagen. So Dave McGuide over there in the Rim High School Camaro. Look at that, Dave. Number 17 starting right over 48 in the right lane. 53 for McGuide and 1:31, 11:28, the CP Carrillo side of the racetrack. For Hector, 120. Sadie Cass. He's got a good looking El Camino over there. Strong runner too, 1083.6, 123. Another one of the open wheel competitors, Dave Walker out of Yermo. Papa Dave Walker. Big old truck over there in the Auto Club Haddad Dodge side. Dave Walker, 1171, 111. Getting there, got there. 14, 13, 92 miles an hour for the pick-em-up truck. So there's 4 cars on the starting line right now, and 3 of them are Chevelles. I love that. Or is that a Dodge over there? I can't really tell. That's a Mopar. Sorry. I know. Mike, why are you going to call me names, man? I'm new. I'm in my 30s. These cars were brand new when I was alive. 1174, 112, 1323. So tell me, Mike English, what was it like when the introduction of the automobile came on?
Great.
It was great?
Yeah.
Had to hand crank mom and dad's ride? Okay, so speaking of Chevelles, I'll take the gold one in this one. We got Jeff Paul in the 72 Chevelle out of Laguna Niguel. Big old wheelies guaranteed. Nope. Spun the tire just to where it went. Jeff Paul not afraid to put that thing on the back bumper, I'll tell you what. He's 067. Bob Sanders 056 in reaction time. Gets down there 1078.3. 984 for Jeff Paulin. Wow. He did something different in the offseason, didn't he? So Mark Beeman. 72 Duster. 003 for Mark Beeman. I love that. He's going to get down there 10 at 69, 121, 1041, 2 at 129 miles an hour for the Chevelle. So Gary Wilhite, Stevie Bunch. Bunch out of Little Rock, which is right down that way, 67. Over. Look at Stevie Bunch. Gary Wilhite. 046 in reaction time. Bunch going to get down there first. 11:16, 118 miles an hour. 11:65, 118 miles an hour. And racers, hey, don't forget, you know it is the March Meet, or the Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by Lucas Oil. There's a lot of cars. There's a lot of racing. And be courteous, because we have a lot of spectators. So racers, if you guys have problems in your race car, if you smell it, think it, hear it, feel it, pull it over or back it out. Don't take your problems with you down the racetrack, folks. We understand stuff breaks. Get over to the nearest guardrail, and we will tow you off the racetrack quick and safe. And if you're leaking oil, just remember this. Puddles are easier to clean up than stripes. And these great spectators of ours did not come to see equipment roll back and forth up and down the racetrack, so we want to make sure that everybody has a good time. So once again, if you're leaking, if you think it, smell it, feel it, don't take your problems with you down the racetrack. And that is just respectful of others. So thank you for your cooperation. 1082, 126 miles an hour, getting down there first. 1375 at 99 in the Budweiser side of the racetrack. Budweiser, Carrillo Lane. So I want to thank the new sponsors coming on board here for the Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by Lucas Oil. We got CP Carrillo, great piston manufacturer. They are sponsoring that Budweiser side of the racetrack as well, so they are sharing lane space. And then we got Haddad Dodge Ram coming on board here in 2019, so we thank them for their support of this great facility. So we're all getting used to announcing Auto Club and Dodge Ram, Haddad Dodge Ram side, and Carrillo Budweiser side of the racetrack. Crystal Reagan, 76 Camaro, going to get down there second, 966, 140, crossing that finish line first. So Paul Miller, 11:59, 114, 10:74 gets down there first. at 121 miles an hour. We got Dennis Jergway coming up next, and I love the stance of this 55 Chevy. It's got 383 cubic inches, got a blower on it, so he's automatically cool. Dick Johnson, 69 Dart, 440 under the hood. But Dennis, beautiful 55 Chevy. See him every year at the March meet. Always good to see him back. And he leaves the line. Wheels up, always just like that for a little fun Sunday. 167 gas time, goes up to about 60 feet. Clicks it on down there, 10:08, 133, and he takes it to the grocery store. Dennis Giroux, beautiful car, 1120 for Dick Johnson, 117 miles an hour. Dan Davis. Dan Davis, 1964 Polara. So let's just hope those tires don't come out the back of that Nova. It looks to me. You know, those tires, they grow. So Fred Bruce, good looking Nova over there in the Auto Club. Down the hill, pair of red lights to start there for y'all. Anything with injectors is cool on it. Let's get done with Fred Bruce's pass. 11:33, 117 miles an hour, 12:73. The Budweiser Carrillo Pistons side at 85. So Mike Dunn, not the one that's on the live feed, but this one right here. Ah, too bad. All right. So Tony in the coupe right there. Mike Dunn having issues leaking a little bit of stuff, and they are not going to send him down the racetrack till he tightens up a couple hoses. So we appreciate Mike Dunn shutting it off, not taking that down the racetrack. Tony, getting over there in that coupe. One little stroll down the racetrack there, and he's going to go 1252, 193. And to push that big old 63 Savoy. But nothing like 500 cubic inches of Plymouth, and you just look down and he's got that nice injector stuff hanging out the hood. All right, so just like that, back to racing we go. We got Paul Wagner 71 Plymouth Duster got 340 under the hood and a little 63 Nova. Back to the action we go here. People watching at home on that live feed, they got good camera angles here all weekend. Watching that Nova. Wheels up launch for the Duster. The smoke coming out of the back end of Paul Wagner's home party. So 1173 for Paul Wagner at 95 miles an hour. We're just going to send that quad down the racetrack. Our starter out there, Brian Taylor, going to give a good check of the racetrack there. And that Auto Club Haddad Dodge Ram side. Make sure there's nothing but stick down there. So word from the top end is that the track is good to go. And our next pair of cars, we got the Mustang, we got a Camaro, classic Ford Chevy matchup. So the Mustang, fastback over here, the Budweiser Carrillo piston side. The Auto Club Dodge Ram side is the Camaro. Up. Problems for the Ford. Camaro gonna truck it on down there, 1024, 130. We're gonna push him off. Ronnie Orner, 1970 Dodge Torino. I look at that thing and I just keep thinking Clint Eastwood for some reason. I see a Torino and I say, get off my lawn. Then we got the T-topped Corvette. All kinds of fun stuff hanging out in the hood, staged and ready. I bet you this Torino beats that Corvette. Yep, look at that. Big old heavy doing work right now. Treat that Corvette like it's nothing. Love it. 11:32.9, 116 for Ronnie Orner. That Corvette just gonna limp it on down Broadway. All right, so I just been told it is not A.J. Thomas behind the wheel of the Harry Canary. It is not AJ. It is Dad Ron. And if anybody's on Facebook, Ron Thomas owns Facebook. Everything in his life is on Facebook. I love Ron Thomas. Him and his son have been building a car in the off season, and it says not AJ on the window. Not sure what's going on here, but Ron not liking what he's seeing, and we're going to send that Mustang down on a single. I know what happened. AJ was working on the Canary. Ron was building a race car. So 11:47, 114 for the Mustang on a single. And here we go, another Volkswagen, another Camaro. Ryan Armstrong. Gen 2 Camaro, problems for the Volkswagen. $13.14 for Mr. Armstrong at 101 miles an hour. Volkswagen, 1790. All right, so Adrian Van Dorn. Always tell it's Adrian with that Camaro. Purple stripes, white car. Bob Choicer out of Vacaville. Bingo and Gaming News back 73 Vega with a 350 under the hood, and that's a wagon. Wouldn't it be awesome to see a final round between the Bedrocks Wonder Wagon and Bob Choicer's Vega wagon? I think that'd be hilarious. Possible. Good drag race underway right now. Adrian gonna get down there, but how about 11:58 from Adrian and Bob in that Vega wagon? 11:99, 113 miles an hour. So Steve Pottersay, Tom Frisbee. Frisbee had a Ridgecrest 1975 Vega 364 under the hood. 23:32 for the Pottersay Bug. Oh, and that thing takes off hard left. That's the thing, is you can drive Volkswagens. Tom Frisbee gonna get down there, 10:10, 132. It's like driving high-powered go-karts with roll cages and all kinds of fun. 11:80, 110 for Steve, and that is a real respectable number for that. Norman Bergen. Norman out of Concord, 1965 Mustang. So Camaro 1011 134 over there in that Auto Club Dodge Ram. A dad Dodge Ram side of the racetrack. Norman Bergman, 1181, 115. Randy Ray. Mustang, back half with the blower. Check, check, check. All the boxes for being cool. Out of Santee, 65 Mustang, 355 blow. We got Alec Petrosky. Morgan Hill, 65 Chevelle, 350 for power. Gets it down there. How about that? 1018, 131. And that thing took off like somebody smacked it in the back. Alec Petrosky, 1291.5 at 88 miles an hour. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. D, David Gass, needs you to lanes 4 and 5. D, David Gass to lanes 4 and 5. problems there for that Chevelle. We appreciate, look at that. You ask him if you have a problem, pull it over. Round of applause, folks in the grandstands. Legitimately say thank you to him. And Mark McKeever at a Buttonwillow 56 Chevy pickup, he goes 12:29.0 at 108. So big thanks to him. The track crew out there making sure he's not leaking any stuff. It just might have lost fire. We hope to get that thing fixed and back out here for tomorrow. Big round of applause to that gentleman right there as he's going to get pushed off the start of the racetrack, and hopefully he gets that fixed. But if he's leaking anything, which I don't think he is because they're pushing him back, so something may have busted in the drivetrain, rear end, or something. We appreciate him pulling it on over. So like I was saying, folks, later today, once you guys exit the facility, there's all kinds of good places to eat and drink here in town. So Mexican food at its finest, the old Hacienda restaurant on Olive Drive at the 99. It will be your best meal in Bakersfield. See the March Meat Mag, 4 locations, get 10% off of your food showing your March Meat tickets. Also, for the next time at Famoso Raceway, stay at the Hyatt Place in Delano, new hotel and only 10 minutes from the track. And I've stayed there personally. It is beautiful. Nothing like new accommodations. And speaking of Haddad Dodd.
All right, we got a little bit of break in the action right now here at the 90 or the 60. 91st. That's kind of dating myself. 61st March Meet, Good Vibration March Meet, presented by Lucas Oil and Larry. It's the first day we're seeing time trials out there. The fuel cars are actually going to go out there and make just practice runs for today before qualifying starts tomorrow. And we've done test sessions in our career. What do you usually look for when you're going out just to do a test session right before the event at the track?
For me, the greatest thing about doing the testing alone is just not having to leg it to the finish line. You know, whether you're in qualifying or on race day, you got to get it to, you're only going to get so many sessions. So, but a test, you can go out there 60 foot, 330, whatever your crew chief, whatever they want to do, sort things out and not have, not kill the car, so to speak, for those type of deals.
Sure. And that was the greatest thing, back when our dads were driving in the beginning. I mean, they just had, starting line and finish line clocks. They had a mile-an-hour clock and the finish line. Actually had 2 mile-an-hour clocks. The second mile-an-hour clock was 60 feet past the finish line, and that's where the term driving it out the back door came back in the old days. And then
now I know what that means. You're old enough to know that, and I.
What are you trying to say, Larry?
Sorry, you left it open.
Hey, I am old. I'm collecting Social Security now, so I guess that makes you old. But yeah, that was where the term driving out the back door, because the speed was clocked at the finish line. So they had a clock 60 feet before the finish line and 60 feet after, and they basically measured the time it took to go through there and then averaged it out to what it was supposed to be at the finish line. NHRA and the insurance decided, let's shorten that up, which was a good thing, make it 60 foot shorter, because you're just wasting time to get the mile an hour. The wind light is at the elapsed time, which is the exact quarter mile position there. So, and I can remember a time when, you probably got some stories too, but it was the late Tom McEwen. We just lost him last year, and I can remember Tom McEwen. In fact, I think I talked about this last year with him in an interview, and his car wasn't ready, and he was getting one built by Woody Gilmore, and he asked my dad if he could borrow his for a match race at Irwindale Raceway, and it was Top Fuel versus Funny Car. And then as a side exhibition, they had Wild Willie Borsch up against Tom the Mongoose McEwen. And my dad says, and McEwen had never been in the car, and my dad says, well, He says, this is a good car, Goose. He says, if it feels good. He says, but shut it off at the first light, which is the first mile-an-hour light, which would be about 6 feet before the finish line, just to make sure everything's okay. And Goose says, okay. So, Irwindale, I'm always at the top end grandstand because you can see all the action at the finish line. Plus, they had the In-N-Out franchise right underneath there, so you had to get those burgers. But anyway.
Priorities.
Yeah. So here's Wild Willie Borsch. It was a 7-10 handicap. And Borsch has got him going in the first light, and here's McEwen. Head down, and he just drove it out the back door, as we said, drove around him and got the win. And McEwen was probably one of the few guys that my dad wouldn't chew out driving his race car. And he even said, I'll tell you what, that McEwen just gets in that car and drove it like it was nothing.
You're telling that story, and what's going on in the back of my mind is thinking about something like that happening nowadays, where John Force has got to do a match race. He's going to call up Don Schumacher. Hey, can I borrow one of your cars? Like, you'll never see that kind of stuff happen like you would see in the old days.
Yeah, it's, and that was funny because everybody would loan everybody else parts. You heard an engine. They didn't have a bunch of spare parts, but that was what it was all about back in the day. So I guess we're getting ready to wrap up. We're going to go back to racing. So let's throw it back up the tower, and when we get another downtime, we'll come out and tell some more stories here.
We'll be at the
All right, so Rick, the assistant starter, telling the guys, go ahead and fire them up. Here we go, Herschel Ward, Morgan Hill, the elevator mechanic. Hey, I got a friend of ours that's an former elevator mechanic. Now he's living the retired life in Lake Havasu, like a bum. .427 Chevy-powered Camaro. Here we go, back to the action we go. We appreciate the hard work from our amazing track staff out here, getting things cleaned up, fixed up, and back to racing. Very quick, very efficient. And we thank Chris Cappuccini. On the trans brake, getting things moving for that Camaro. 138 in reaction, 140 to 60 foot. He's almost 110 miles an hour half track. Top end of the racetrack, how about a 10.05, 134. And that is a fun bracket car. You go 10.0 anything. And a bracket car, you're doing a lot of chasing. You get to play that top end game a lot. 1150 over there in that Auto Club Haddad Dodge Ram side of the racetrack. And Marty Staggs taking over the driving duties for Father Floyd. Is Floyd still making all of the calls? But Marty gets to do the fun work, the driving. Ranch Cucamonga 1968 Chevy C10 pickup, 540 under the hood. That truck is in and it's gonna be Marty 1075, 120 miles an hour. 11.065, 118 for that Chevelle over there in that left side. So we got Micah Lopez. Micah started his career drag racing in a junior dragster, and now he's out here at the Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet. I'm not going to be happy about a red light. But red lights are free until Saturday. Then they start costing you. 1182 for the Nova, 114 Micah, 1280, 104. And how about this matchup? We got Dan Rowley, 68 Chevelle. That is a gorgeous Chevelle. High revving, 404 cubic inch small block, and this thing is beautiful. He's out of Danuba. We got a 70 CUDA. I'm not a big Mopar guy, but a 70 CUDA, that looked good in my fantasy garage, no problem. Dan Rally gonna probably lead with about a 4-foot wheelie. Nope. IRPM. He doubled 9 reaction time. 999.7, 131, and I love that Chevelle. That beautiful 1970 CUDA, 1080 with a 7, 123. Jeremy Griffey keeping things moving right along here in that Auto Club Haddad Dodge side of the racetrack. 493 under the hood of that 68 Dodge Dart. We got that 71 Camaro and the Budweiser CP Carrillo side of the racetrack. Guy's gonna jump on over the guardrail right there and make sure that car is not leaking anything. Is it just puffing a little smoke? Oh, must have just been tire smokers. We got Greg Racecott over there and Ray Turley. Gen 1 Nova, 1158, 114, and 1224, 112 for Ray Turley. So Jay Reed and Sandy Mendia. Sandy, that high 1935 Plymouth 406 Chevy under it. And 56, 76 Mustang 428. There's 1126 1119. Sandy over there in that Plymouth Coupe 1229 110. And once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. D, David Gass needs you to the lanes, please. D, David Gass needs you to the lanes. D Gas to the lanes, please. D David Gas to the lanes, please. Trent Lone, Tascadero. Security officer over there, that 1964 Fairlane. Side out in front, 043 better in reaction time and gets it on down there, 1170. 111 miles an hour, 1231.8 for Trent Lone. Keeping things moving right along here in Hot Rod Eliminator, we got Stacy Roberts. Big cubic inch shaft rod, 598 cubic inches under the hood of that Chevelle for Stacy Roberts. Out of Delano. Nova over here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo side. Stacey Roberts, look at that reaction time. 017 gets it on down there. 10:09, 135, 1164 for the Nova over there in the Budweiser CP Carrillo side. And that was a good lap down there for Stacy Roberts. 10:09, 135. Lisa Wise. Both of Bakersfield sponsored 69 Super B. That is a numbers matching car, folks. 383, 1969 Super B, but 1162 gets down there first at 112 miles an hour. And last time I saw Lisa, I believe she was wearing a cast or wrist, like an arm brace. Good to see her back out here. Still working on that reaction time. 15:23 and 89 miles an hour. We got George Thomas and Scott Wiegand. Santa Rosa. 1970 Duster. How about that shot? So 15 in reaction time goes 10:76 on that end at 125. 11:23.5, 114 for Scott. Tim Sullivan. Black Betty. Kamaka Pocock over there in that street-driven 63 Nova. He drives that thing on the street. It's got a 411 in it. Got about, I think he said a 406 under the hood. And that's a mid-11-second car, and it's got a power glide, folks, and he drives it on the street. He just sticks it in second gear and goes to the grocery store, drives it from Bakersfield to here. He needs to put a set of drag slicks on. I believe that's Kamaka's dad, because son is actually driving the Boogeyman, the A-Gas Thames panel. It goes 760s. But his dad getting used to that setup here. He goes 1464 and 103. That'll be a mid-11-second car by the end of the weekend, no doubt about it. So Tim Sullivan, 1065, 124. Bill Freeman, 57 Chevrolet. All righty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. C. Charlie Gas to lanes 2 and 3. C. Charlie Gas to lanes 2 and 3. 1058 gets down there first in that Budweiser CP Carrillo side. And Bill Freeman, 1102 to 120. And that Auto Club Haddad Dodge Ram side of the racetrack, starting his day off red. But Dale Thomas, father of the Thomas, and grandfather of the AJ. 512. Pump gas. Powered 68 Dart over there in the Auto Club and Dad Dodge side. Another one. 027 for Grandpa. It goes 1087-1 and 122. And how about a 1293-104 for the Mopar and the Budweiser CP Carrillo side of the racetrack. Just a few left here in Hot Rod Eliminator. We're going to get things moving into D-Gas, so attention in the pits. Final call D, David Gas. It's your final call to the lanes. Joe Roseberry out of Bakersfield. He's retired. Part of the open wheel competitor for the American Nostalgia Racing Association, and that is Butch Hedrick. Runs out here 4 races a year, and he also is a big contributor to the Junior Dragster program, and Butch's races are a lot of fun. About 250, 300 cars out here for the Nandra race, and it's a good time, so be sure to log on to our website. Find out when and it's the first races in April. How about 004 in the Auto Club Haddad Dodge side of the racetrack? 052 for Joe Roseberry goes 1114. But how about 1105 getting down there first? So just a few left here in Hot Rod. As we got John Hildebrand out of Encinitas, 31 Ford. Apparently he did some driving yesterday, made a move to the hard right. So what do you do the next day? You just make a bar change and then go in the right lane. Kevin Jellum, 79 Mustang. Look at that. John Hildebrand. Nice and straight. 016. That is going to go about 960. Look at that. 953, 139. 351 cubic inches of power for that 31 Ford Coupe. Love it. Kevin Jellum, 1331, 103 for the Mustang out of Auburn. The final car here in Hot Rod is Russell Ford, and he drives a Nova. How funny is that? Define irony. You have the last name of Ford, and you race a Chevy. Trying to fire that thing up. Oh, and it's a Nova with a blower on it. So again, he's just cool. A little prime. Trying to turn it over. You see a lot of hands flailing up and down. That's it. Abort the mission, folks. So Russell, unable to get the car fired up. Helmet's coming off, and we're going to get into degas. That is our 1060 index class, and once again, attention to the pits, attention in the pits. C, Charlie Gas needs you to the lanes, please. C, Charlie Gas to the lanes. Mike English, Mike Ames, going to take you through D-gas and C-gas. All right, so here we go into D-gas. 1060 going to come up on the scoreboard, and Mike English going to walk you on through that.
Thank you, Steve LaBarber, and hey, everybody. Glad to have you here. Day number 161st Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by Lucas Oil. All my friends out there on the World Wide Web, hey, wave. I can't see you. I'm sorry. Glad to have you, though. Appreciate you going on there to Auto Club Formosa Raceway website. If you couldn't be here, shame on you. Oh, I'm sorry, one more car in Hot Rod. Look at that, LaBarber ran off like that. Can you believe that? Jay Fry. That's a Chino Hills Transmissions team car. And there will be a whole bunch of Chino Hills transmission cars. So final car in Hot Rod. Starts off with a red light start. Oh, well, that's not good. I'm not the most mechanically inclined guy, but I can tell that that doesn't go well for a car that runs 10s. Not this time, though, at 1397. 89 mphers. That would be mile an hour, by the way. I'm all into abbreviations, especially on Thursday, the first day of the 61st March meet. It's like way cool. Okay, now we're going D-gas. We're going to have some fun. This is like the Heritage Series, the NHRA Heritage Series target practice. Up on the scoreboard there, it's going to be, say, 1060. Now, this is qualifying. Oh, wait a minute. Eric Arnett lied to me again. That's twice in the first day. This is another Hot Rod car. This guy's going to be, like, severely reprimanded by the time we get to, you know, like 10:15. He'll be punished because his wife's here. That's why everything's running so smoothly. This is a Hot Rod car, too. Easy, Dave. Don't go postal on me. It's a Thunderbird. It's cool. There'll be a whole array of cars that I got to get me one of those, and they'll go into my fantasy garage. In fact, I saw Tom Turek's 55 Chevrolet get pushed down the return road there after going through tech inspection. That's got like a front row seat in my fantasy garage. So here we go. Oh, another red light start. I have nothing to do with that. That was all trial. Do it now. They're free in time trials. 1064, just 109. You can tell he was lifting off the throttle down there at the top end. Oh, isn't this cool? What a beautiful day. Where's Floyd Staggs? He was on the internet talking about it, and I said, don't worry about it. It'll be beautiful. Look at it, just like that. It had that Mark Dawson inspiration or something. I'm not sure what it was, but whatever it was, it worked. Oh, I know he went to the Bakersfield Chamber of Commerce and said, hey, we got a big race this weekend. You know, it's like the 61st one. And they went, yeah, we know that. You can't get a hotel room in town. I ended up in Shafter for dinner last night, if anybody cares. So anyway, we was talking about D-Gas coming out before Eric's let another hot rod car come out. I'll be up on the scoreboard down there. It's going to be target practice. It's going to be D-Gas. It'll be 1060. You go 10,600, you're going to the number 1 spot. If you do it first. If you do it second, you'll be number 2. So we're going to start her off with a poor man's Porsche and a Camaro. Mark Lawless. That's the Carmen Ghia. Dave McGuide, that is the Camaro. The auto shop instructor out of Rim High School up there by Big Bear. Probably a little bit of burr cold at Dave's house right now. So the big block Camaro over there in that auto club, a Dodge Ram lane, going up against the Carmen Ghia, the poor man's Porsche, in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. One of these two cars is going to go to the number 1 spot. I kid you not. I can't make that up. Well, neither one of them are going to make my reaction times should start with Mark's got problems in the Porsche, the poor man's Porsche. Dave goes 10-6-2-2. 200ths away from perfect to start off his Thursday session number 1. That'll go number 1. 12:46.4, 90 miles an hour for Mark Lawless. As now we're going back. Big cars, 55 wagon. That's Harold Binsford out of Pacifica. The guy who puts roofs on your house. Going up against the Nova over here on the right side. 10-6-2-2, sitting number 1. That could change right now. Maybe. Perhaps. Harold's out in front of that 55. Let's see what he's done down there. Go better than Dave McGuide? No, 1072 left side. That Auto Club Haddad Dodge Ram lane. 1071.7 over here in the Nova. In that Budweiser CP Carrillo rod lane. So Dave McGuide still sitting number 1. Nova number 2. 55 Chevrolet number 3. Mark Lawless number 4. What do we got next? Dan Fitcher. That's the fair lane. Isn't that car cool? Hey, get me one of those. So another Nova. You can tell Novas are pretty popular. So all you got to do is, yeah, I mean, you know, Dave McGuide left you plenty to play with. You know, he's 62 with the 2. These guys are good. They know how to get under that stuff. See if I'm reaction times. See how good he is. Elapsed time. 10:58, too quick by a bunch. Oh, 10:37 is like way too quick by a zip code. So that's like too quick and too quick. 19,000 is too quick and a week and a half too quick. So Dave McGuide still sitting number 1 in the Rim High School Camaro. It's now. Oh, that's cool. Look at that. Look at 56 Chevrolet over there. Isn't that baby cool? And the Mopar. That 56 Chevrolet, like my coolometer just went, pegged her. Speaking of pegging them on the coolometer, look at Brian Thatcher's. That Metro, isn't that baby cool? By the way, for you folks in the grandstands, you get a good look at the cars. You went through tech inspection. That Metro is not stock. Just wanted to bring that to your attention. You know, just saying. Problems for the 56. 1098, 92 miles an hour. Mopar lifting off the throttle. 1236, 77 miles an hour. Neither one of them under full power. Oh, here's a car that can do it. Tim Gorman. That's the Elkie. He's over here in that Budweiser lane. And Tom Christensen. 67 Nova far side. Gorman was a former top 10er of the world not too long ago in the NHRA Heritage Championship Series. Starting off here. See what Tim does there. Tim's 59 on the tree. Watch that Elkie. Prediction. 1061.2 is my prediction. And I missed by a bunch. 1072.2, 124. I had the third digit right. 1072.2. 1095.2, 126. for Tom Christensen in the Nova. So Dave McGuire still sitting in that lofty number 1 spot. First car down the track. Stays number 1 is Larry Cook. He's over here in that cool fair lane. The Camaro far side. Cook goes 68 on the tree. That fair lane can hunt. And down there top end, Camaro's going to get there first. Goes way too quick, 10:28. Larry Cook goes 10:69.3. Larry Cook will slide into the number 2 spot behind Dave McGuire's Camaro. By the way, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. C-Gas, Charles Gas, C-Gas, Charlie Gas. Need you to lanes 2 and 3, please. Is now over going both parts again. Right side, Mike Williams over there in that Nova. Mike's out of Bakersfield. He didn't travel very far. See what happens here. That Cuda's cool, isn't it? Oh, Mike shows you how to cut a reaction time there. 19 on the tree. Best in class. 10-6 for all. There goes number 1 qualifier. The Mopar goes dead on 5, 126. Mike Williams goes 10:64.5. But the Mopar, that Cuda, goes dead on 5. Guys and gals, you got 5 thousandths to play with to get under that baby now. Is Gary Hardy. That's the Pinto. There'll be a couple chick magnets here this weekend. And the Mopar over there at that Auto Club had to add Dodge Ram lane. Gary Hardy's car, that dog can hunt. Did I really just say that? I did, huh? Huh, okay. Work with it. See what happens here. Dead on 5's number 1 spot. Mopar way out in front. I got a feeling that baby's going quicker than 10:60. I'll be bold and say, yep. Yeah, 9:56 is too quick. Oh, Gary Hardy goes 10:6.11. He goes number 2. So the cool Cuda's sitting number 1, dead on 5. Gary Hardy's number 2. Dave McGuire's number 3. Mike Williams is number 4. Last year's runner-up, Larry Cook. Pat Walker, the Camaro. How about that wagon? Isn't that cool? That's one of those, I got to get me one of those. Woo, carry them front wheels, way cool. Walker was better than the Camaro. He goes 35 on the tree. Top end, somebody take that number 1 spot. 10:47, too quick Camaro. 10:51, too quick wagon. Wagon goes 1, 2, 3. MPHers now. Oh, this is another cool ride. The 55 Chevrolet. That's Jason Wattenberger and Bryson Kleeman. Oh, part of that Kleeman family bunch there. They got a whole bunch of them. Jeff Kleeman will be up later. I love to tease him. He wanted to run C-Gas, so he built a Chevrolet and parked the Mopar. Just saying, facts are facts. Come on, work with me. So here we go. Look at that, 48 on the tree from Bryson, 55 on the tree from Jason. That's like close. Now top end. Woo! Oh, man, there you go. Number 1, Jason Wattenberger, dead on 3. And the 55 Chevrolet goes number 1. Bryson goes too quick at 10:31.0, 128. But Jason's going to walk around down there and tell everybody, hey, I'm Bad Daddy. Dead on 3, bumps it dead on 5. So now you got 3 down to play with. So now it'll be Brian Allen. That's the Buick Skylark. He's over here going on. That's another Nova over there. Oh, that doesn't look good, does it? That baby looks like a freight train down there. That is puffing a cloud of smoke. Top end, 1084 and 1149. Did that baby look like a Santa Fe Railroad engine, man? Puffing smoke down there big time, the freight train. So the safety safari guys are going to roll on out here and take a look down there. As if they tell me there's nothing on the track, I'm going to be astounded. Oh, thanks, Mark Dawson.
Well, welcome back. As you can see, if you were watching, a little bit of an oil down there, so there's probably going to be a decent cleanup time for that one, I would say, Larry.
Yeah, from start to finish. That one's a decent one.
Have you ever done a start to finish oil down?
I'm sure I have. Yeah.
I think
I have a great story.
Let's hear it.
I got to drive a super comp car one time. Never drove one ever in my life. And this is when I was driving Top Fuel. John Sparr had the B&M blown drag show. It was 200 mile an hour, super comp car. And he wanted to test it. So I rode along with him, and I think we were in between going from Atlanta to, I think, Virginia. And he stopped at, I don't know if it was Darlington or it might have even been Rockingham. Stopped there, just test the car, right? So it's like he makes a couple runs, everything's good. Hey, you want to check it out? Yeah, sure, that'd be fun. So I hop in the car, I make a run, and I get about halfway down the track, and it goes zing, like the motor just like, and so I lift off the throttle like you do, right? And I coast off the track and go to start it up and put it in drive, and it don't go nowhere. It's like, shit, okay, well, so I get out of the car. I said, sooner or later they'll come get me. We don't have radios or anything. There's nobody down there because it's testing. And I saved this story for a long oil down. So long story short, it broke the rear end, and it shoved the pinion out the front of the rear end. So it had gear oil on the racetrack, literally from 150 feet all the way down, and gear oil is the worst to clean up. So there's a really long delay. Well, there's other teams that are testing as well too. A lot of pro stock cars and stuff. I go back up to the starting line, kind of just small talk, whatever like that, and I go up to Richard Maskin from Dart Heads, and blocks and all that. So I say, hey, we're running his heads at the time. What's going on? Oh, well, nothing. Now, some jack-off in a super comp car oiled the racetrack from starting line to finish line. And I got this big old grin on my face. I'm like, you know who it was? He says, no. I go, it was me. And he goes, no, it wasn't. I'm like, no, it was me.
Dick Maskins was never one to pull any punches, was he?
No, it was, I was that jack-off.
Well, I'm glad you said that.
There you go.
Okay, so.
That's a joke, isn't it, somewhere? One jack-off.
Yeah, that's how many, how many bottle jacks does it take to fill a 55-gallon drum? And so I don't know. We'll just take a guess. And somebody says, well, it's 43. And he says, no, it's 44. You're one, So there's the joke.
Yeah. My
boy loved that joke when he was 3. So, but anyway, here we are. It's the March meet, telling stories. We were telling a story back in the day how the racing was a lot different back then. And I mentioned the fact that, or you actually mentioned the fact about James Warren.
Yeah.
James Warren has such a big history up here, especially as a kid. And I was older than you, so I can remember the front motor car, the Ridge Route Terrors. That was their nickname. So they had to drive up over the Ridge Route every weekend, and they would show up, and they were always either in the winner's circle or they were close to it. And I can remember my dad and him having some great battles, among other guys. But James Warren was probably got the best of everybody back in the day. But it was 69, and it was for the Division 7 championship. My dad and Warren had tied. So they said, so there's supposed to be a one race runoff. Well, back then, you ran the car based on the winnings. So they said, neither one wanted to spend the money to go make that one run to see who wins. So they said, let's just flip a coin. So they flipped a coin. My dad won the championship. That's how it was. I mean, that happened a lot back then.
So in the stat book, you get the Division 7 championship, and you won it on a coin flip.
Yep. I don't think they put that in the book. It just says Division 7 champion Jim Dunn. It didn't say
tiebreaker, coin flip.
Yeah. And they don't care about that. It's just like I told Roland when I went to work for him, and he bragged about how we went the whole season, only hurt 9 pistons, and I said, well, when they write the record book, it doesn't say, it says Don Perdome, world champion, and it doesn't say Roland Leong only hurt 9 pistons for the season.
Yeah, there's no difference between a pretty win and an ugly win. The trophy and the check is still the same.
Yep, and the thing is, it's always about the trophy. So, it's always one thing. You always want, you say you race for the money. The money, as it's spent, it's long gone, but the trophies are always there.
For sure, the money you're spending it for that weekend or the next weekend to get you to the next event. But yeah, you got the trophy, and then that kind of That's your report card for the weekend. So obviously it was a good weekend. So the more trophies you get to look at, yeah, for sure.
Anytime you can hoist a wally, it's a good feeling, ain't it?
For sure.
Well, I'm told that Jason Galvin has somebody for an interview, and so let's throw it down to him and hear what he has to say.
Well, I'm down here in the pits right now with what is absolutely one of my favorite race cars that comes to the March meet and runs the NHRA Heritage Series. This is the Holy Toledo Nitro Funny Car. Dean Oberg actually won this race last year in what was a new class, the 590 class. They call it Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car. They introduced this class because, well, frankly, Nostalgia Funny Car kind of started to get a little big show on us, and so we have cars like yours that are just so cool, and your teammates here, they get to run this 590 class, and it opened up an opportunity for teams like yours to win the March meet. How important was that for you guys?
That was the best thing that ever happened. I mean, winning the March meet. It's like Don Garlett says, thing you got to do is drive Top Fuel, and you got to win the March meet. And I've been able to do both, so I feel pretty lucky right now.
I bet. And a chance now this year, this class has really expanded. I think we only had 5 cars last year, and we got a much bigger field this year, a lot of really competitive cars. But I want to talk about this car. I love this car. You know, Harry Carey had the holy cow with the Chicago Cubs, right? I always know that we're at a nostalgia drag race when I hear Mike English, Holy Toledo, comes into the water box, right? Which has to be the coolest thing for you as the driver of this. But what is the inspiration to have a Jeep Nitro Funny Car?
Well, my partner on the car, he was, when he was a teenager, he was on the team with Ed Lenarth. And they were friends all the way through years, and they actually recreated a car. And then I kind of stepped in after Ed passed away and bought the car and kind of stepped into driving it and owning it. And it's just been fun. It's unique, you know. It's really an ugly car.
Oh, come on.
But it is very unique, and it gets a lot of people looking at it.
What's it like to drive this car versus a traditional, Nitro Funny car, even the nostalgia rinks? The body comes down, but you're kind of sitting in the open. Is it more like a fuel altered?
Yeah, it's kind of like a fuel altered almost. Yep, exactly. Yeah, because you're still in the open. You can look up and see the sky. It's definitely different than when the body comes down on a funny car and you're sitting in the back seat.
How much more pressure's on you guys this year now, or is there less because you won the March meet last year?
Oh, I think the pressure's on, but I feel pretty confident because we redid a lot of things in this thing this year versus last year. So I think we'll be really competitive this year.
Good luck.
Be up there. Thank you.
Dean Oberg drives the Holy Toledo car. I love everything about Holy Toledo. This is what makes the March meet great. Mike, Larry?
Larry, I don't know if you remember that car, Ed Lenarth, that Jeep, and then back in the day, you also had the Roadster Corvettes, Gene Conway and the Beach City Chevrolet, where they didn't have the hood and they just had the cowling over the roll cage, and it was a different era. And they on the match race circuit, those cars, they were always crowd pleasers, and they always ran pretty well.
See, that's when funny cars probably looked funny, probably made sense for the name, more so than nowadays. You bring people out now, why do they call them funny cars? Well, you have to take them back to almost out, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and the original funny cars, they just took basically a stock body car, put this big old Chrysler Hemi or blown and injected Chevrolet or whatever they were running back at the time in the normal engine position up front. And then what they did to get the traction, they moved the rear end forward in order to get the traction shorten the wheelbase so that all that weight transfer would get it and the thing would hook up. And they looked funny. They really did. And then, it evolved into the Jeeps and the Corvette Roadsters and so forth like that. And so funny cars fit. Well, then later on, funny cars haven't fit the look of the cars in a long time. Yeah. But whenever you try to change it, never flies. The fans just know them as funny cars. They will always be funny cars as long as they're drag racing those types of vehicles. So, but it was interesting. Going back in you're 10 years younger than I am, so I remember a lot in the late 60s, mid to late 60s, and you're probably more so in the 70s. Mm-hmm. So your dad, you were telling me a story about how he basically quit driving with his own equipment. How did that go?
It got to be too much, financially to run the car. I mean, literally, think of how you can think, but maybe having a top fuel dragster in your 2-car garage in your suburban neighborhood, and it wasn't a big, nobody had, few people had shops, not a lot of them, but you had them in your garage, and that's kind of how it was. It was very costly. I had an 8 to 5 job. My mom had a babysitting job. Dad worked at a racing engine business. They pulled their money together, no sponsorship. You just did it like that. You went to and did that for 6-7 years. Had highs and lows and all that. But went to Indy. The 2 races he liked to run was the March Meet in Indy. And got to Indy in '77, I think. And it was a bad race. The engine caught fire. Hurt a lot of parts. And it was like, he's done. Like, that's it. We're done. We can't do this anymore. So it was like, we're gonna sell everything and be done. But he couldn't do it without running the March Meet one last time. So literally didn't run the car again until the following year. I mean, you go into '78. 6 months. 6 months and then ran. I think he qualified on the bump, and I think it lost first round. But this was his last race with his own equipment. Was this one?
So this race meant that much to him to be able to.
Oh yeah.
To hold off on that.
Yeah, for sure. It's gosh, and it gives you such a perspective on how, with time. But back then, the amount of fuel cars, and we talk a lot because I grew up on dragsters, you grew up on funny cars, so yeah, those are our memories are instilled that way. But in top fuel, gosh, I mean, to have 60 top fuel cars, it wasn't a big deal to fill a 32 car field back then. Same thing goes on funny. I mean, this race had 64 car fields, and then they had another 64 car field of the non-qualifiers, the A show and the B show. And I mean, think about that. And you had to run to get in because there was that many more.
And originally, like my dad was runner up here in 1966 to Mike Sorokin in the Surfers car, and son Adams is racing in the series. And back then you raced on Saturday, so my dad got runner up, and then the winner on Saturday got to sit out on Sunday, and then everybody raced again on Sunday to go for that final round against the winner on Saturday. And pretty much every time the winner on Saturday would win, because back then you didn't have spare parts. Your engine wasn't fresh every time you went up there. So if you're going 5 rounds before you get to the final, and the Surfers and Sorokin, then they've got everything, it's all fresh, ready to go. The odds are you weren't going to win. So
yeah.
It was a different time back then. Bob Fry sent notes. I mean, there was times there was over 100 entries in top fuel alone, like you said. A and a B. I think it was actually a 64 car field, and they split it for an A and a B so they could have a 32 car field. But it was a different time. It was a time where you could just go out and a bunch of guys could get together and throw a car together and go out and run. And some of the stuff you think about, the Surfers, for instance, when I was with ESPN, the producer said, we want you to do your 5 coolest cars. And when they said that, I didn't know who 2 through 5 was going to be, but I knew the Surfers was going to be my number 1 car. And you got to think about this. The Surfers, they probably raced about 3 years, and that car is still legendary to this day. And when you look back at, there were a bunch of 25-year-old kids out there, and they were able to do something that people that were around at that time have never forgotten, because that car was so cool. And one of the things I talked about on the show was that what made it so cool, especially when I was doing my research, is they ran on 100% nitromethane, which nobody did back then. I mean, it was between 40 and 70, maybe 80%, and that was about it. Well, they figured they didn't have much money, and they found out that it was cheaper because nitro wasn't real expensive back then, and alcohol kind of was. So they thought, well, why buy the alcohol? Let's just put straight nitro in the thing. So that car, the way it sat, and I liked the time when it had the yellow scoop on top, and it was just a plain silver car. And just the way it said, it was really cool. But the best part of that thing, when they fired that thing up on 100% nitro, it sounded like no other car on the facility. And it went out there and ran those numbers. But it's just so cool that you could go out there and have that kind of legacy just running for basically 3 years. And you could do that back then.
Yeah, a lot of cars, a lot of different combinations, a lot of different engines in the cars. Chryslers obviously, but Chevrolets, Olds, just different formats. But the cost of running a car was so much cheaper that you could have a top fuel car in your, or a funny car in your 2-car garage in your Suburban.
We did. Our dads did.
Yeah, you wouldn't spend the money on a shop.
No.
You didn't need it.
The one time my dad had a shop was when Joe Reith gave him a free one. So
yeah.
All right. Well, I think it looks like we got another pit interview with Jason Galvin. So let's throw it down to him and see what we got this time.
Through the staging lanes, and I found a good friend of mine here, Ron DeHoop. He drives a D-Gas car this weekend. It's so funny because I love the March meet because you get to see so many people that have been around racing for a while, and I've known Ron for a long time, and he's usually behind the camera in the manufacturer's midway with all his Lucas Oil stuff, and his wife Ruth, and they travel to races, and they've got this great setup of Lucas Oil products, and of course we are at the Good Vibration Motorsports March meet presented by Lucas Oil. But Ron, you got your beautiful race car out here this weekend. I think Tom and the guys gave you the weekend off from selling Lucas Oil products so that you can come out here and try to put the Lucas Oil car in victory lane. Why don't you tell us about this beautiful race car you have here?
Just got a new wrap on it here. Within a couple weeks ago. Lucas has been great. They've really supported me, and I do my best to support them and everything about what they do. They're so great. And the motor that's been in the car right now has been in here for a number of years. Probably got 2,000 passes on it. Mark Rapp, my engine builder, has we've pulled it out a few times, rebearinged it, checked everything out, and threw some new rings in it. But it's just been a great car. I don't run it quite on the edge, which I think helps me get it, down there. But it's been a good car. I'm very blessed to be part of Lucas and just do what I do, Got a few Wallies, and I think the trophies that I think I was talking with you earlier, maybe yesterday, some of the trophies that are really got some value to me are my ones from Lions Drag Strip and some of the tracks back then, Sure. So I've been doing it a lot of years. I had a little break for a while, but just keep on trucking, and keep enjoying it, My wife's been great. She's trying to hide from the camera, but Ruth,
we won't make Ruth pull over here.
Ruth's been very supportive, and it's just great to be out here. Look at the sky and the beauty we're around.
It's beautiful. Let me ask you, if you won the March meet this weekend, where would that rank in your career?
Well, it'd be up there with another initial win in any of the associations I've run in. It'd be at least in the top 5. You know what I mean? Maybe even better than that. Probably 1 or 2.
It's the March meet.
Yeah, it's the March meet, man, and it's what these cars are all about, And yeah, it would be 1 or 2. Probably my first Wally has got to,
of course,
be up there, And then the Lions, and then this would obviously probably be in the number 3 or somewhere in there. But the March meet, don't get much better than this.
It does not. And like you said, beautiful skies. If you look at Hans Stern, look at the staging lanes right now. I love this because this is what the March meet is all about. It's all about the heritage
of the cars and stuff. It's just awesome.
Right. Yeah, it's all about where we all grew up, where everybody grew up. We grew up at a drag strip, building muscle cars, racing them, and this is what I love about D-Gas and C-Gas, and we're in the middle of D-Gas right now as you get to see some of those.
Most people can relate to these cars in some way,
Exactly. Well, good luck, Ron. Thanks for all you do. We appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, and
all right.
God bless everybody out there.
Ron DeHoop's running in D-Gas. These are the racers. I know Mike and Larry, you guys know all about that.
Thanks, Jason.
Hey, once again, another great interview by Jason, and it's all about what I love the fact all those cars in the staging lane. We have over 500 entries here this weekend.
That makes for obviously a big event. I mean, when you think of all the drag races that go on all over the country, getting 500 cars here, that's
something.
Yeah, that lets you know what everybody thinks of the March meet.
Well, and the one thing I've noticed as we've gotten older, I mean, as the cost of racing have gone up, it's much harder to just do a one-off race every now and then. And it seems like doesn't seem like the races that still do well nowadays are the ones that become an event. And that's, you have to have good racing. You have to have that word of mouth that's been around for a number of years. And then eventually it becomes an entity, well, it's the March meet. Let's just go. And every year, as long as you have a good show, they keep coming. And luckily every year here at the March meet, they've had a good show, and crowds just keep on showing up.
Yeah, no, it's an awesome event. Like I said, thinking back when I was a kid, this was the one event. It wasn't part of any other. You didn't collect points at it. It was that let you know the importance of it. And everybody would show up. They wanted to get that trophy.
Yeah, it's like you said, it was Indy and the March Meet back in the day. It was fuel and gas championships back in the mid to late '60s, and it was unbelievable. And I can remember they got Garlis out in the early '60s because back then, and the timing systems from track vary so much. And tracks promoters, they would play with it because they wanted their track to have the fastest speed. And all you had to do is just basically adjust the timing, basically shorten up that speed trap that we were talking about. It would time it and give you a faster speed than what was really going, And so Garlitz, he was putting all those numbers up, and everybody's going, everything was West Coast. There's no way that's happening.
With carburetors and no blower.
Yeah, so everybody says, that's suspect. So they actually paid him, the operators here back in the day, paid Garlitz to come out here and said, come out and race with the big boys and see what he did. He didn't win right off the bat, but he held his own. He ran some big numbers, and everybody went, okay, this guy's for real, and the rest is history.
Yeah. No, he was doing his own thing out there. A lot of all the speed equipment manufacturers, everything, a lot of it was right here in Southern California. So having somebody outside of that world to do it, it definitely made headlines. And that was a premise of what his whole career ended up being, because as far as performance and development to the cars in the class, you can see his name all over it.
The one thing I liked about Garlis too was, and this is not mentioned much about his success, I can remember, my dad had a shop at Keith Black Racing Engines back in the day, and Garlis would come in there, and when he was in town and stuff, and he would put out these press releases on his own, and he might have somebody that was helping write them, but basically he handles his own PR. And the reason he did that is Garlis isn't necessarily a PR. He's not about promoting himself from the standpoint, I'm the greatest. He did that more for the fact to intimidate the other racers, because he wanted to build himself up here to make other racers make mistakes against him, and he won a lot of races where people would just go up there and fold. I can remember going to AHRA races, and he would barely get in the show sometimes. And it was a bought-in field back in the AHRA day. They would pay the top guys to come in, but you still had to qualify. They paid you for 2 runs. It was a Friday night run and a Saturday night run to get your money, and then you raced for whatever the winnings were on Sunday. So, there was times when he would just barely get in the show, especially those. And the number one qualifier would be some guy who's, from the area that had never qualified number one before, and go up against Don Garlis in the first round. And guess what happened? Red light or he's dead late or whatever. Yeah. And Garlis would go out and get the win, and he would just keep whittling on it. And by the time he got to the final round, he'd run low ET of the meet. And he did that a number of times. And that was part of that whole PR effort. And I always thought that was kind of cool the way he did that.
He was the man. Gosh, Big Daddy.
Yeah, we hire PR people to tell them how great we are, and it didn't work with us. Yeah. That's why we're here.
Yeah, no, but Garlitz, the other thing that I like about Garlitz, and you talk about him, is most of the guys back in the day would have to sell off their equipment to be able to buy their new equipment. And he never did that. He didn't want anybody to have his stuff, so he ends up collecting it and having it. Now he's got a museum that's got all of it there, which is, it's such a, if you got Gainesville coming up in the Gator Nationals, it's always a big deal. But to be able to go there and walk through and just kind of see the progression of drag racing, from really from the start, all the way up to modern day, it's all there. And having somebody end up doing something with it like that, it's great.
Yeah, and it's just the history of the sport, as we talked about. Back to what we started, or what I started talking about, all of that history has led up to this becoming an event. It's bigger than itself. But obviously we have great racers, and it's the best nostalgia drag racing, and it's so cool for guys like us to come back and look at these cars. I actually brought my son here, for the Hot Rod reunion back, I think it was 2014 or 2013 or whatever, and we sat up in the stands, and Saturday night, they had the Cackle Fest, and where they would push start the cars down the front of the return road in front of the stands and come around, then they line them up all up on the track and fire it up. And I'm sitting there, and my boy's like, he's kind of like, what's going on here? And I'm all excited because they're going down there. And I told my son, I said, now you got to remember, I said, this is so cool. I said, thank God NHRA is cheap because they got lousy lights here. Which is the way it was back in the day. So the car, it looked just like it did back in the 60s with all these lousy lights that they had back then. And when they fired up, you couldn't tell You couldn't read the names on the car, but you could see the shape because some had the full buys, and okay, well that's the Atlas Oil Tool Special, and then my dad had the rainbow car, and you could say, well, okay, that's that, but it was a lot different back then, and it was so cool. My son saw it. I said, what do you think? He said, it's all right. He didn't see it the way we saw it.
Yeah, and I know that as time progresses, you do things to streamline the show. So you got self-starting and all that, but there's something about having the cars paired up at the finish line and push starting them, and having the announcer up in the tower, hyping up the next pair of cars. Here they come. You're you're wondering if they're even going to fire or not. So it's some of that, and bringing them up and doing that. There's something to that. It's very brings you back. I get goosebumps talking about it.
I've seen you sit in the back of the truck when your dad fired it up at Indy that one year, the Cackle Fest. And you didn't tell anybody in the TV thing. And I ran in the booth. I says, you got to get this shot. And one of the suits from NHRA who remain nameless, like, well, why? What's the big deal? I says, that's Larry Dixon. He's won this event. That's his dad in the car. And I said, we got to get this shot. And it was so cool. We got the shot, and it was great.
The car that my dad was in it was the Howard Cams Rattler that he drove for a couple years, and it makes a lot of the Cackle Fest. It's at the NHRA Museum, and the first time that I paid attention to that, or I was there when it was happening, because you're busy running, racing your own deal and all that. We had lost literally in the semifinals at the Winter Nationals, might have even been against you. And we're towing back, and all these guys, with all the old cars, they're there. And we're towing back to the pits, and I'm like, we lost. Like, I'm done. I'm like, pull over, stop, let me out. So I went over there and got to see my dad talk and be a part of that. And then, so it's like, hey, you want to go with us when we push start? And I'm like, yeah. So it was like literally they cleared the space, for me to sit up front, kick somebody out of the front. I'm like, no, I want to sit in the back. And they're like, why do you want to sit in the back? I'm like, because when I was a kid and they was push starting my dad, I was always in the back seat. And it was literally, for me, it was like a scene out of Fantasy Island, if you're old enough to remember that show.
Deplane.
It took me back to that moment, and it's like having your dad being push started, front motor car, cackle, lights up, car takes off. It's like being a kid again. It's one of the coolest memories I got.
Did you ever fire one up?
Start? One time I got to at a reunion at Bowling Green, actually in the Rattler, because they had the Smirnoff car that my dad drove as well too. So it was kind of a father and son cackle thing. It was
nice.
Those cars. It was fun to do. I give those guys. You had to be a man to drive one of them cars. Not that I'm. But the steering on those
Send
cars.
Send the mail to Larry Dixon, Dixon.
The cars that we get to drive nowadays are like modern day McLarens compared to those. I mean, the steering in them's bad. The brakes aren't that good. They got steel rotors. Like nothing works really good. And obviously that's how they raced them back in the day.
I had the opportunity to fire up the Waterman Hampshire nostalgia dragster from '65, and it was what they call, your legs went under the rear end housing, where most of them your legs were over. And I had sat in my dad's dragster and been pushed back to the pits, and so I was a little bit used to it. But sitting down in there, it was hard enough to see, when you're sitting over the rear end housing, and then they put you underneath it, and that engine. So normally you're looking at the back of the injector. If like where my dad's position would have been, he's kind of looking at the back of the injector. With the Waterman Hampshire car, you're looking at the manifold. The manifold. I'm like, how the heck did he ever drive this thing? So it was an experience to be able to fire that thing up. But you're right, it was a handful. It's like, how the heck did these guys ever drive this thing? But it was an experience, and I'm sure it was. They're telling us we need to get back to the tower because I think they're finishing up with that cleanup. So we're going to be around all day, all weekend, telling stories. We're going to cover the race really well on Saturday and Sunday. That's the goal. This is a little bit of a test session for us, trying to make sure everything works well so that once the racing really gets hot and heavy on Saturday and Sunday, we're going to really be able to bring it to you. We'll talk about the stories here for the next 2 days, though, just kind of keep you entertained. And so let's get you back to the tower and start calling the action.
So, hey, all our friends out there in the World Wide Web, glad to have you back. I know that Larry Dixon and Mike Dunn gave you some cool stuff to talk about there. Of course, everybody in the grandstands here at Auto Club Formosa Raceway, glad you never left, because I didn't want you to, but we're going back racing now. By the way, we're in D-Gas. I got to tell you something. Your Heritage Series champion last year and a 6-time champion, Ed Carey. Not here this weekend. Ed was involved in a traffic accident going to the Auto Club finals over there at Auto Club Raceway Pomona at the Fairplex, and unfortunately lost his life. So all the guys in D-Gas and memory of their good friend Ed, the guy they called the Ferret, man, a champion, 6-time champion, plus a 3-time good guys champion. Just a very, very good D-Gas racer and a very good human being. And we're all, every time D-Gas runs, anytime we go to a racetrack, we're thinking of Ed. But let's go racing now. In memory of that good guys, Bill Norton and James Burt. Jason Wattenberger's got that 55 Chevy. Jason's sitting number 1, dead on 3. James Burt here goes, hey, Mike, I got a 55 Chevy. Wattenberger went dead on 3. Well, mine will go dead on 2, maybe. Bill Norton's over there going, hey, man, you guys don't forget about me. I'm the ANRA champion. And by the way, I'm also the California Hot Rod Reunion champion. He's over there in that Nova. Comfortably numb. Burt's better than 2 hands. He got the double 5. Now make it work down there. About to find out right now. 10:52, too quick for James Burt. 10:63, 1, 2, 3, Bill Norton. Bill Norton will move to the number 5 spot. James Burt goes to the bottom with that 2 quick run. It's now the Mooch. That's Danny Gilmore and Bill Rogers driving his brother's car. So the Camaro and the Nova. Nova made that move with that third wheels up blocks there for the Mooch. But it's all about 1060 right now. Yes, it is. 1049, too quick for the Mooch. 1067, 125, Bill Rogers. Bill Rogers on the good side of that 1060 goes to the number 7 spot. Of course, Jason Wattenberger, number 1, dead on 3, is now Jeff Kleeman and Bruce Boardman, the Obsession. 55 Chev, that babe's cool. Jeff over here in the Camaro. Red light start. Oh, yeah, rolled it deep. That's okay. You'll still get numbers, but it'll go as a red light start. Jeff was 48 on the tree. Top end, the Camaro. Oh, man. Dead on 1. Jeff Kleeman goes to the number 1 spot. 55 Chevrolet goes 11 flat 7. But Jeff Kleeman, dead on 1. Hey, guys and gals, he left you a thou to play with. It's now Steve Stansel and Steve Barta. That's a former champion over there in that white Nova for the Barter Family Motorsports. Steve Stansel, the 68 Chevelle. Barta 041 made the big time move down there top end. You got to go 10,600 to get the number 1 spot. 1069, Steve Barta. 1063, Steve Stansel. That will put Stansel, number 6, Barta, number 11. Jeff Kleeman's telling everybody, hey, I'm number 1. It's now next pair coming up, Ron DeHoop and Dan Brown. That's the Vega for Dan DeHoop over there. That Lucas Oil Products Chevelle. Woo, Ron DeHoop's 14 on the tree. Dan Brown's Vega was 53 on the tree. 10,600, I feel it, and I'm probably wrong because I usually am. 1064, Ron DeHoop. 1062, Dan Brown. As Jeff Kleeman, still number 1, dead on 1, is now Patrick Williams and Rocky Young. Rocky over there far side, that's the Studi out of Bermuda Dunes. That's out by Palm Springs. And the S10 truck. That's cool, isn't it? Rocky Young goes 10:48. That's too quick on that 60 index. Patrick Williams on the good side at 10:72.2. Jeff Kleeman still number one is Ken Parks. And Jeff Patton. Patton Camaro. That's a Datsun. Yep, they call them Datsuns back there at 72. The 240Z. By the way, it's not stock. It's got a small block Chevrolet. Yes, it does. Uh-huh. Jeff Patton's Camaro. 71 Camaro, big old honking big block. Datsun with a small block. Equalizer up on the scoreboard there. 10:60 p.m. Jeff Clayton's number one, dead on one. Come and get you some of that. Woo! Wow. Jeff Patton goes 10:43. Ken Parks goes 10:55. Bill Eckert, Hat over there, the Pontiac, and Don Fournier. How about Fournier? That is your defending March Meet champion right there, that Anglia. Let me tell you something about it. Don Fournier in the Anglia is 80 years old, and he's not the oldest racer here this weekend. I'll tell you about that later on. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Nostalgia Eliminator 3, NE3, need you to the lanes, please. NE3, need you to the lanes, please. Lindsay Lister, that's you. I'm just here to help, Lindsay. In set, here we go. Fournier goes 0:37 on the tree in the Anglia, and I'm not sure what happened to Bill's car there. It didn't like move, but now it's going. See what Don Fournier starts off the weekend. 10:67, 1, 2, 3 for Don Fournier. That'll work. Bill with problems at 1584 at 61 miles an hour. 57 Chev, I believe, is going to close out. T-Gas. Mark Storms. Acton. I know where that's at. Seriously, I do. It's on the 14 freeway, like you're going up to Palmdale, Lancaster, or something like that. No, there's not a prison there. Really? It always seems like every town I know about has a prison in it. So the very cool 5.7. That car's cool. It's still got all the chrome. You know? So final car in class. You got to go dead on zero to get that number one spot away from Jeff Kleeman. Woo, don't do that. That scared me. You know, I've been told I'm a man of steel, but I got fright there. Pulls her back into the center lanes, and Mark will go 13.91.5 at 63 miles an hour. Jeff Kleeman's going to walk around and tell everybody, hey, after one session, you know who's number one. It's me. Hey, Jeff, don't forget you had to park the Mopar and get a Camaro to get that number one. I just tease him because I can. Okay, we're going to lower that index up on the scoreboard down 1 full second to 960. And Charles Gass is coming out. Cool cars again, 1 second faster. And the start them off with that wonderful Ford versus Chevrolet battle. By the way, I just got yelled at. Nostalgia and I love how Lindsay Lister listens to me. The only girl in the world that listens to me. But here we go. We got Mark Capps. He's over on that right side. That's the Mustang. Nelson from Reading. Need you to come and see Mark Dawson in the tower, please. Nelson, oh, we got a leakage already. Camaro's getting pushed off. So Mark Capps, that's the 67 Mustang. Team out of Madera. Say that. Madera. Go to number one spot. C-Gas. Mark Capps goes 9.52. All you got to do is be on the good side of 960. Go number one. Uh-huh. dig that Camaro, don't you? Look at that. Slam down in the dirt like that. Oh, man, that's not good. I thought I talked to you guys and said we weren't going to have any more of this stuff. Nostalgia Eliminator 3, you should be at 7 and 8, I believe it is. Nostalgia Eliminator 3, 7 and 8, please. Come to the lanes. They'll get you the right lanes. So, I believe all our friends out there on the World Wide Web, the live stream, thanks for joining us. It's like the furthest away, I wonder. Rachel Mudford down there in Australia, down under, like, what time is it in Australia right now? I gotta look. Hang on a second. Hang on. Oh, it's 5:30 tomorrow morning in Adelaide. That's close, isn't it? Time for me to get up out of bed. By the way, if you guys want to know, it's 8 o'clock tonight in Amsterdam. Yeah. Just something I discovered. But we're going back cars now. Barry Lynch. Austin, Northside. Mike Rabner. Another one of the many King's Oil Tool cars that you'll see here this weekend. Former champion Yandra Series is Rabner. Let me tell you something about that boy there in that Camaro. He almost had an undefeated season. Yandra, he won 3 races. Race number 4, runner-up. Won the championship. A couple of green on starts there. Mike goes 27. Rab top end, 9:58, too quick. Gary is going to go number 1 though, at 10:20 at 109. Gary will be number 1 because he's on the good side of 960. And Mike Rabner and Mark Capps both went too quick, and now it's Billy Teague. Todd Ishibashi. Todd in from Las Vegas. That's the Camaro. And oh man, Billy Teague getting pushed off. Guys, help me. Work with me. I didn't plan this, especially out of Billy Teague's car. I mean, not that I want to see anybody have any trouble at all. Todd goes over to his car. Big block around top of 11:10, 5 miles. Man, T-Gas, they're having all kinds of trouble. Number 1, 10:20 is Gary Lynch. Man. We got another Anglais over there. Balsano. Hayward, California. That's up there. Bull Chevelle. That's like a toss-up. The Anglais or the Chevelle? I am? Really? I got to stand up? Huh. I hope I don't scare anybody. Really, Dave? We're already here. Come on. Really? Oh, I can't believe all the trouble we're having. C-Gas. Is this your fault, Dave? It's not mine. You can't blame it on me. I got the microphone. I make the rules. Hey, all our friends out there on live stream. Good morning. How you doing? How come you're not here? You should have been here. You have no excuses. This is qualifying for the Sportsman Racers today. A nitro session at 3 o'clock. And tomorrow it's going to be funsies. Tomorrow's going to be rocking and rolling. I'm telling you. But C-Gas, this is our first session. This is like, you know, we had a little problem in D-Gas there. In fact, I got to tell that racer in D-Gas that had the problems. Very nice that he came up and apologized. Hey, guys, I'm really sorry that I messed up the race there and appreciate it very much. We're going back cars again. Yeah. Chevelle, that's Jeff. He's over here. Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Got Balsano. And Dan Ashby, that's the Angler over there in the Auto Club at Dodge Ram Lane. And sitting number 1 is Gary Lynch with a 1020 on that 960 index. I know a lot of these guys. I know all these guys, and they're like, "Are you kidding me? A 1020 sitting number 1? All you got to do is run into 9s, and you'll go to the number 1 spot." Whoa, Dan Jeff's just starting to fly down there, isn't he? Dang, 10-17, 141 goes to the number 1 spot. Dan goes 1072. Wow. I mean, I'll tell you, these guys are normally climbing all around 960. This will be good here. Ernie McAllister. That's the chassis builder. His kid Wes standing down there. That's the Corvette. Dale Mallory. Bakersfield. I'm telling you right now, one of these guys can go 960 something. Oh, look at the reaction time from that score. Identical. 18 lines. I told you I'm using that, Daddy. Now let's see the number. Ernie is 963. Ernie McAllister, the Corvette goes number 1. Dale had problems and shut off at 1089. But Ernie McAllister, thank you. 9635 goes number 1. Now it'll be Scott Russell and Megan Gorman. Miss Megan over there far side. Watch that blue Camaro. That lady can wheel that baby. Of course, the racing team, it's Gorman and daughter. Tim Gorman. Mom's in that. Oh, Mom's a good cook, by the way. Scott Russell. 2 slam down the dirt Camaro. Scotty's better than 2 reaction times. Gorilla lane. They got out of front of that. She was running out down through there. Scott Russell goes 977, 141. Megan lifts at 1150, 77 miles an hour. So Ernie McAllister sitting number 1. Scott cars. This is Tim Gorman's 55 Chevrolet. On sheets. Down there from Chula Vista, down by San Diego. Got that leak fixed in that Camaro, backing up Tim Gorman, the 55 here. Isn't that baby cool? Saw Tim up earlier in the family El Camino, then saw daughter Megan in the pair ahead of him. So Todd Farside, Tim over here. 9634 or better will get you number 1. So let's see what's happened. Tim Gorman rolls right in. Lights both lights. Todd bumps it in there in the Camaro. No. Numbers wise. Whoa, Tim Gorman goes 964, 142. He'll move number 2. Todd, you need to whoa that baby back. 933, 146. That's on the bad side. So Ernie McAllister, number 1. Tim Gorman, number 2. Scott Russell, number 3. Jeff Balisano, number 4. And Gary Lynch, number 5, is now Dan Barry and Mark Dick. Mark's over there. That's that red Nova. Dan Barry's over here in the Mighty Mouse. That baby cool. Oh, got to do a little cleanup over there. Chucks, heck, darn, and things like that. Boys out on the track down there top end. And the boys out on the track down here on this end. So sitting number 1, Ernie McAllister, 9635. Tim Gorman, 964, 9. Or 1 and 2. Of course, Mark and Dan are down here in their respective Novas saying, "Oh, come on, Mike, seriously? You know that we're going to bump them off." Of course, everybody down here looking at Billy Teague's car saying, "I hope they got her fixed." So the leakage on Todd's car, they thought it had it fixed in that Camaro, but apparently it's still got a little bit of stuff. They will get it fixed before they come back up for session number 2. Nostalgia Eliminator 3, you should be in the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 3, NE3, you should be in the lanes. All our friends out there on the World Wide Web, hey, glad to have you. All our friends in the grandstands who took a day off work, way to go. Don't worry, but don't get a suntan because you go to work on Monday and they're going to like, hey, I thought you were sick. Well, I was. But the doctor recommended vitamin C, right? Vitamin D, is that what the sun gives you? That's always good for when you're sick. Or friendly quilt. So, let's see. Out on the pad right now, we got Harry the Mighty Mouse. Got Mark Dick over there in the red. Oh, and then Bill Becker, DJ Giacalone. This will be good. Because Becker, he'll be in that Willys. It's cool. He won the California Hot Rod Reunion in Seagas. DJ over there in the Pizzazz 55 Chevrolet, that's your defending March Meet champ. Yeah. Thank you, Mike Ames. I know that. How come nobody's been on the Ferris wheel yet? I'm not afraid. I can do it. Well, they said fire him up, didn't they? Looks that way. So here we go. Dan Barry, the Mighty Mouse. And Mark Dick Redden over there. Look at Marky's car, man. That thing's like slammed. I dig cars that are slammed down in the dirt. I just like digging. I tried to slam my 96 Cavalier and it didn't. I got rear-ended. That was slamming it. Oh, the Ferris wheel's going to start pretty soon? Oh, cool. Here we go. Move up the starting point. It's all about 960. Somebody go number one. 954, too quick, Mark Dick. 951, too quick, Dan Barry. Not Ernie McAllister, still number one. As now the next pair, Bill Becker. Ings Oil to Willys. Team, your California Hot Rod Reunion Seagas champion. DJ Giacalone, the Pizzazz 55 Chevrolet, your defending March Meet champion. Be bold. Put your money on one of these two to go to that number one spot. Bold, innovative, take charge type of guy. Well, we're about to find out. In set, here we go. Three-line advantage went to Bill and the Willie. I feel a 960. I can tell that I'm wrong. Oh, PJ goes 9594, Mr. by 6 thou. Bill Becker goes like in the next zip code at 949.6. And Ernie's down there going, hey, Mike, I told you were wrong. Okay, I'm sorry. Danny Topol, the team in from Las Vegas, the racetrack promoter over here on the right side. Nova and that's a She-Bell. West Coast Hot. Down there top end, Randy Chevelle, 943, too quick. And Danny goes 982. So it's in racer speed. Well, one of one either way. One's too quick, one's too slow. As now, it'll be Billy T. Got the leak fixed. You saw him sitting down here. Chris Ria, team out of Northern California, 7-Up. You can mix that with all kinds of stuff, and it's real good. It's good to begin with, but, you know, I'm just saying. I'm always here to help. Little far side Chris. Billy over here. A couple of Novas. Pick your poison. Orange one, white one. I'm drinking, so I'm taking some. Oh, man. Chris Ria goes, Now see how he does down there. Chris goes 956 too quick. Billy goes 972. 12 off, so if index-wise, they're both, neither one of them's going to be happy. And Ernie McAllister's still number one. Amber Rutherford. That's the Mustang over here for Miss Amber. Scotty Morgan. Scott's Camaro, another one of those slammed down in the dirt cars. I'm going red cars. The next two pairs of cars, I'm going red car. Top end, 9:56. Amber goes too quick. 9:59.5. Scott Morgan missed it by 5 thousandths of a second. Ernie McAllister still number 1 is Dave Stage. Your right side. It's a Budweiser CP Carrillo light. Slam down in the dirt. I like them cards, as you can tell. They're like down there like that. The reaction time. Top in. 9:56.8, too quick. 9:66.8, Dave Stage. The Exeter runner will be number 3. Behind Tim Gorman and Ernie McAllister. Ernie's still number 1. It's out of time. No, not that one. That's the Nova over here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Far side, Priscilla Cogswell. Cogswell Motorsports down there in San Diego. Miss Priscilla, the family Nova. Pete, Mitch, and the bunch. 9:63.4 gets you number 1, and Ernie McAllister's down there walking around with his kid Wes going, hey Mike, that wheels on bucks for all the time. Isn't that cool? Nova top end, Budweiser CP lane, 9:55, 137, too quick. Miss Priscilla, Cogswell Motorsports, 10:23. Now where she wanted to be. Jason Barta and Kent Combs. Combs, of course, that is the 67 Camaro. Jason Barta. Picnic table equipped Chevelle for the former N1 champion. Of course, everybody in the family races. Daughter Ava has the Junior Dragster. Dad Steve has the Nova D-Gas. Jason's got this car in C-Gas. They have the NE1 Dragster. They could, give me a car. So Kent Combs looks like he's getting shut off. Jason gets to show off. Now remember, Jason, 9:63.4 better gets you number 1. I'm here with that advice. Nobody ever listens. See if Jason listens. In set. Goes 80 on the tree. I get that number 1 spot. Jason Barta, top end. 9:06.09. Jason Barta goes number 1. Get on 9:136 for Jason. Now we can let Kent take a single run here. So Jason goes number 1, dead on 9. Sorry, Ernie, but you knew it was coming. Come on, really? Oh, we're gonna send Kent on a single here. Cool. See what he does. 8 thou to play with. Jason Barta sitting number 1, dead on 9. Not sure exactly what's going on over there, as I have absolutely no idea, which is not a surprise. A lot of things I don't have idea. So now we're going to push Kent off, unfortunately. Gave it 2 shots. Unfortunately, that's all you got. Have to come back in session number 2. We're not done. There'll be another sessions. So, going to push Kent off over there in the B-Gas Camaro. The Stalls Eliminator 3 should be in the lanes. Should be the optimum word. So Bill Perry, team in from Las Vegas. The Pontiac was wide away, that Pontiac. That's no Chevrolet under the hood. That's all pure Pontiac. And Crazy Connie Wold. Vega, Purple Rain Basin. Purple Rain Racing. I knew I'd get it right. By the way, that's not a Vega. That's an Omega. Yep. Oh, look at Connie. Sky them front wheels. Hangs right with it. Hang on there, Connie. Reel that baby back in. Lifts off the throttle. So Crazy will lift off the throttle and out of the way. Bill Perry goes 2:9.46. 1:39, and Jason Barta sitting number 1. Ernie McAllister sitting number 2. It's now Chris Robbins. Isn't that Ford cool? That's in my fantasy garage, by the way. John Barracat. That is the Nova. Retired from the San Francisco Police Department. How cool is that? Oh, and John shows up. Look at that. Double O2 on the tree. Chris Roberts goes 27. The tree got left by a bunch. 9:51, too quick. 9:66, Chris Roberts in the Ford. And I believe that's a top 5 number. Yeah, number 4 is Chris Roberts. Now, we're going back. Vega, Corvette. Roland Combs. That's the Corvette for the team out of Alberta. 67 Corvette. Tyler Fry. Gino Hills, another one of those Gino Hills team transmission cars. Double 07. Top end Vega. 948, 141. Rolling with problems at 1195. 82 of them MPHers. Wayne Hoover. Greg Renke. Greg. Far side, that's the Nova. Wayne over here, near side, that's the Nova. Wayne's in from Altaloma. 67 Nova. Craig's in from Yuba City. That's up there, you know. That's the 63 Nova. Small block left side, big block right side. Equal amount, 960 up on the scoreboard there. Wayne makes a nice move to 67 Nova. He's 028 on the tree. Get on 8, gets the number 1. 9:59, too quick. Wayne Hoover by 2. Stinking thousandths of a second. Chris Renke goes 9.683. Chris moves that number 6 spot on the qualifying is now. Stephen Thompson. Mustang, far side. Santiago Lopez. Micah's dad. Tara's hubby. Santiago spent so much time working on Micah's dragsters. Now he's moved to the big car. Gets out a lot of success. So here we go. Move on to start it. To Micah. And then right alongside. They are side by side. Top end. 9:51, too quick. Thompson. 9.661, 135 for Santiago. And Santiago goes to the number 4 spot. Bumps everybody but Tim Gorman, Ernie McAllister, and Jason Barta down. Now, final car in class. Single run. John Friel, the farmer from Arbuckle. I know where that's at. Big block, Nova. Oh, kind of stumbled there. Maybe like a carburetor. Top end. 964, 138, 964, 138 moves him into the number 3 spot. As now we're going Nostalgia Eliminator 3. Scoreboard will stay the same at the top end. It'll be 960. But the cars are going to change a little bit. So I've had the funsies of doing D-gas and C-gas. And now I'm going to present to you the world's greatest motorsports announcer there is. But he's not here today, so Mike Ames is going to take you through NE3.
Hey, Mike English, thank you very much. I think start off with Lindsay Lister, Darren Hopkins. Lindsay, we were here in October for the California Hot Rod Reunion. Was your champion of the world. San Pedro, California based front engine drag show alongside Darren Hopkins. Hopkins out of Bakersfield, the 67 Camaro Roadster here at Nostalgia Eliminator 3. We'll see a whole slew of vehicles. You'll see Roadsters, you'll see Alters, you'll see front engine dragsters. As Lister goes 979.9, 133. Darren Hopkins closer to the 960 index there at 963, 139. Once again, Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Need you up in lanes 2 and 3, please. Muy pronto, Nostalgia Eliminator 2. The staging lanes 2 and 3 is Ron Anzalone and Don Morris. Donnie the Kid out of Roseville, California. Don Morris there to Budweiser. CP Carrillo side of the racetrack. Ron Anzalone. Inline. V6. 3 member cars off the side of that inline. V6 Chevrolet, 1041 there for Anzalone. He's way off the 960 number. Don Morris needs to improve by a couple of tenths as well as he goes 981. Ron Anzalone's hot rod. Very unique power plant, that inline V6. Pretty much a work of art in that hot rod as we bring up Ed DeStout and Spanky McGee. McGee in the front engine drag strut of Red Bluff, California. Small block Chevrolet power there for Mr. McGee and Ed DeStout. Your 2001 Super Gas World Champion. Guy that has dominated the Nostalgia Eliminator 3 category. Your defending March Meet champion. Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet champion is Mr. DeStout. Several occasions been the Nostalgia Eliminator 3 NHRA Heritage Series champion. One of the best in the category. Over there in that 62 right on the money there on the green light start. DeStout misses 960 by 2 stinking thou. As he goes 959.8, 138 on the speed, 946 there for Spank McGee at 133. Once again, one hit for our classes today. You guys qualify based on that 960 index, how close you can come to sticking the landing. Once again, Nostalgia Eliminator 2. You should all be in the staging lanes at this time, please. Lanes 2 and 3. B-Gas, first call. Baker Gas. Need you up in the staging lanes as well, please. Baker Gas is Mike Gillespie and Gabe Brown. Gillespie out of Concord, 27 Ford Roadster. Over there in the Auto Club. But at Dodge Ram lane, left side, Gabe Brown in that radically chopped 34 Ford Coupe out of Reno. Well, 355 cubic inch small block Chevrolet slapped in that coupe there, Gabe Brown. The radical setup there for Mr. Brown. Goes 952 under that index by 8 Hun. Gabe Brown goes 950 as he's under the 960 standard by a dime at 138 miles an hour. It's Ty Ishibashi and Steve Canton. Couple of Fiat Topolino bodies. Ishibashi out of Las Vegas, Nevada there, the Auto Club. But at Dodge Ram lane, left side of the racetrack, Steve Canton out of Boring, Oregon. And this 48 Fiat Topolino bodied. Nostalgia 3 racer. Ishibashi not getting off the starting line. Canton, 66 green, and then goes 948. He's under by 12 Hun. Ishibashi, let's keep running. Parade lap there for Ty, 14:57 at 87.61 on the mile an hour. Nostalgia Eliminator 2. You should be in lanes 2 and 3. B-Gas, Baker Gas. In the staging lanes as well, please, for your first qualifying session is Kenny Brush, John Miner. Ready for their first qualifying session here, the 61st Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by Lucas Oil here at famous Auto Club Famoso Dragway. Kenny Brush, Fresno, California, the front engine dragster. 427 cubic inches of Chevrolet power. There for Kenny Brush, John Miner, Lakeside, California. Little 32 Ford Roadster, small block Chevrolet there for Miner. Once again, this is first qualifying session here for Nostalgia Eliminator 3. 960. Oh, hang on there, John Miner. Miner it back in. He goes 1079. Kenny Brush goes 994 in his front engine ride. Everybody continues to search after the 960 NE3 indexes. Wes Anderson. Yeah, final car in category here, Wes Anderson. Orange and white 27 Ford Roadster. 396 power plant there for Wes. Chevrolet there for Wes. 28 thou. Start. Go to the top of the ledge. You got to be better. 963. How about 966.3 there for Wes Anderson. 134 on the speed. As we wrap up the first qualifying session in Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Pick things up by 1 second here as we go Nostalgia Eliminator 2, the 860 runners. Same thing here with Nostalgia Eliminator 2 as Nostalgia Eliminator 1. You're going to see front engine dragsters, altereds, roadsters, several different type engine configurations, power outers, power plants. Terry Lindblad, Chico, California. First out of the gate, 66 Williams front engine machine. 392 Chrysler power plant there for Terry Lindblad and the Auto Club. The Dad Dodge Ram side of the racetrack alongside Jim Miller. Jim out of Rancho Santa Fe, California. A 29 bodied Ford Roadster. 496 Chevrolet power there for Mr. Miller. .703, 154 there for Lindblad. 1032.1 there for Jim Miller at 128 on the mile an hour. Jerry Brockhäuser, Jerry Espeseth, Jeff the Auto Club, Haddad Dodge Ram side of the racetrack, Durham, California in his 32 Bantam. Chevrolet power there for Jeff and Jerry Espeseth, your Belinda, the Worm Pipe Rack. 427 cubic inch power plant there for Jerry. Espeseth goes 849.3, under by just over a tenth of a second, 144 on the speed there for Jerry. Jeff will get one run today. Come back tomorrow for the second qualifying session. So no racer information yet over there. Auto Club side of the racetrack, the front engine drag show. We apologize for that as we're getting all the information loaded up in the timing system. Sam Tucker, Redding, California. Sam is runner-up. Last year in that react to the green. Sam Tucker goes 8:57, misses it by 3 hun, 152 on the mile an hour, 8:71 for the front engine drag show over there, 154 Auto Club side of the racetrack. Once again, B-Gas, Baker Gas. You should be in the lanes. If you are not there, you might officially be on the naughty list. Troy Moyle, John Lyon. Troy, Carson City, Nevada. In the orange 23 Ford with big block Ford power. John Lyon over to Nevada. Right there, just out of Las Vegas. Small block Chevrolet there for John. Slingshot front engine dragster. Again, here in Nostalgia Eliminator 2, we are looking for 860 down there on the scoreboard. Troy Moyle for the 007 reacting to green. John Lyon, well, he was not 007 reacting to green. And how about Troy Moyle? Moyle, 007, 8602. 152 there for Troy Moyle. And I tell you what, 9 thou on the combined numbers. When you add that reaction time and the over the dial-in. 9 thou on the combined number there for Troy Moyle. John Lyon goes 913 as he misses 860 by a Grundle. Miguel Lomas, Tony Lemon. Miguel out of Fremont, California in the Bantam. Guy who's taken it deep here at the Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet on several occasions. Runner-up in 2014 at Tony Lemon. Front engine dragster out of Garden Grove, California. Lomas, 46 thou on the green line start. Tony Lemon, buck 49 reacting to green. Looking for 860s down there on the scoreboards. 877 there for Lomas. Tony Lemon just misses it by 8 thou as he goes 859.2, 120 on the speed. Obviously just 120 miles an hour there for Tony Lemon. He was off the gas before the end of that 1320. Miguel Lomas goes 877. There in his Bantam is Roger Turley and Jeff Kreider. Turley, former Nostalgia Eliminator 3 champion of the world. The Utah-based Chevrolet-powered Midnight Flyer 23 Ford. Also former March Meet champion Nostalgia Eliminator 3. Moved up here in Nostalgia Eliminator 2 for 2019. And Jeff Kreider, 2015, won the whole thing. Kreider, one of the unique characters out here in drag racing. Bakersfield, California, the Tuttle big block Chevrolet. There for Mr. Kreider, also be driving in Hot Rod this weekend. Kreider, 23 thou reacted to green. Roger Turley, 11 thou behind. Turley goes 8.630, 150 mile an hour. Midnight Flyer, 866 there for Mr. Kreider at 155.04 on the mile an hour. Gary Ryan and Danny C. That's Danny, the winged altered out of Clovis, California. Gary Ryan out of South San Francisco. In 2015 was your Heritage Series champion in Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Danny C., one of the perennial contenders in the class. So a couple of good ones here. Side-by-side qualifying session number 1. Everybody's chasing Troy Moyle, who went 8.60 deuce. There's also 007 on the starting line. I mean, that doesn't count for the qualifying stuff. It's just impressive. Gary Ryan, 19th green. Danny C, 27th thou, and that winged altered. 828 there for Gary Ryan as he just freight trains 860. Danny C goes 867.4 at 152 there for Danny C, but Gary Ryan was in a hurry. As we continue to work our way here through Nostalgia Eliminator 2, got a couple of later shows back up in the staging lanes. Matt Garcia, Galt, California, in his Bantam. Sometimes here at Auto Club Mimosa, back around the corner. Sometimes you can get a little choked off. 136 green there for Matt Garcia, 891.4. For Matty G, 143 on the mile an hour for Mr. Garcia. Day number 1. The 61st Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by our friends at Lucas Oil. So I'm looking from my position here in the tower that can see back around into the staging lanes. B-Gas is pulling up in the lanes. We still have, 2, 4, roughly 10 to 12 Nostalgia Eliminator 2 cars, maybe a couple more than that. Rick Fardig, Auburn, Washington, 23T Chevrolet Alder, Dwight Garland Jr. out of Mission Viejo. That helter-skelter front end of your machine. There for Dwight Jr. Fardig, Auburn, Washington. That green altered. They're in the Auto Club Haddad Dodge Ram lane. Dwight Garland Jr. Extra cautious. Backing up after the burnout. Rick Fardig patiently waiting. Enough time to have a snack or two. The lengthy burnout backup procedure there for Dwight Garland Jr. Fardig is pre-staged and in. Garland Jr. follows. Fardig. Whoa, hang on there. Don't hit the pumpkin. Fardig, all sorts of squirrely. Dwight Garland Jr., 82 green, and then goes 942. He misses 860 by a bunch. Fardig had to abort that run. 1345, 95.77 on the mile an hour. Bring up Tom Martis and Mike Golden. Tom Martis, Gardena, California. 67 dragster, the Charlie Says No machine. The young man who was the 14 March Meet champion in that front engine dragster. And Mike Golden out of Yucaipa, 38 Fiat. So Martis, your former March Meet champion. Martis, the front engine dragster, small block Chevrolet power. Mike Golden, big block Chevrolet power there for that Fiat over there in the Budweiser CP Carrillo side of the racetrack. Everybody chasing Troy Moyle. Golden knocks out the beams, will not get anything. Martis, 78 thou on the green light start, looking for 860 down there for the Charlie Says No machine. Martis will be happy with that. 862.3 at 152 on the mile an hour for your former March Meet champion of the world. It's Robert Johnson and J. Todd Fernandez. Couple of best in the category. Robert Johnson, your California Hot Rod Reunion champion. J. Todd Fernandez, your 2017 March Meet champion of the world. Robert Johnson, Heritage Series champion over there in the Auto Club Haddad Dodge Ram side of the racetrack, and J. Todd Fernandez out of Tulare at 32 Bantam. Michael English, need you up in the tower if you would, please. Mr. Michael English, need you back up in the tower if you would, please. So the injected big block there for J. Todd Fernandez. Robert Johnson with his injected Ford. Need you up in the tower if you would, please. So a couple of best in the category here is Robert Johnson, the 2018 Heritage Series champion. J. Todd Fernandez won this race. As RJ goes 008, dropping the hammer. J. Todd Fernandez, 91 thou on the green light start, and Robert Johnson goes 853.6. 152 on the mile an hour for Robert. J. Todd Fernandez goes 8691 at 151.95 on the speed. George Chatterton and Gabe Wood. Couple of Fiats. Chatterton, Auto Club Haddad Dodge Ram side of the racetrack, left side, and the Hitman 37 Fiat. Small block Chevrolet there for George out of Escondido. George Rochelle on the squad, and Gabe Wood, Bakersfield. Big block Chevrolet 48 Fiat. He's over there in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Gabe getting help from Chris Chamberlain. Troy Moyle sitting on top of the world, 8602. Tom Martis and that Charlie Says No hot rod win 862.3. Roger Turley, the Utah-based Chevrolet powered Alder goes 863. That's your top three in the category so far. It's Chatterton, 35 thou reacted to green. How about Gabe Wood there? Double 04 on the green line start. Still 860 target practice, 855.1 for Gabe, under by 5, 152 on the speed. And George Chatterton, 882, 142 there, Mike English.
Thank you very much, Mike Ames. Appreciate it very much. As now we're going Bantam and a Fiat. That'll be the 48 Fiat for Gary Luck out of Phelan. I know where that's at. And Eddie Lucas in from Modesto, coming down the 99 highway there. He'll be over here in that 32 Bantam. Both of them sporting big block Chevrolets, Mike Ames. 600 cubic inch motor for Eddie over here in that right side. And then, of course, the, shall we say, the small block, the starter motor at 500 cubic inches for Gary Luck over there in that Auto Club Haddad Dodge Ram lane. So, let's see. Set number one, that's that Troy Moyle. Dead on 2. Oh, it was 007 on the tree, too. Man, way to go. 9 thou package. Come and get you some of that. So here we go. Let's see what happens in this pair. You got a couple thou to play with. to get that number 1 spot away from Troy. 2 cars that are plenty capable. Ooh, wheels up launch there. Oh, hang on, a little darting around there for Eddie Lucas, but he stays right with it. Problems for Gary. He's going to ease her down there. Eddie goes 8.74, 153. Nope. And Gary, who whacked the throttle there, and it just like went virtually nowhere down the track. So he will ease down that Auto Club and add Dodge Ram lane at a 23.68 at 44 miles an hour. So, continuing on with this session number 1 of Nostalgia Eliminator number 2. It'll be Rick Nordis, a yellow dragster, team out of Porterville, injected small block, and Brent Reschler in from Washington, the injected 354 Hemi, coming back here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo rods and pistons lane. So let's see what happens here. You want to go to that number 1 spot, you got to go 8.601 to bump everybody back 1 spot. Troy Moyle, dead on 2 for the number 1 spot right now. So, here we go. Mike Ames, this is all yours, buddy.
Go ahead. Masters up at all? They're up all the way.
All right, so Rick Nordness, 001, 864-2.
Because I don't want to blow the speakers up. There's a huge buy. Okay, go ahead.
Brent Reschler goes 886-4. His front engine injected Hemi dragsters to bring up Michael Doc Beebe, Porterville, California. The beautiful green front engine dragster for the Beebe family. And Jason Justice, the firefighter, the 41 Jeep Willys. Well, 358 Mopar power plant there for Jason. So Doc Beebe, that front engine dragster, 17th hour on the green light start. Once again, you got to be better than 8.602 to get there in front of Troy Moyle. Jason Justice, 39 green, and the Willys goes, Jeep Willys goes 887. Doc Beebe, pretty good. 861.6, 150.80 on the speed is Art Justice. Art out of Mojave, and his 27 Chevrolet bodied roadster, little teeny tiny 632 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. There for Art, and I believe Art might be final car in the category. Mike English, verify that for me if you would please. So final car. Man, here we go. Words are hard. Final car in category here in Nostalgia Eliminator 2.
It's going to be door cars. Fast door cars.
Faster door cars.
Faster door cars. Yes, absolutely.
We saw the C gas session that you did.
Yeah.
We saw the D gas session.
Yes. Great cars. Fast. A lot of dead-on runs there to make them happen. So it's a very, very good, well, this session's here, this great Thursday here, the first day of the 61st Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by Lucas Oil here at Auto Club Famoso Raceway. Oh, man. Oh, Sarah just gave. Oh, very cool, Sarah. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Check this out, Mike Ames. We have two people here in their 80s racing this weekend. Don Fournier, he's 81 years old today. He's got that D-gas Anglia.
Anglia, the blue one?
Yeah.
Yep.
81 years old, man. That's so cool. And, of course, Cleve Henderson leading the way, 85 years old and still getting her done in Hot Rod Eliminator with that Mercury Cougar. That is just so cool.
I really thought you were going to say something about that we had two people in their 80s that were on property, and I was like, well, it's three if you count you.
Yeah, thanks. You're so funny. 50 million comedians out of work, and you show up. So,
hey, look, I'm not saying that you're old or anything, but your first Halloween costume was sewn by Betsy Ross.
Yeah, she did a good job. I still have it.
Still fits.
Yeah, still fits. Can you say that?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, man. Boy, what a great day, number one. I hope all the fans in the grandstands are just gorgeous weather, isn't it? Look at that. Look at that puffy. What? Can you reach out and touch one of those clouds?
Just like fluffy cotton candy.
Oh, that sounds good, doesn't it?
Tender as a newborn baby colt.
I've had one of those, and there's nothing tender about them. By the way, they kick. Well, I didn't have one. A horse. I should clarify that stuff.
I was going to say, if you had a newborn baby colt, that would be stuff for the National Geographic.
Yes, it would be. Absolutely. So, well, what's coming? B-Gas. B-Gas coming out next. B-Gas, you will be coming out next.
All right, so B-Gas finishing their final race preparations, getting all the safety stuff put on, getting the cars ready to go. Baker Gas will be our 860 index runners. Everybody really gets one rip today in all of our categories. They'll also be later this afternoon. We'll close the show with our nitro session. You see all of our nitro fuel altereds, nitro funny cars, the front engine top fuelers. None of the numbers will count for qualifying for the 64th Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by Lucas Oil. But the data acquisition that the teams glean from the runs today will absolutely help them as we move into the first qualifying session tomorrow for all of our nitro categories. So I would expect pretty much every team on site to be up here for that run today. Just a reminder, all of our racers that are here participating in the 61st Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet, make sure you stop by the Good Vibrations Motorsports tent. All your goodie bags are over there. And hey, while you're out there walking around, make sure you stop by the official Auto Club Famoso souvenir shirt sale stand. It is cash only over there, cash only. Make sure you pick up all of your Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by Lucas Oil shirts. And word of the wise, Mike English, I wouldn't hesitate because it's not like they have unlimited quantities and unlimited sizes. I'd head out today, get your stuff, make sure you get all the sizes that you want, because nothing sucks more. I mean, well, nothing's worse than when you wait, you go like Saturday, I'm going to go get my shirts. You've been here since Thursday, and they're sold out of the size that you want. And then you don't get it. I'm not sure, Mike English, what you were going to say. You appeared like, at your advanced age, I mean, it's easy for you to lose train of thought.
Yeah, no kidding. What'd you ask me? What'd you say?
So our friends from Auto Club Famoso, we have the FOD mat down there being towed behind the Auto Club Famoso truck. FOD mat. FOD. What is a FOD? Here we go. Okay, so I can teach everybody two things today. Number one, okay, so we have a Fiat Topolino. Does everybody know what Topolino means? Topolino in Italian means little mouse. Little mouse. All right, so there's one thing you learned. Okay, FOD mat that's being towed behind a lot of the airports across the country use the FOD mat, foreign object debris mat. They tow that thing behind the truck. I mean, it literally picks up everything that's on the racing surface. They use it on the airports across the country. The FOD mat, really, really cool piece of equipment that tracks across the country started using a few years back. The National Hot Rod Association uses it on every stop of the Male Yellow Series. You'll see him take that bad boy out after somebody punts a pumpkin. The orange blocks down there, always leaves a whole bunch of little stuff down there. They take that FOD mat out, drag it behind the track, picks up all that debris. Just another thing that tracks and operators across the country have started to use at their disposal in order to make track cleanups a little bit quicker. Once again, we do understand that there's some times where internal combustion components decide that they want to be external combustion components. Sometimes things fall off of cars. Sometimes you hit a pumpkin. Through no fault of the racetrack, we want to make sure that we keep the racing action going as long and lengthy as possible, and that FOD mat is just a newer tool that tracks have been using to speed up that process. So we're getting ready for B-Gas. B-Gas. Then we'll move into the A-Gas category, Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Then we'll move into 7.0 Pro, Junior Fuel, A Fuel, and then we'll have our Nitro session. But we'll close out day number 1 of the 61st Good Vibrations Motorsports presented by Lucas Oil. We do appreciate everybody making the pilgrimage both near and far to be with us here at the venerable Auto Club Famoso Raceway. John and Blake Bowser, Mark Dawson, and the whole team here at Auto Club Famoso do a fantastic job running this facility all throughout the year, but a pinnacle event here, the Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet. So right here by the tower, one of the additions for this year, the Ferris wheel will be operating here at some point today. We were talking yesterday about one of the Nitro sessions. Mike English and Donnie Couch will have to take the wireless microphone on the Ferris wheel and call one round of the Nitro burners while riding around on the Ferris wheel. I mean, nothing says romance like Mike English and Donnie Couch in the Ferris wheel. So hopefully just a few more minutes of quiet time before we're back into racing action. And we'll start it back off with B-Gas, Baker Gas, B-Gas, the 860 door cars when we get back here to On Track. Hey, and after the races tonight, when you're going out in Bakersfield and the surrounding areas and you're looking for a great place to go to dinner, hey, make sure you stop by the old original Roadhouse Grill over there on Rosedale Highway. Steaks, beef, chicken, ribs. In addition, that original Roadhouse Grill, best thing, you like shelled peanuts, open up them bad boys, throw them on the floor. Salty's Barbecue and Catering, voted Bakersfield Best Barbecue, serving tri-tip, chicken cooked over an oak fire, slow smoked ribs, brisket, and pulled pork. Make sure you take a look at the March Meat magazine for all of their locations. Feeling like a little Mexican food? Hey, it's Mexican food at its finest. The Old Hacienda restaurant on Olive Drive at the 99. Be your best meal in Bakersfield. See your March Meat magazine for location. You can also get 10% off your food by showing your March Meat tickets. And hey, if you're going to go get Mexican food, go to the Old Hacienda, show your March Meat tickets, 10% off your meal. And that's better than getting hit in the eye with a sharp stick. All right, so race control's telling us 5 minutes or less before we have B-gas on the track. So again, we are at that time of the day. Straight up 12 noon. Straight up 12 noon here at Auto Club Famoso. Make sure you take a visit down there to Vendor Row. Pick up all of your 2019 Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by Lucas Oil souvenir shirts. Was down there earlier checking out. In addition to the actual event shirt from this year, there is a whole gaggle, a vast cornucopia, a plethora of new shirt designs with just the March Meet on there. So not like your specific stuff, but just really, really cool March Meet stuff. All that stuff's available down there at the official March Meet souvenir stand. All right, so our run order here for the rest of the day. Going to B-Gas. After B-Gas, it'll be Nostalgia Eliminator 1, the open cockpit, open wheel, 760 runners. Followed by A-Gas, one of the coolest categories in all of drag racing, 760 door cars. Then we move into 7.0 Pro. 7.0 Pro is a completely rad category. 7.0 Index, all sorts of cool stuff. Junior Fuel, A-Fuel. In between there, we'll have a couple of sessions of track prep. Then a little cleanup run for everybody that did not make session number 1, if the time is available to do that. Then we'll move into our Nitro test session. The Nitro test session. That Nitro test session, be all the Nitro cars on category. Our fuel altereds. The 590 funny cars, the rear engine top fuel cars, front engine top fuel cars, and the funny cars will all be available. One hit today on the track before we move into Friday here at the 61st Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by Lucas Oil. Jim Black on the spray rig, throwing the PJ1. VHT down on the Auto Club Famoso Raceway. Quarter mile. Yeah, it's pretty crazy here from my vantage point here in the tower. They brought that FOD mat back here behind the burnout box, lifted up and shook it out down here on the ground, and there is literally 19 pounds of stuff that came out of that FOD mat. Now, literally, it's probably not 19 pounds, but all those little teeny imperfections that thing picks up off of the surface just makes a quarter mile that much better. Brian Taylor giving a little wisp of VHT down to the starting line area over there in the Auto Club Haddad Dodge Ram side of the racetrack. Everybody doing everything they can to keep this racing surface as pristine as possible to make sure that we give the drivers, the crew chiefs, everybody the best racing condition and best racing experience that we can. Okay, the call to fire for Baker Gas. B-Gas has been made. First pair fired up. Getting ready to come around the tower for qualifying session number 1 here at the 61st Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet. Leading us off, Boyd Shower, David Mallory. Shower in that big, heavy, yellow 40 Ols. That's just a big, heavy race car. Blown big block Chevrolet out of Menlo Park, and David Mallory, Bakersfield, California, in his 69 Camaro, 572 cubic inches of Chevrolet power there for Mallory. But Boyd Shower, on the board, 885, needs to improve by a couple of tenths. Mallory has slowed and is over against the wall down there. And I don't believe. Oh, Mallory is going to make that short shoot and get him off the surface. Thank you very much, David. Good job. Is Doug Hampton, Kevin Pope. Hampton in that gorgeous 66 Fairlane with 600 cubic inches of big Ford power out of Salinas there in the Auto Club. Haddad Dodge Ram side of the racetrack, and Kevin Pope, Exeter, California, 69 Camaro. A blown small block there for Pope. Green lights a pair, 39 on the ball for Doug Hampton. Kevin Pope, 82 thou initiating, 880, 155 on the speed. Doug Hampton goes 881. At 152 on the mile an hour. Once again, we're looking for 860. 860 out of our door cars. Rich Zondervan, Brian Busick. Zondervan. That yellow and black 71 Camaro out of San Jose. 605 cubic inch Chevrolet. There for Zondervan. Brian Busick out of a Atascadero in his 69 Chevelle. 568 big block Chevrolet there for Busick. Wheel tweak and launch there for Zondervan. A little bit of hip smoke out of the back of Zondervan's machine. We'll watch that left side as he goes 860, 856, 8, 157. Excuse me, Zondervan goes 8568. As we're looking for 860, 157 on the speed, 888. There for Brian Busick, 152 on the mile an hour. Randy Armstrong backing up in his 57 Chevrolet out of Paso Robles, and Jim Black. Jim and Linda Black in that ultra clean white 66 Nova. Randy, 548 cubic inch Chevrolet there, the Auto Club. Haddad Dodge Ram lane, that 5.7 Chevrolet, and Jim Black. 632 cubic inches of Chevrolet power in that white 66 Nova. See 860s down there on the scoreboard. That's what we're looking for. 9,000 separated on the starting line. Armstrong a little bit better at 62 and then goes 8.615. Pretty good lap there for Randy Armstrong. 157 on the speed, 8.64. There for JB, Jim Black, 154. On the mile an hour is Nick Kendrick and David Wilson. Kendrick out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona in the 65 Mino Camino. David Wilson out of Liddell's, Oregon. That 40 Ford pickup, big block Chevrolet. There in that Ford pick-em-up truck. So a couple of real non-traditional B-gas cars. Kendrick, a 190 react to the green. David Wilson was late leaving the starting line. Get that out of his system now. 863 there for Kendrick, misses it by 3 hun. David Wilson misses it by almost a second. He's 943 here in an 860 class, 140 on the speed for Wilson. He needs to pick up the performance by a bunch as Neil Westbrook and Tim Mulvihill. Now, Neil Westbrook, a couple years ago in the Anna Series, went undefeated for the year back in 2014, and I mean, and that's doing something. Tim Mulvihill, Porterville, California, the red 67 Nova. Mulvihill, your runner-up in 2018 here at the March meet. Westbrook was your March meet champion. So the two cars right here on the starting line is a replay of the final round in B-Gas, where Neil Westbrook come out on top. Mulvihill just tattooed Neil Westbrook on the starting line. 860 is what we're looking for. 8.573 there for Tim Mulvihill. 157 on the speed. 8.69.5 there for your defending event champion and Neil Westbrook in his Chevrolet Camaro. Ken Spears, Joe Bernier. Spears out of Las Vegas, Nevada, in his 54 Chevrolet pickup truck. Bing wing off the back of that hot rod. And Joe Bernier out of Chula Vista, the 72 Vega. A 74-year-old over there in the Budweiser CP Carrillo side of the racetrack. The young man out of Chula Vista. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. I need you in the staging lanes, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. My 760 players. I need you in the staging lanes. Ken Spears, 88th out, react to the green, that pickup truck first off the line. Bernier, better performance on that 860 index. He goes 872 in the Vega, 153 on the speed. Kenny Spears goes 887. At 149 on the mile an hour is Val Miller. Gary Davis. Val Miller, and we were back here in October at the California Hot Rod Reunion. That 71 Barracuda out of Bakersfield held up the trophy at the end of the day. Big block Mopar power there for Val and Gary Davis. 74 Chevrolet Camaro. Brian Taylor, our chief starter, wanting to take an extra look at Gary Davis's machine as a backup. Says, all right, gentlemen, we're good to go. Brings Gary Davis back into the beams. Both drivers are pre-staged. .854.2 there for Val Miller. He was 23 there, reacting to green. Just 3 thou separated him on the starting line. Gary Davis was 26 thou. Reacting to green, breaking those stage beams after the flash of the green light. Then he goes 864 to be 4 above, 155 on the mile an hour. Once again, Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. My 760 runners, I need you In the staging lanes, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 as Nathan Hopp and Mike Munoz. Nathan Hopp out of Visalia, California. Really good looking 69 Mustang. Big block Chevrolet power there for Hopp in the Auto Club lane. Mike Munoz and that big heavy 65 Olds 442. Guy who's won a couple of NHRA Heritage Series events here in B-Gas. Better on the reaction time. There's that big heavy Oldsmobile 50 thou reacting to green and then goes 867. Nathan Hopp in the Mustang goes 8503 as he's under by a 1/10 of a second. Randy Armstrong in that 57 Chevrolet, who was your second place in points in the Anna Series last year, currently on top of the qualifying ledger. 861.5 is what we're looking to beat. Kevin Riley and Brent Handley. Speaking of that Anna Series that Butch Hedrick does such a fantastic job running, Brent Handley in that 72 Nova was your ANRA champion here alongside the 67 Barracuda of Kevin Riley, that purple hot rod. Riley turns it red, no harm, no foul. Brent Handley, 19 green, 857.2 there for Handley. Your ANRA champ from last year, 158 on the mile an hour. Kevin Riley goes 865.7 at 159.10 on the mile an hour there for Riles is Mark Simonian and Vince Page. Page in that 64 El Camino with an uber aggressive burnout. They're in a Budweiser CP Carrillo side of the racetrack, and Mark Simonian, the 63 Nova out of Sanger. Simonian runs this hot rod. I was with Mark last week over at the NHRA Divisional over there at Tucson Dragways. Mark was running his Trans Am in Super Street trim. Mark, if memory serves me correct, third round defeat there for Simonian. So one qualifying session for everybody today. Let's get Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. I need you in the staging lanes. Well, at least one qualifying session for our Group 1 and Group 2 competitors. Simonian not able to stage it. Vince Page goes 836. That's low ET for the round, and it's not really something that you're striving for. In the 860 index, 165 on the speed there for the El Caminos. We're getting Mark Simonian 63 Nova push back here behind the burnout box. Tough break there for Mark. Hopefully it's nothing too problematic. Once again, Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. You should all be in the staging lanes, please. Yeah, Mark Simonian, former Summit Series national champion. Guy who has lit up a win light, a time or 10. Philip Bagalari, Duarte, California. Great looking 67 Nova, that red machine. They're in the Auto Club, a Dad Dodge Ram side of the racetrack, and Steve Pullen. Pullen out of Indio and his silver 69 Camaro. A great burnout there for Bagalari. Randy Armstrong setting the standard of the category, 861.5. They're to be on top of the qualifying sheet. Again, you qualify based on that over 860 index. Object of the game is get as close to that 860 number as you can. Now, why would you want to be number one qualifier? Well, because you can show off and you can be the number one qualifier. But in the case that there is an odd number of cars, that number one qualifier will get the first round single. Bagalari 008 reacting to green. Steve Pullen 51 on the bulb. Oh, Pullen misses up by 2 itty-bitty thousandths of a second. 859.8, 155 on the speed, 883 for that red 67 Nova. of Phil Bagliari. Once again, Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. All y'all should be in the staging lanes for this time. Gary Peterson, Jason Small. Side-by-side Nova, 64 advantage there for Peterson out of Chino, left lane. Jason Small, the 66 ride over there on the right side out of Bakersfield, goes 8.565. 154 on the speed there for Jason Small. Greg Peterson goes 8.94.8. At 147, he needs to speed up by about 0.3. So the top 5 here on the qualifying sheet so far: Randy Armstrong, 861.5. Nick Kendrick, 863.9. Jimmy Black, 864.0. Gary Davis, 864.5. And Kevin Riley, who was your 2018 Heritage Series champ. And when we were here last October for California Hot Rod Reunion, that young man was the runner-up at that event. It's Greg Fry, George Madden. Fry out of Chino, the 67 Camaro. Oh! Greg Fry on the burnout was trying to make a right-hand turn there towards the staging beam box. Glad he got out of that, straightened it out. George Madden, that purple flamed orange 66 Nova out of Livermore. A great stance there on George Madden's ride. They're in that Budweiser CP Carrillo side of the racetrack. Again, if you want to snake into the top 5, better than 865.7. Randy Armstrong currently in that number 1 spot. Fry, 95 thou reacted to green. Greg Madden a little bit late getting his finger off the button. We're looking for 860, 856.4, 160 there for Greg Fry. 867.9, 157 there for George Madden. As we bring up the Screamin' Norwegian. Blown 572 Chevrolet Purple Rain Racing, Buena Park, California. That's Jerry Wold backing up after the burnout. Going to be alongside Joe Simpson, San Bruno, California. The 68 Camaro there for Joe, the Auto Club. The Dad Dodge Ram side of the racetrack. Final pair in category, I do believe. I do believe I'm correct. B-Gas, final pair. Couple of 68 Camaro side by side. Simpson, Wold. Neither driver will be writing the reaction time down on a postcard and sending it out to people. 216 green there for Jerry Wold. 849 under by dime and change. 879 there for Joe Simpson. 154 on the mile an hour as that closes out B-Gas qualifying session number 1 here at the 61st Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by Lucas Oil here at Auto Club Famoso. So a good session there. Randy Armstrong leading the way. He'll have the target on his back as we have the second qualifying session for B-Gas tomorrow.
All right, so we're going to pick everything up here by about a second. We're going to bring out our 760 Nostalgia Eliminator 1 runners. You'll see front engine dragsters. You'll see Alders. You'll see Roadsters. All different kinds of power adders, engine configuration. We're going to start it off with a couple of good ones. Charlie C. and Danny Skrokosh. Front engine dragster right there. That's Danny Skrokosh. And to call Nostalgia Eliminator 1, how about Danny Skrokosh? So let's see, he's won the last 2 Good Vibrations Motorsports March meets there, Michael English.
And of course, Bernie Plord won the California Hot Rod Reunion. So here we go. Dirty Dan in from San Marcos and Charlie C. The brand new C Family Motorsports Nostalgia Eliminator 1 car. Of course, the NE2 car has been to the winner's circle in the championship. Oh, so a couple of big-time players. Now that Alter is brand new. It's starting to find its way. Dan Schrokoff, 019 on the treetop end dragster, 7644. Charlie C goes 7709. So Danny will be number 1, Charlie will be number 2 for now. It's Lloyd Harder, the team out of Canada, far side, making that long trip again. And Hans Jacob. Oh, this is pretty good. A couple of guys who have been to the winner's circle. So Hans, who at one time sported the supercharger on that car, made the switch over to the injectors in the single 4-barrel for Lloyd over there far side. Lloyd with a big time move about the starting line. Not sure what happened to Hans there, but it makes no difference. This is qualifying right now. 7606. Lloyd Harder goes number 1, dead on 6. Hans Jacob too quick, 754.5. So Lloyd says, come and get you some of that, Lloyd. Dead on 6 is Jim Sievers and Ken Fullerton do their burnout. Fullerton the back line, Budweiser CP Carrillo rods and pistons lanes. Be here and over there, Jim Sievers, who went to the money round at the California Hot Rod Reunion, far side, for the team in from Washington. Going up against the runner out of Nevada over here at Ken Fullerton. Great thing about NE1, it's got dragsters, it's got alters, it's got an occasional funny car will slip in there. So Jim Sievers over there left side. Ken Fullerton over here right side. Continuing on session number 1 is Lloyd Harder. And the second pair came out there, went dead on 6 for that number 1 spot. Clean and green. Only got 6 down limits of reaction time. See how it is at the finish line. 7:48 too quick for Ken Fullerton. Oh man, Jim Sievers goes number 1. 10 on 5 for the California Hot Rod Reunion runner-up. 7:605, and by 1/1000th of a second, Jim Sievers takes over that number 1 spot. Now, Stan Hebert. 23T altered. Stan, of course, another one of the Canadian teams. He'll roll up here in that Budweiser CP Carrillo rods and pistons lanes. Jamie Teixeira. Interesting little note here. Right side of the track, Stan in from Canada, Saskatchewan. Jamie over there, in from Hawaii. Attention to pits, attention to pits. A-Gas, Apple Gas. A-Gas, need you in the lanes, please. A-Gas, need you in the lanes, please. So two guys that are very geographically challenged here. Hawaii over there on that far side. Canada over here on the near side. Paired up for funsies and giggles in qualifying session number 1 that we have two cars dead on the index. Lloyd Harder, number 2, dead on 6. Jim Sievers, number 1, dead on 5. So for all of Hawaii over there far side is Jamie Teixeira. Over here for all of Saskatchewan, Stan Heber. Jamie's pre-stage, here comes Stan. They're in and set, here we go. Moving on that starting line up to that Hawaii car. Stan moving around down there and stays right with it. Jamie top end, a little bit of smoke, 767, 169. Stan goes 842, and oh man, that's a lot of smoke down there. Man, it just got progressively worse in the shutdown area there. 769 will put Jamie number 4. But man, that baby, we're gonna roll out the safeties for you, and the boys and girls and the guys and all of them down there are gonna check that out down there. But right now, Jim Sievers number 1, Lloyd Harder number 2, two-time champ Dan Shrokoff, Dirty Dan sit number 3, Jamie Teixeira number 4, and Charlie C for the C Family Motorsports round out your top 5. So the boys and the guys and the gals, the safety safarians over the wall, and they're gonna take a look down there and make a quick check of the track. So just a lot of smoke out of that Hawaii car. Well, the good news is our director of racing operations here at Auto Club Formosa Raceway, Mark Dawson, said, hey, top end of the track is dry. That's great news. So hopefully it's something that Jamie and the team out of Hawaii can get fixed. And of course, Lloyd, that 8-second run needs to just get his problems, get it off that starting line, get on down through there. As the next pair, it's going to be George Johns, Thunderstruck, the 48 Fiat, Jason Barta. Barta and Coburn, Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Of course, Jason doing double duty, got the Chevelle and C-Gas, Dad Steve's in D-Gas, daughter Ava runs a junior dragster. The old man, Ava's dad, Jason, will come up here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane, and of course, George Johns will be over there at Auto Club Haddad Dodge Ram lane. So the supercharged Fiat and the injected dragster. Dead on 4 can get you that number 1 spot. Oh, so very simple. So the S&S Fabrications team car for the former NE1 champion and Jason Barta. Here comes Thunderstruck, George Johns. The beauty of NE1, center steer, pick your combination, pick your car, get it to run 760 and you be the man or the woman, because the ladies can show them out. It's done tier 2. Drivers back for the burnouts. Jason right, George left. Dead on 4 will get you number 1. Anything else is second place. Jason made the move with the dragster. Now we'll see what scoreboard says. 762-0, Jason Barta. 769-9, George John. Jason is number 3. George is number 6 as your defending NHRA Heritage Series national champion, Dustin Lee. Coming back here in the Budweiser CP Corolla Rods and Pistons lane. And Tom Ellis in from Nevada. The Ellis chassis dragster for the Ford parts rep with Big Block Chevrolet for power. That's the altered far side. When, of course, when they added up all the points when we came to the California Hot Rod Reunion, the guy with the most was the guy with the dragster here in that Budweiser CP Corolla lane. Now, you take a look at that motor in Dustin Lee's car, and you look at that and go, huh, that looks strange. That dragster is LS powered. That's right. 373 inches of LS. Motor sitting in front of that driver for Dustin Lee and the team out of Palmdale who builds those engines for a living. So Dustin is pre-stage, waiting on Tom Ellis over there far side in his dragster for the Nevada car. They're set. Tom was better off the tree and then had the pedal and see what the champ does down there. Dustin Lee, 7.568. Too quick at 174. Tom Ellis gets back in. It goes 8.78 at a $1.75. Tried to hustle down there after he had to lift off the throttle. Chad Campy is burned out in the Budweiser CP Corolla lane. And Ed Silverman, the Wesco team car and Engel cams. Mark Engel down there. And I'll tell you what, watch that car in the Auto Club lane. Auto Club Haddad Dodge Ram lane. Ed Silverman started racing, had a 62 Nova that he raced at Orange County International Raceway. So Ed's been doing this a while. And I'll tell you, Dan Engel, Mark Engel's nephew, wheels this car in the ANRA series, and that kid's the champ. But of course, Ed, who crew chiefs that car, gets an opportunity to drive it periodically. And, well, when he had a chance to drive the March meet, you couldn't turn that down. Now, Ed usually takes a run or two to get it dialed in. Once he gets it dialed in, watch out. So Mark Engel walks away from his drive. Of course, Mark had a lot of success in that car, too. But let's see what Silverman does over there. Don't be surprised that Westco dragster far side goes number 1. Of course, the guy over here, Chad Campy, relatively new, but no slouch. Look at the reaction times. Chad's 24 on the tree. Ed's 25 on the tree. Top end, Ed Silverman. Ooh, just missed it. 7:58.6. Too quick by 14. Bow. Chad off at 8:05.9. 162. We got another session tomorrow. Is now John Brewer and Garrett Crisp. Garrett in from Visalia, the fireman. Gilbert Avignon Blessed team car for Garrett backing up in the altered Budweiser CP Corolla lane. And John Brewer, Audiology Services, with the runner out of Northern California. The Frameworks chassis car, Big Block Chevrolet for the Brewmaster far side. So let's see what happens here. Red light starts mean nothing in qualifying. They're free. Do that elimination. It's good night. Red light, you're going home. Top end, 772, 168. Garrett Crisp in the altar. John Brewer, 797.7, 170. So, that Jim Sieber still number one, dead on 5. Jordan Folka and A.J. Thomas. Jordan will be over here out of Simi Valley. The dragster comes back in that Budweiser CP Gorilla lane. And A.J. Thomas in his Nostalgia Eliminator 1 debut for the former junior dragster champ. Mom and Dad said, hey, about time. Let's put that kid in that altar. Put it together. Got a motor for it. See what it can do here. A gas car, you should be in the lanes, please. A gas cars, you should be in the lanes, please. So AJ will come up in the altar. Jordan Folko over here in that stealth black dragster. Not going to get a number. Jordan top end, 754.6. Too quick, 175. 754.6. AJ gets no numbers. And I'll tell you that Jim Sievers, the California Hot Rod Reunion runner-up, still number one, is Steve Schoenfeld, the Sonny's Toy 2 dragster. Stevie's son, Sonny, crew chief and tuner for Pops. The runner out of Murray, Utah. 23T Ford, big block Chevrolet for Mr. 253. A guy who has found his way to the winner's circle more than once, including here. So Sonny's dad. See what he does here. To close out NE1. Dead on 4, gets you number 1 spot. 11 on the tree, Schoenfeld in the altar. Good down here, how good is he down there? 767, 172, 767, 172. Slides into that number 6 spot, right behind Jamie Teixeira and the Hawaii team. So that closed out NE1 with Jim Sievers ended up number 1, dead on 5 as A Gas. You will be out next. A Gas, you will be out next. So rocking and rolling right on through here. And day number 1, the 61st Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by Lucas Oil here at Auto Club Famoso Raceway. By the way, did you go over to the souvenir tent, get your event shirt yet? Highly recommend that you go right on over there and score that shirt. They're cool. Mike Ames has gone over to get me one. A-Gas, index stays the same up there at 760. Tony Foti, that's the cop car for the Los Angeles Police Department. And Kamaka Pocock, the boogeyman. That's the Thames panel truck. Kamaka, who's got a shop over there in Bakersfield, builds hot rods for a living. The supercharged small block for Kamaka and the team, and the supercharged big block for the cop car, Tony Foti. And of course, how do you equalize them? 760 up on that scoreboard. So the winged Thames panel truck and the cop car. 760 up on the scoreboard. Jim Sievers showed you how to do it in NE1. Let's see who's going to do it in A-Gas after session 1. So a couple of big old honking air conditioners sitting on top of them motors. Of course, that small block over there out of that Greg Suinaga Racing Engines. Tony Foti over here. I got to get me one of them cop cars like that. And Tony moving around. So Kabaka puts up his first pass here. Top end 7. Oh, trip 7s. $170 for the team out of Bakersfield. 825, 178. So Tony was good power-wise down there, but just didn't have it down here. So he'll have to make some adjustments on that car. But right now, trip 7s with a 3. $170. Kamaka Pocock sitting in number 1 is Rafael Quiroga. Will come up here in the very swoopy, and I mean very swoopy, 5.7 Chevrolet, and Brian Rogers, 67 Nova for the team out of Claremont. A couple of BBCs. Of course, Kabaka in from Santa Ynez, which is just over there. And swoopy 5.7. I mean, that car, I put this car between Raphael's car and Tom Torek's 55 Chevy. I'm like torn on which one I want. Well, I have both in my fantasy garage, which, by the way, after just 5 hours of racing is jam-packed because I can do that. So the 57 coming back, the Nova over there waiting. Sid number 1, Kamaka Pocock, trip 7s with a 3. You go 760 something, you're going number 1. 2 cars, plenty capable. Plenty. That starting line goes to the Nova. 023 top end is going to be Nova. 753 too quick. Raphael goes 758 too quick. Both of them at over 180 miles an hour. So Kamaka still number 1 is Ray Padgett and Brian Thatcher. Padgett, the Corvair. I said that, nobody caught it. There is a Corvair that runs a B-gas, by the way, but it's just out being rebuilt. Of course, the Corvette, 63 split window Corvette. Ray and the team in from Santa Paula, the western end of Highway 126. And Brian Thatcher, the 56 Nash Metropolitan. There's probably a lot of Metros out here. There's probably at least one. Of course, Brian over there in the Nova, that ran earlier, is your California Hot Rod Reunion champ. But now, our Ray Badger, nice move with red light start. Ray top end Corvette goes 758. 5 too quick. 922 for Brian in the Metro. He needs to tune it up, and Ray just needs to tap her a little bit down there. As now, the next pair rolling up, another one of those ever so popular race cars. It's the 59 Rambler wagon. So Frank Miranda, who went to the money round at the California Hot Rod Reunion, that's the home wrecker for Rambler Wagon. And Ray Castanetto, the teammate from Northern California. Ray, the 67 Nova, and Frank, the ever-popular race car. Oh, Ray's going to have to back it out there. Apparently got a Lincoln. So the California Hot Rod Reunion runner-up, the home wrecker for former national champ. In fact, that is your reigning national champion in the Heritage Series. 002 on the tree, and 761. 002, 761.8. Frank Miranda takes over that number 1 spot, just like that. So a little bit of mop action going on over there as the national champion goes to that number 1 spot. So Frank, of course, your defending March Meet champion, your defending national champion, your California Hot Rod Reunion runner-up, takes over that number 1 spot. Is this next pair? This could be pretty good. Casey Truer. He'll be over there far side, that 33 Willys for wife Kim and the team out of that King's Oil tool. And Kenny Phillips in from Las Vegas, the 69 AMX. Which, by the way, there's no big block Chevrolet under the hood of that AMX. That Kenosha Cadillac here, that Budweiser CP Carrillo Lane, is all AMC powered. Of course, that 33 Willys over there sporting that big block Chevrolet. Guy who's been there, seen that, and done that. Of course, Sid number 1, the champ, Frank Miranda, 7618. You go, well, that's pretty darn good. Well, let me tell you, folks, I'm going to go out on a limb here. 761.8 will not hold. That was bold on my part, wasn't it? So rocking and rolling through day number 1 here. Got all our friends in the World Wide Web there watching on the Auto Club Formosa Raceway live stream from start to finish. Now, depending on where you live, you have to get up early. We start tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. California time. That would be like down in Australia. That'd be like in the evening, I think. I can find out. So I know how to do that stuff. Oh, word is just got a little bit of cleanup there. We'll be back. Back at it was the word with Casey and Kenny, the Willys and the AMX. Ray Gas Supremacy. So word is they're just finishing her up down there on the starting line. Won't be long. Supercharged Kenosha Cadillac, the Budweiser CP Carrillo Lane, Auto Club Haddad Dodge Ram Lane, carbureted big block Chevrolet. Scoreboard, see it up there, 760. Got 17,000 to play with. As Kim Truer comes walking up over there in that far side to bring her husband Casey into the lanes, as she's done for about every run he's made. Kenny Phillips, the Kelvinator. $761.7 gets you number 1. Oh, so very simple. Listen to Kenny Phillips' car backing up. Vroom, vroom, vroom. It's cool, isn't it? Wish my car would do that. So Kim Truer bringing Casey back there. 2 cars plenty capable, taking that #1 spot. That 33 Willys, of course, it's got that King's Oil Tool name on the side. You see a car with King's Oil Tool on it, that's a bad daddy. Oh, the pair in the water box ain't bad either, huh? Check that out. So here we go. Phillips is pre-stage, waiting on Casey over there far side. 761.7, that'll put you #1. And I told you, I don't think that number will hold up for the champ, Frank Miranda. Nice move off that starting line for Casey and the Willie. 25 on the tree is Sam on the scoreboard. Now top end, Casey 781.174. Wow. I thought we'd see more on that. 775.181. So Casey will be #4. And Kenny Phillips, #2. Frank Miranda, the champ, sitting out there in that lofty #1 spot. 761.8 is now Al White and James Rutherford. That is the 49 business coupe for Rutherford, far side. That baby's just like way cool. And Al White, the Brutus 2 GTO. I gotta tell you, James Rutherford's car is just like way cool. So the Pontiac powered GTO over here, that's a Ford under the hood of that ride over there for James Rutherford. Oh man, that's like sweet. James goes in and lights both lights. Al White follows right behind him. Move off that starting line, goes to James. Oh, down the top end, somebody go #1. How about that, Al White? Dead on 7. That's your new #1 qualifier. I told you that 761.8 wouldn't hold up. James goes 753.0178 in the coupe. But Al White, the GTO, and Brutus is #1, dead on 7. Is Richard Wilson, the Voodoo Hemi, and Brian Smith in his A-Gas debut. Well, actually, he did run the California Hot Rod Reunion. Brand new car for the 2-time national champion over there far side, who in 2017 in NHRA Heritage Series and ANRA Series was undefeated. Champion in both. That was in his Mercury Cougar, who his daughter is going to start driving. Brian purchased this Camaro, said, I'm going to try out A-Gas. Had success in C-Gas, now wants to try out A-Gas. And Richard Wilson, the Voodoo Hemi, Dodge Aeroflow. So dead on 7, Al White, #1. 6th Al to have some funsies with. Time move off that starting line. See what the Camaro does top end, 758.84. Now Richard Wilson got there second, but goes 765.179, which is a better number because he was on the good side of 760, where Brian was too quick. So Brian Smith too quick, but Richard Wilson 765.9 puts him #3 behind Frank Miranda, your national champion, and Al White, who sits #1, is now be Peter Cogswell. That's the professor, far side out of Cogswell's Motorsports. Guy who had a lot of time in an Altered. Of course, wife Priscilla runs the family's Nova C gas car, and Mitchell and the team, and John Solani, the Corvette. So see what Petey does over there. Pete used to have a very cool fuel Altered called the Alien. So John Solani, another one of the Corvette runners, and Pete Cogswell. Sit number 1's Al White, dead on 7. Solani made a big-time move. He in and out the throttle. Corvette top end, 775, lifting off the throttle, $144. Pete Cogswell, 871, 131 for the 37 Chevrolet for the team out of Chula Vista and Cogswell Motorsports. So come back later, come back tomorrow and get another dialed-in run here. John Solani at 775. The 144, I'm not sure. I hope John didn't have a problem there. It's their next pair coming out from behind the tower here. Oh, isn't that 55 Chevy cool? And the Studi. Wow. Pick your poison. 53 Studebaker over here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. And the 55 Chevrolet. With boys, the Studebaker. And Ron Powlett. 55 Chevrolet for the Bakersfield team car. Wow, Cliff's car did the burnout there, and it did not spin the tire. But, you know, we've said this a million times. We've seen these people come up and do a burnout. No smoke, no nothing. And they like, oh, this guy will never get down the track. And then he goes and just goes psh, right down through there. So the 55 and the Studi. That 55's cool, isn't it? That baby just looks fast. Studebakers, 53 Studebakers look fast to begin with. But 55 Chevrolets, you know, coming out a couple years later, the first year of the Tri-5s, and, well, they were never thought to be aerodynamic when compared to a Studebaker, but that one is. So see what Pollock does over there, far side. Of course, Cliff back over here. Remember, he did have, it wasn't a real smoky burnout, so let's see what happens here. Four lights are lit on the tree. Here we go. Studi made a move. Looking for 760 down there. See what happens. Bump Al White off? No. 778, 172 for Cliff. He's the better of the two. Ron goes 783, 174 in the 55. Cliff moves to that number 7 spot. Ron to the number 9 spot. And Brutus 2, the GTO Al White number 1 is now Mike Mossy. The Camaro far side, and Tom Fowler, the flagship car for the King's Oil Tool. Wife Evelyn will be bringing her husband back. He'll be over here in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Watch that stealth black Camaro. That car is like 760 written all over it. Of course, now Mike Mossy, far side, the Napa run. That's rear and Morrison power under hood of that Camaro far side for Mike Mossy. So here we go, couple of Camaros, couple of swoopy ones. They're pre-staged. Mike's in. Tom Fowler's in. Move out that starting line. Mike Mossy, far side. He's out of the throttle. Watch Tom Fowler, that King's Oil Tool car. Oh, too quick. 755, $182, Tom Fowler. Mike Mossy out of the throttle, 1031 at 100 miles an hour. But Tom Fowler, 755, too quick, and Al White's down there going, yeah, I'm still number 1. Yeah, I am. Terry Newton, McClure Racing, 53 Stude, and Rich Harrison in from Lakewood, 69 Camaro. So the McClure Racing team car for Terry coming back here. The runner in from Camarillo with Alan Johnson power under the hood of that Studi. Then Rich Harrison, 632 BBC for power for the Camaro for the Lakewood runner far side. Al White still sitting number 1, dead on 7. And I know Al White very well. He's down there telling everybody, yeah, good job, just not good enough to bump me off that number 1 spot. They keep taking shots at it, but so far nobody's hit that target. Now White's sitting out there in that number 1 spot. So Rich Harrison far side, Terry Newton over here. Both of them pre-stage. Terry Newton's in, Rich is in. Here we go. Oh, look at that. Rich Harrison, double 06 on the tree. 6 now away from perfect. Top end Harrison, 757, too quick. Terry Newton goes 782. And I can tell you, Terry Newton wanted a whole lot more than that. That was not the number they were looking for at all. Yes, that is a 57 Pontiac Chieftain doing the burnout in the Auto Club Haddad Dodge Lane. Jim Data in from Ojai. And Jim T. Jim T. Paint and Body up there at Sanger. The 67 Nova for Teague and the 57 Pontiac Chieftain for Jim Data. Two very, very cool cars. Look at the Pontiac over there, folks. You take a look at that thing. That is basically kind of like stock, which means it's like a rolling barn door. But oh, can that baby run? So Data back far side. Jim Teague, the paint and body type guy over here. So here we go. Attention to pits, attention to pits. I'll tell you in a sec. Hang on, guys and gals. There it is set. 017 on the tree, Jim T. Nova top end, Budweiser lane, 756, too quick. Jim Data goes 783. That's on the good side of 760. But not where he wanted to be. But hey, a number's a number is a number. It's Brendan Fry. The family 57 Chevrolet for the former national champion far side. And Steve Galileo, the 63 Corvette for the San Francisco runner. Final pair of A gas cars. And Al White still sitting number 1. Al White? Ah, come on, I'm teasing him. Dead on 7. So the Corvette for San Francisco. The 57 Chevrolet for all of Taft, just over there. You know the Corvette's swoopy. I like that word, by the way. But look at Brendan Fry's 5'7". But Brendan Fry and Rafael Koga's 57 Chevrolets together, I think that'd be so cool. Burnout's done. Adjustment of the wheelie bars. Drivers are going to come forward. Final pair. Somebody get that Al White off that top spot. We are about to find out in 7.60 seconds. Re-stage is the Corvette. Steve Galileo waiting on Brendan. Close out A gas, session number 1. Oh, Corvette's over 12 on the tree. Top end, 720, too quick. Oh, look at that, Brendan Fry missed a perfect by 1/1000th of a second. 7:59.9. It missed that perfect by 1 stinking thousandths of a second. Just like that. Man. So, but that goes down as a 7:59.9. Too quick. Steve goes 7:20, which is like way too quick. And that closed out A gas with Al White in the GTO sitting number 1. 7-0 Pro, need you to the lanes, please. 7-0 Pro. Need you to the lanes, please. So 7-0 Pro, need you to the lanes, please. 7-0 Pro, need you to the lanes, please. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Larry Dixon, need you to the studio, please. Larry Dixon, need you to the studio, please. Mike Dunn, need you to the studio, please. Mike Dunn, need you to the studio, please. Dave, anybody else? I mean, I got a whole bunch of people I can get here, you know. So an exhibition run here. 7-0 Pro, need you to the lanes, please. 7-0 Pro, need you to the lanes, please. So the exhibition run goes down through there at 10:42.9, 127, 7-0 Pro, need you the lanes, please. 7-0 Pro, need you the lanes, please. And 7-0 Pro's coming up, and Mike Ames is stepping into the microphone, to the booth here, the microphone. Or you're stepping into the microphone? Here, I'll give you this one. Here, you can have this one. How much money you got? I need money. Okay, I can take it in. Take a card? No. Oh, we can talk away. We're coming up to us on the camera. That's frightening. That'll break that thing for sure. So I'm going to ease out of the way here. And Mike Ames is going to tell you. Oh, we got to do it together? Okay. Well, here, just a second. Let me show you how to turn this thing on. Here, I'll give you this, okay? No, I'm going to give you this.
Oh, I get the corded one? You're so nice to give me the corded one.
You should be thankful I gave you anything at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, okay, so first test session for the fuel Allards and all our nitro runners will be after our 7-0 Pro Junior Fuel A Fuel. What do you think we'll see out of the first test session?
Oh, 550. I just lied.
You're calling 550?
No, I'm not calling 550. I said I just lied. Come on.
Well, I tell you what, as we take a look around, you know, cloud cover. Just down talking to Brian Taylor a little bit ago, chief starter. Track temperature is about 90 degrees, so 550 might not be out of the question.
No, not at all. I just don't think we'll see in a test and tune session. I think that they're going to go for, they'll probably take some swings for the fences here. So I would probably think that it's not going to happen myself. But I've been wrong before. Ask Pete Jensen.
Yeah, so, you know, big field of funny cars, top fuel guys. You know, the crazy final round last year in top fuel with Mendy Fry and Pete Wittenberg. That was kind of a crazy deal.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. A car that was, I mean, Mendy, the Ferris wheel's going. I got to run. I got to go. No, I can't.
I thought you and Donnie were going to do a session from up there.
We are. We are. I just worry about being on the top of a Ferris wheel with him. But that's another story. But, yeah, Mendy was on her way to another March Meet title, and that car just made a move to the right in the left lane there and crossed the center line and doinked to cone and DQ'd. Pete Wittenberg at 14 seconds was the champ, just like that.
Coasting on down there. Okay, so this is the 61st Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet. The first March Meet you went to was in what year?
1965.
And what do you remember? First impressions of that event?
Holy cow. Back in those days, if your car was running, you could make a qualifying pass. So, I mean, I'm thinking here, it's been a long time. But, I mean, so back then, they push-started cars from the top end, and there was just a massive amount of top fuel cars. And it was getting near the end of qualifying, and there was like 25 cars on the starting line here running. If your car was running, you were going to get a shot at qualifying.
So now cars are running. Could you put more fuel in it?
I honestly don't remember.
Or do you just hope that you had a great big old huge gas tank and you had enough to cackle long enough to get a go?
Yeah, I don't remember. But I could find that out because there's a couple guys here that were here. In fact, we were talking about guys in their 80s still racing. Cleve Henderson, he won the 1965 March Meet in his class.
Absolutely.
Won it in 65 and 67. The guy's 85 years old and still out here racing. And Don Fournier, your defending D-Gas champion, celebrating birthday number 81.
81.
How cool is that?
Okay, so how about this? So of all the classes in the Heritage Series, now you can't count the Nitro classes because, I mean, Nitro is the king. What's your favorite class in the Heritage Series?
Other than the professional categories? Man, that's tough. That is a real tough one. Real tough one. So, it's hard for me to pick out a class because I just, I love them all, and I appreciate you guys letting me do the sportsman racing. But
well, Larry, I can tell you my favorite category is the fuel alters. Growing up back in the day, fuel alters were always cool. My dad's first car was basically a fuel altered, small block Chevy, blown and injected. And, I got pictures of, he had a partner, Al Yates, was a photographer, and he took pictures of the entire build. And I need to show you these pictures because you'd appreciate them. It's just old muffler tubing. It's all on the front lawn in our house in La Mirada, California, and laid out, and then showed the process. And all it was it had the main frame rails, and a torsion arm front suspension, and the roll cage went from the motor plate all the way back around, and then the motor plate, and then it had two uprights, and that was it. And I'm looking at this thing and knowing what we know now, and I'm thinking, God dang, if you crashed at 40 mile an hour in that thing, it would probably kill you. And the thing is, and he went 170 mile an hour in that thing.
That might have been his motivation to not crash.
But the one of the great things about that car, and that car won a lot. It probably won 90% of its races. It was runner-up at middle limiter at 63 Winter Nationals to Stone Woods and Cook back in the day. So it was a good running car. And I got a picture. By the way, I'm going to MC the Lions Museum tribute that's being built near the track in Long Beach. It's actually in Rancho Dominguez, I think it is. This big warehouse there, and they're doing a replica of the starting line and everything else. And they got all these cool cars. And I got a picture of my dad. That altered is on his last run because he was transitioning to Top Fuel. And it's right by the line sign. He was in the left-hand lane, and he's standing up in the back of the car, and he's looking backwards, and the rear end's about 20 feet behind him. So it's like, and he drove that. That's the stuff they did back in the day was just amazing.
You didn't know any better, probably. A case like that. You talked fuel altereds for me. I'm 10 years behind you on that side. So two cars that stick out for totally two different reasons. Number one is Wild Willie Borsch, Marcellus and Borsch. That car, it looked like it would do everything but go straight. And him driving with the hand like this. They say if he drove it with two hands, he's overdriving. But I really think he had his hand out hanging on to stabilize himself. It was big seats, big cage. You could move around. It was, but that car was always entertaining to watch.
It's funny you say that because I went down into the museum where I was going to MC this week before coming into this event, and we were talking about Willie Borsch, and the guy that interviewed him worked on the crewed on him, and he was saying the exact same thing. He did an interview. And because I remember, it seemed to me like he did try to drive with two hands in the beginning, but really quickly went to one hand, holding onto the side of the body and driving this thing. And what made it so cool it was so open. It was so obvious what he was doing, And he did say in an interview, he says that's the best thing to hang on to. I had to have something to hang on to, and that was his exact words.
And then when the fuel altereds were going away, just to keep going with that, is the Revell models. And then they went to they had the Vega funny car, the Revell's Wildman or something, I think they called it. And they had a dummy arm, right?
Yep.
And in the model, it had another arm that you just basically glued on in the tin, inside the bodywork to make it look like you was,
driving with one hand.
Driving with one hand, so it was cool.
In reality, you probably would have. The funny car you couldn't reach, to get it all the way out there like the altered.
The other car, though, for me, and I was a little bit older, was Dave Huff in the Super Shops fuel altered. That was the McLaren of fuel altereds. Everything about it was business, and ended up running in the fives with it, and it was that was a badass car.
And then they switched to funny car back in the early '80s, and that was a badass car too. And then Ed McCullough ended up driving that thing, and that was that Super Shops car was always tough.
Oh man, but it just you got brown cars aren't the most wildest paint jobs or anything like that, but there was something about that, just that, that light, that tan colored Super Shops, and that car just hauled the mail.
It definitely was a good looking brown car.
Yeah.
You're right. Brown cars didn't look good because I can remember my dad, when he won here in '69, it was a rainbow car. and Watson did the painting on it, and it was, it was all in rainbow colors going vertically, vertically all the way down the body. And and my dad would just say, just paint it any way you want. He didn't care, just do whatever you want. So then the next one came out. It still kept the rainbow theme, but it had flames on a candy apple red body with flames in it that were rainbow inside. And then the next one he took and he went back to the full rainbow and then painted it this ugly ass brown over the top of it. And my dad's like, what the heck? My dad didn't care. He ran the thing for a while. I don't know. But Joe Paisano, it was kind of funny because this would be basically 20 years later. Because that was in '69. This would be '89. He had the beautiful car. The Paisano car was my favorite car. Yeah. All of them except this one. Bill Carter did all his paint work, and he basically did the same thing. He made the car brown. He didn't paint over the good car. It wasn't a good brown. You know what I mean? And Joe P. You knew him. I mean, this guy, like you said, always had the most beautiful cars. Yeah. And he ran that thing, I think, 1 or 2 races, and he said, can't stand it. We're repainting it. I don't care if it adds 30 pounds to the car. I'm done with it.
Yeah. No.
But you're right. The Super Shop brown car was actually one that actually looked pretty good. Yeah. Well, it looks like we're getting the note to we're going to go back to racing here shortly. So I guess we'll throw it back up to the booth and stay with us. We'll be back and tell some more stories if we can figure it out. But we got plenty of stories, some of them that we can even tell on the air.
There you go.
We're still on. Hello.
Outside, how's the stage?
And we're in the pits with the defending March Meet champion in Top Fuel dragster Pete Wittenberg, the circuit breaker car here. It was such an amazing final round last year here. I mean, everything that could happen in a drag race happens, from the tire shake to Mindy crossing the center line. How much of that moment do you remember?
I remember it pretty well. Yeah, it was interesting how it all ended up happening, but I just remember going down the racetrack and I got cones thrown at me and drove around them, and I knew right then what had happened, so I was pretty stoked. I remember it like it was yesterday, but that whole weekend was quite an ordeal. I mean, we blew the motor up Thursday last year, and then we had to go back home and build a motor and come back with parts we didn't know where to set them up, and so we ended up winning it on a whim kind of a deal.
And you guys had won, one round before? Ever in Top Fuel before that weekend, right?
Yeah, I'd gotten licensed 1 year prior, and I'd only won one round.
Came out here and won the March Meet.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
It is. It is. Let's talk about the race car this year. You guys had the rest of the season after winning that race, build some momentum. You come back to the March Meet now as the defending champions. What type of pressure are you feeling heading into this weekend?
I feel like I got a target on my back. I want to do well, but I want to have fun too. So there's a fine line, between on your tune-up. You can get a little more aggressive, maybe go through some parts, or you can kind of maybe keep it a little bit cool. But I want to win twice in a row, so I think we're probably going to turn a screw, see what happens.
All right, we look forward to watching it. Good luck this weekend. Pete Wittenberg's the defending champion here in the March Meet. It was a Cinderella story last year, but now he's got a target on his back. Mike, Larry?
Well, obviously we had a little bit of communication problem there. We went to a great interview with Jason Galvin, defending champion Pete Wittenberg, and that Top Fuel dragster. And obviously you'd like to do it again. But I'll tell you what, Mindy Fry's going to be tough. I mean, she's probably a favorite to repeat again this year, but it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, great position to be in, though. I mean, you were the champ last year, so I mean, it's you just go up there and try and do your best and hope everything works out.
Yeah, and sometimes, and you would know, though, I wouldn't know this, but a lot of times it's harder to repeat the second after you win the first one. Is it harder to repeat for the second one?
If it's Father's Day, it's easy.
What he's talking about, and I was doing the television on Father's Day after he had his first child, Donovan. He won every single Father's Day for like 9 out of 10 years or something. It was crazy. And the crazy thing was, It was not at the same track. It was
No.
at Englishtown. It was at Bristol.
Columbus.
And Columbus. And if it was Father's Day, he was going to win.
Yeah.
And it was kind of funny because we would predict. I would do predictions for the show, and they say, "Well, who's going to predict?" And it's Father's Day, and you could have had the worst car coming in that race, and I said Larry Dixon's number one, and he would go win.
You know, like that was the one thing. Like when I wasn't on the tour, like I couldn't believe that somebody didn't just call me up for just that one weekend to just put me in a car. I'm a shoo-in to win on Father's Day, right? Didn't happen. But yeah, we had a good time. But it's hard to defend. You can't control those situations. I mean, you know, the parts he's running this year are probably different than the ones he was running last year. You know, you got different clutches and all that. But sometimes you just get a feeling with a track or that time of year, and it just your tune-up works with it, gives you a little bit more confidence, and it just, you know, that little bit of swagger, you know, keeps you a little bit looser and things start flowing your way. Look at Tony Schumacher at Indy. You know, look how many years he did that. There's no rhyme or reason why he should have won as many times as he won.
And he couldn't win a race in Atlanta.
Yeah, and he can't. And I've won more races in Atlanta than he has.
Yeah, I saw one of them firsthand. You bum.
Thank you for that, Mike.
Yeah, that was whole driver error. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to see some great action here this weekend.
Whoa! Don't. It's not driver error. I put it on the tune-up.
Well, yeah, okay. Let's talk about it. It went out there and it laid over and it caught on fire in a top fuel dragster. Well, the fire came inside the cockpit, so the old funny car driver and me lifted.
Yeah.
And I should have just laid. It's a dragster. Don't be a wimp. He's over there wheel standing. Thought should have had the race won. And I get back on the throttle. And by the time I get back on the throttle, I look and here comes this guy driving by me with only one front wheel on and wins the race.
You just it was good TV. It was great TV.
It was great TV. I just wish I was on the other end of it. All right, we're going to get back to the action. We'll be back telling more stories here. Just stay tuned. We appreciate you guys all tuning in for this pay-per-view special. Tell your friends to tune in, especially this week, and the racing's going to be fantastic.
You know, plus it's also bragging rights. Hey, all our friends out there on the World Wide Web, welcome back. Great session there with Mike Dunn and Larry Dixon and Jason Galvin going over some things that are happening here. It's just been a great weekend. Mike Ames, here we go.
Okay, 7-0 Pro, call to fire has been made. We're going to start off with Lawton Ferreira II and Tony Trimp. Now, last year at this event, Tony Trimp, here in that black rough and ready racing, little altered, with a big swooping wing behind Tony Trimp's head, made it all the way to the money round, where he got knocked out by Ronnie Lennon. And Lawton Ferreira the second, that Top Flight Racing 48 Fiat blown 585 big block Chevrolet out of Spring Valley, California. Lawton Sr. in the group. Tony Trimp with car owner Harvey Williams. There for Tony. Tony would love to have a repeat of 2018 other than lighting one more lamp to be the 2019 Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by Lucas Oil Champion. Again, the young man who helps operate Sacramento Raceway, father-in-law Dave Smith, wife Jennifer, Wilton, California based there for Trimp. Over there in the Budweiser CP Carrillo side of the track, first pair, 7-0 Pro, coming at you. Green light starts for both competitors. Ferreira, Tony Trimp. Ferreira 691 under by 900, 194 on the speed. Tony Trimp 705.0, 188 on the mile an hour for your March Meet runner-up from 2018. Once again, we are 7-0 Pro. Then we'll be followed by Junior Fuel, then A Fuel, or then our Nitro Test session. For everybody that's here on property at Auto Club Famoso, and everybody watching the great live feed, our Nitro Test session will follow 7-0 Pro, Junior Fuel, and A Fuel. Richard High, Chris Bates. So Richard High, Chris Bates, High in that front engine dragster out of Lake Havasu City. The young man who was the 2012 champion of the NHRA Heritage Series, your 2014 Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by Lucas Oil champion. Alongside Chris Bates. Chris out of Anderson, California. The Alan Johnson Performance Engines 23 Ford. Budakian Brothers. A little altered setup there for Chris. Chris will also be running a fuel, if I'm not mistaken, with a Bates Brothers US mule machine. Richard High off and away. Chris Bates in the halter. High, we're looking for 7.0, 7.056, 183 for Richard High. Chris Bates, 7.053, 192 there for Chris Bates. How about that side-by-side 7.05s? As both guys just need to pick up a nickel. But a good run there in round number 1 of qualifying. There for Richard High, Terry Caldwell, and the group out of Lake Havasu City, AZ. Chris Bates, 7.053. So out of our first 2 pair, 3 of our competitors, 7.05 on the number. As our next pair breathes to life, George Vanderpool, Vince Generalo Jr. Vanderpool, Redding, California. The O'Hara front engine dragster. That all black front engine ride. And Vince Generalo Jr., Las Vegas, Nevada based, the 24-year-old. That really good looking Bantam. Blown Chevrolet there for Vince Jr. The Generalo family. Been doing these high horsepower, short wheelbase altereds for a number of years. I believe Vince Sr. will be running his nitro fuel altered. So through 2 pair, we've had 3 705s and 1 691 pass. So 7.0 is the number we're looking for. But George Vanderpool, 392 Chrysler power plant there for George and Vince Generalo. A little 32 Bantam, be last the stage. There in that Bantam. Whoa, 7.044 there for George Vanderpool, best of the round. 191 on the speed there for George. 727 there for Vince, 190 on the speed. Sure, that little bobble right up here at the short end of the track, right around that 100-foot mark, definitely cost Vince just a little bit of time. But that'll give him something to work with. Moving in to qualifying session number 2 tomorrow as we bring up Richard Phillips and Steve Fowler. Pretty good matchup right here. Richard Phillips, Visalia, California. Over there in the Auto Club, Haddad Dodge Ram side of the racetrack, Phillips, former series champion of the NHRA Heritage Series in 7.0 Pro, and Steve Flat Top Fowler. Steve and Stephanie coming over from Lake Havasu City in their 32 Bantam, the Bad Moon Rising hot rod. Steve Fowler, when we were here in October at the California Hot Rod Reunion. That Bantam there, the Budweiser side of the racetrack, CP Carrillo side, held up the trophy at the end of the day. So a couple of young men who are no strangers to illuminating several race day win lights. It was Richard Phillips, Steve Fowler. Here in 7-0 Pro. Both drivers off and away. Richard Phillips lights the red light, no harm, no foul. Fowler 24 on the tree, then goes 7-0-3-4. 192 there for Steve Fowler. That'll put him number one. 724.6 there for Richard Phillips. 177 on the speed as he was off the gas early. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, Junior Fuel. Junior Fuel. I need you all in the staging lanes, please. Junior Fuel. Need you in the staging lanes. A Fuel, you are on deck. You should be getting ready to head this way as well. Junior Fuel. Junior Fuel needs you in the lanes. A Fuel, you guys should be getting ready as well. So 7:03.4 there for Steve Fowler. I'll put him up into the number one spot. As we bring up Jerry Buckley and Eiley Stafford Day in the Killer Crower. So Jerry Buckley, that green front engine hot rod out of Talent, Oregon. Blown small block there for Jerry. It's 406 cubic inches there for Jerry Buckley. Backing up in that Auto Club Haddad Dodge Ram side of the racetrack, and Eiley Stafford Day for Steve Zimmerman. The team out of El Cajon in the Killer Crower. A couple years ago, Eiley was your number one qualifier. Eiley been at the helm of the Killer Crower machine for a number of years. Hanson prepared pipe rack there for Eiley. Going to be alongside Jerry Buckley here. Everybody's chasing Steve Fowler, 7:03. Man, a little tire rattle there for Eiley Stafford Day. Buckley off the gas early. Eiley goes 7:13, 196. Eiley shook the tire just a little bit right here after the hit of the throttle. Runs it out the back door, 7:13, 196. And those of you keeping track at home, Jerry Buckley, 23:25 on the elapsed time. 39.97 miles an hour. And hopefully Mr. Buckley has enough hitch in his giddy up to make it down there to make the right-hand turn off this Auto Club Famoso racing surface. And he does. So Frank Miller, Mitch Bowen. Frank Miller out of Gold Hill, Oregon. And the Beeline Express finally comes to life. Mitch Bowen in the rust bucket. That 32 Bantam out of Flagstaff, Arizona. Man, and Frank Miller's car appears to be idling at about 5,000 RPM. Head starter Brian Taylor asking Frank Miller to do a little short burnout. He was a little bit late getting that machine started, as Miller obliges. Mitch Bowen, his burnout procedure completed in that rust bucket ride. Already back here behind the starting line, getting ready for qualifying session number one for these guys. Steve Fowler, 7:03.4. The mark to squeeze inside. We talked about it with Mike English before. Hey, number one qualifier, if there is an odd number of cars, well, guy who's number one qualifier, guy or girl who's number one qualifier gets that first round solo, and they're pushing Frank Miller machine back, and that thing did not sound right from the get-go. Mitch Bowen on a solo. Up in a high gear there for Bowen. Oh, 7 flat with an 8, getting off the gas out there at about 1,100 feet. Good guess there for Bowen as he spot drops to 7.0, 171 on the speed there for Bowen. So good job there for Bowen. Spot dropping down there at 1,100 feet to dead 8. So now that is the mark. There, Mitch Bowen. So Kevin Raposo, Sabrina Capps. Kevin Raposo coming in from Hawaii. That Kevin's Automotive Repair, Spitzer chassis there for Raposo. Rodec Power in the Auto Club. Haddad Dodge Ram side of the racetrack, and Sabrina Capps in the Ape Shaker. Machine that Dwight Garland campaigns. Dwight, a little bit of a medical issue, a couple of broken ribs. Tell you what, it wouldn't be a lot of fun driving this car with broken ribs. I mean, it's not a lot of fun to do anything with broken ribs, but driving that behemoth with broken ribs would be like zero fun. So Sabrina Capps, very capable pilot out of Madeira. We'll jump in the Ape Shaker. Bobby Cottrell was telling us last night he did some work at the power plant in this machine. So Kevin Raposo, the runner out of Hawaii, Sabrina Capps, the hired gun, they're in the Ape Shaker. Mitch Bowen just went dead 8, so he left 7th thou on the table for everybody. They want to squeeze up in that number one qualified position. Once again, Junior Fuel, you should all be in the lanes, please. A Fuel, you should be making your way as well. Sabrina Capps off the starting line first, 65,000, green light start. Getting over towards center line just a little bit. 694.3 there for Raposo. As he is under that 7 flat index by 0.06 of a second, 184 on the speed there for Raposo. Sabrina Capps goes 720 at 182.21 on the speed there for the youngster out of Madeira. As the hits keep on coming, Dave Rosenberg, Reed Taylor. So Dave Rosenberg, they're in the Auto Club, Haddad Dodge Ram side of the racetrack, left lane. Long Beach, California, the Snap-on Tools dealer. Blown Donovan power plant. There for Rosenberg. And Reed Taylor, Las Vegas, Nevada-based runner. That crazy T-machine. Chevrolet power there for Reed Taylor. Everybody chasing Mitch Bowen, but spot dropped it down there at 1,100 feet to dead 8. I mean, for Bowen, I mean, you got to love it when a plan comes together, but I don't think he was thinking of spot drop it down there to dead 8. That's what the ET slip said, is Dave Rosenberg, Reed Taylor going to be doing the chase in that 7-0 number. Oh, Reed Taylor, car made a big wobble. Oh, Dave Rosenberg made a big wiggle down there right about 500 feet, 766 there for Reed Taylor, 189 on the speed. That was a little bit wild in both lanes. Dave Rosenberg, Big wobble. Right there at about 500 feet, 10:15 on the elapsed time at just 70.61 miles an hour there for Dave Rosenberg. Steve Walzak, Derek Morier will be our next pair. Walzak. Auto Club, Haddad Dodge Ram side of the racetrack, Lake Havasu City, the SS3 Services 32 Bantam. Arius Power there for Walzak. Steve Sally and the team, and Derek Moriera. Coming up in the great state of Hawaii. Another one of the Hawaiian-based competitors and his 32 Bantam. See the great crew apparel for the Hawaii Racing Group. Blown, Big Block Chevrolet. There for Moriera. As Walzak goes in there and bumps both bulbs. I mean, I'm sure he didn't do that on purpose. Really have it up on the RPM as he launched. 7:13.1 there for Walzak, 168 on the speed as he had the shootout a little bit early. 7:43.2 there for Moreira at 190.67 on the speed there for that Hawaiian-based Bantam. We bring up Ralph Fox and Jed Duba. Ralph out of Bullhead City, Arizona, the Tuttle prepared black front engine machine, and Jed Duba, the Iron Butterfly. The injected small block Chevrolet. So again, Junior Fuel, final call, Junior Fuel, A Fuel, you should be rolling as well. Junior Fuel, you should all be in the lanes. So Jed out of Syracuse, Utah. Machine that Dad Harry drove throughout the Intermountain West, throughout the 70s. That Iron Butterfly ride. Let's get A Fuel. A Fuel, you should be rolling as well, please. A Fuel. You should all be rolling in the lanes. Yesterday's test session, Duba on the Iron Butterfly had a hard time getting the car off the starting line as it just annihilated the tires, both passes that I observed. So Ralph Fox. Couple of small block Chevrolets. Ralph and Jed. Good line start for both competitors. Duba, same thing. Can't get the car off the starting line. We're looking for 7-0 down there, 7:45. 175.21 there for Ralph Fox. Jed Duba, 8:24 at 180 miles an hour for the Utah-based Iron Butterfly team. All right, so all my Junior Fuel competitors, you should all be in the lanes. If you are not, you are way late. A Fuel, you should also be heading this direction. A Fuel, qualifying session number 1, you should be heading to the staging lanes at this time, please. So day number 1, the Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by Lucas Oil. The remainder of the day, we'll have Junior Fuel, followed by A Fuel, and then our nitro test session as we get ready to throw it on down to the studio. Larry Dixon, Mike Dunn for everybody on the live feed.
All right, we're getting ready for a little track maintenance, a little track prep here before the next round of testing here. So
that's our cue.
That's our cue. You know, it's like, come on, fire up the monkeys, let's go. Woo, we're trained. No, seriously, but what do you like about the nostalgia thing. The one thing you did, you drove an alcohol funny car. You had to shift it, pedal clutch, the whole bit.
Yeah.
Some of the nostalgia funny cars run a pedal clutch because, for those of you who don't know, and probably most of you do, if you're paying for pay-per-view, you're probably pretty knowledgeable about the sport, but they're limited to a 21-gallon fuel pump. That's how they restrict it, and then they restrict the supercharger overdrive. Well, 21 gallons, it's amazing that they can run the numbers they do. So a lot of guys run a pedal clutch to where they can rev it up. And the only reason they do that is to get more fuel into the engine and try to keep that range up there so it has more fuel going down the track. Because the more RPM is, it's more pumping. Even though it's a 21-gallon pump, it's a higher RPM, it's pumping more. When you drove the alcohol funny car, how was that transition from the top fuel car where it's just stage, take your foot off the clutch and then gas it?
It's different, and I've heard people talk about dragster versus funny car, and you can comment on that. With the funny car, you have to manhandle it more, and the dragster's more of a finesse. And for me, my style, it just seemed like it just required more input. Not, with a dragster, you just give it a little bump, and it kind of makes its move. But if you think about, sitting in the driver's seat and having your front wheels, either 10 feet in front of you or 20 feet in front of you. It literally, it just took more input to get it to do what you wanted it to do, but it didn't seem like it was, I wasn't wrestling or anything. Now, maybe a fuel car is different than an alcohol car, but I know it was a lot of stuff, the car was very aggressive from that standpoint, just whipped up and everything. And, but I liked it. I got in the car, first race, won, and I tell people that I didn't really feel like I was in charge of the car. The car was taking me down the track, and I was going along for the ride. And then as I got more laps into it, felt a little bit more comfortable, like, yeah, okay, this is my car. I can drive it.
It's interesting you say that because, I've used that term too. You manhandle a funny car and you finesse a dragster. But you're right. You don't really manhandle it. You do finesse it more to get it down the racetrack, at least when I drove funny car. They are a little more aggressive now, and with the headers being the way they are and the downforce, and when the cylinder goes out, how much they push. I mean, a lot of times you can't get, you're turning and it's just basically going, and so it's pushing the front end, and you can't drive it. You just drive it to the point to where you lift.
With that said, I've even been in a dragster on the, at the back half of the track, where you got maybe one tire a little bit more out of the groove than the other one, and you've got the wheel cranked a little bit like this. It's not coming back, but it's not going any further, and it just you're just riding it the rest of the way, and the definitely the headers and how much thrust or downforce is being applied. Obviously it's not as severe in a dragster as a funny car, but it definitely you can tell a difference.
Well, and the one thing I know is like cars today, we see a lot. Seems like we see more tire smoke, a lot more aborted runs than we did when you or I drove. But the fact is, and you know this better than anybody, the cars now are accelerating so fast. We're racing 1,000 foot. You and I are both quarter-mile guys. You race 1,000 foot. I never will, but that's another story. But
that was the fun part about alcohol funny cars.
Going quarter-mile again.
Whole quarter-mile.
And I went to Australia and raced quarter-mile. That's, that before they went to 1,000 foot, so I'll never go to Australia again. So anyway.
We'll save that for another downtime.
Yeah, you want to know how I feel about it? Okay, so, but the reality is, these cars are going so fast and accelerating so quick that it becomes very critical as far as keeping the car in the groove, because now when they get out, it just upsets the tune-up. And they're so close to where we could, back when we were around 450s and 460s, you had more margin. You could make more moves on the car, more steering input, let it get a little bit out of the groove, and it not destroy the run. So
the cars are definitely so much more on the edge because the crew chiefs and the teams, they're running so quick, and the ETs from the front to the back are so tight. If you're not pressing it, you're going to get smoked off.
Well, and that's one of my beefs about the 1,000 foot, because now you have to run the car so hard early in order to get the laps. You can't give up anything anymore. Back when we ran quarter mile, you could sit there and you could give up a little bit early in the run, because when you run the car that aggressive to the 1,000 foot, a lot of times that car wasn't going to make it to the finish line. So you could give up a little bit early, but then make sure your engine was running good at the finish line, and you could drive around somebody in that last 300 feet if you did, if you're only spotting them a couple hundreds, And I'll tell you to the extreme. When I drove Joe Paisano's car, we were the first one to run over 280 miles per hour. And back then, the second fastest run, I think, was Bernstein at 272 or 273 when we did that. So it was like, that's a big number when you compare the field. And when we did that, it was a Texas Motorplex. Billy Meyer comes over. We both went 5:41 elapsed time. And Billy outran me 800ths in the first half, and I outran him 800ths in the back half. He's like, how can you do that? That is virtually impossible. And it's like, look at our spoiler and look at your spoiler. We were running an alcohol spoiler. So we couldn't get the car moving fast because it didn't have enough downforce. It would have smoked the tires early. So we just let it go on the other end. Joe liked to run a lot of timing, a lot of nitro in that thing. And when the pistons were in it, that thing cackled. And then there was the whole thing of 2-speed transmission, which, you got to love being able to shift those things because the Paisano car was, you put your hand on the gear shift lever at half track. If it laid over, usually it was because it was too rigid, you pull high gear. If it took off, you kept going. If it didn't lay over, you shifted at 1,000 foot, which, by the way, is the finish line now. And that's when the thing went 7 or 8 mile an hour faster than everybody. And that was such a fun car to drive.
I can tell you, I was working on Snake's funny car at the time when you guys were running all those 280 mile an hour runs, and it just he had everybody's attention. It was a good looking car. Didn't run the full tour, but like when you guys showed up, everybody knew you were there.
One of the best compliments was I was standing there and Austin Coyle told John Force, he says, thank God these guys don't run the whole tour. And that was like the best compliment you could get because Austin was the king back then, and he still is one of the greatest crew chiefs of all time. But that car it was fun to drive.
Fun to watch.
Yeah.
It was fun to watch you and Snake stage sometimes, too.
Hey, only had one issue with the Snake one time, and we buried the hatchet on that, and we're good. What was your favorite car out of all the ones you drove?
Favorite car? Gosh, maybe probably the Miller Genuine Draft car, which is my first car, rookie season, 1995. It was a good-looking car. Just being able to have done and win some of the events that we got to with that. Not ever driving in a pro class, get in that car.
You won Indy your rookie year, right?
Won Indy, and it like you almost felt a little guilty, not too guilty, but winning Indy, that gosh, it goes back to like this race and talking about it, how important Indy and the March meet were in your career. If you were racing, those were the two races you needed to show well. And my first shot at Indy, I get a win. I cherish the Indy wins. I don't have any Bakersfield wins. We never got to run the March meet. But the Indy wins are as important or more important than any of the championships.
Yeah, for sure, especially just growing up because Indy was so important. I was lucky enough to win the March meet in 1983. It wasn't quite the race it was back in the day, but to be able to say I got an Indy win and a March meet win, it's something pretty cool on the resume.
Yeah.
So, we're going to get back to action. Like I said, tell your friends, tell your family, sign up if you haven't already.
Mike Lardy and Tim Beeman. So once again, big thanks to Mike Dunn and Larry Dixon for all of their knowledge, walking you guys through this great event here at the Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by Lucas Oil. So Junior Fuel A and B, and up on the scoreboard there, 714. That's Junior Fuel B with Mike Lardy. Out of Torrance, the 04 Bolt, 406 cubic inches of Chevrolet. Tim Beeman over there. Junior Fuel A out of Chico for the physical therapist J.D. Zink-backed 04 Uhara chassis builder. Got 399 cubic inches of methanol injected small block in the rails right there for that dragster in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Once again, attention to the pits, attention in the pits, and you see the dust cover coming off. Crew chiefs give a one last glance before they send their drivers down, and that thing's got some high idle right now. Oh, they shut him off. So Mike Lardy going to get backed up, and here we go. Single pass in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane for Mr. Tim Beeman. Now, that thing sounded like it was running lean over there. Here we go. Looking for a 687. Or a little bit under. Legs it on out. 710, 186 miles an hour for Tim Beeman. .399 cubic inches in the rails of a dragster. It was 710 at 186 miles an hour. That is just amazing. This category defies the odds that you need big, massive cubic inches, a lot of exotic fuel to go low number. And these guys are going like high 6s, low 7s on little small blocks injected on methanol. I love it. The alcohol abuse dragster of Brad Woodard at Oceanside. The machinist, machine shop owner for Riker Machine. 2018 front motor dragster, 388. So an even smaller small block. We got Wayne Williamson out of Walnut Creek. 74 years old, retired, and still wheeling dragsters. I love it. 2015 Worm chassis, 406 in the rails. Got the 714 index over there in the Auto Club, a Dad Dodge Ram side. Brad Woodard. The alcohol abuse dragster, Budweiser side of the racetrack. Burnout's complete. Crew chiefs step away. They're going to bring their respected drivers into the beams there, and then they'll step away. Some excellent camera angles. If you got anybody watching at home, they can't be disappointed. This is on-track access right behind the back right side tire of the alcohol abuse dragster. Wow, look at that big old move to the center of the racetrack for Wayne Williamson. That's a good thing that Brad Woodard just sat there for a second as he was 7-11. At 187 miles an hour, but Wayne Williamson let go of the button. He was even late on the tree and goes right into the right lane of Brad Woodard, and he sat there trying to build up RPM, and good thing he did, as he went 7-11-5, 187, and just an unfortunate turn of events there. Yeah, so as you guys can see there on that replay, big move to the center of the racetrack, gets it back in his lane. Brad Woodard able to do his job as a driver. Get it down the racetrack, 7-11, 187. So Don Enriquez, the multi-time champion here in Junior Fuel. Matt Baldonado out of Camarillo. Baldonado backing up from his burnout here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo side. Don Enriquez out of Mission Viejo, that 2010 FAR. Got Bob McRae out there. That is like the Austin Coil of what funny cars were in the 80s and 90s, is what Bob McRae is to Junior Fuel here in 2019. 400 cubic inches of injected small block for Don Enriquez. Bob McRae tuned, built, Junior Fuel dragster there. In the Auto Club Haddad Dodge side, Matt Baldonado got that Bud Hammer tune-up for the technician out of Camarillo, 406 in the rails there. Rodriguez out in front. He's going to get down there with a 7:23 at 184, 8:53. Not even close to the number he wanted to run at 106 miles an hour from Matt Baldonado. The final qualifier here in Junior Fuel, Alan Hull. So here we go, Alan Hull, the final car here in Junior Fuel. At that 701 index, 406 in the rails. Got John Farr turning the screws. And listen to the RPM in that. I believe a lot of technology in these Junior Fuelers. A lot done in the cylinder heads. So final call to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Final call. Final call. A Fuel. A Fuel, this is your final call to the lanes. If you're not here, you are late. More propaganda delivered to the tower, courtesy of Mr. Thomas. Talking about that hot rod barbecue. Free to everybody in hot rod. And loss of power there for Alan Hull. Never a good day when you're getting pushed off the start of the racetrack. And I'm sure the team, John Farr and everybody for Alan Hull, will get that thing figured out. As soon as we do, we're going to switch gears a little bit and get into A Fuel. And there's a couple different combinations in A Fuel, and I'll tell you all about that in just a moment. All right, so we're just waiting on A Fuel to suit up, coming on around the corner. Folks, show of hands in the grandstands, who's coming back tomorrow? All right, so attention in the pits, and listen closely. If you have not made a pass at the racetrack, so absolutely zero passes at the racetrack, now's your time to come to the lanes. So once again, this is your cleanup session. Anyone in competition, hot rod down to A-gas, that has not made one single pass or attempt at the tree, Group 2 only. If you have not made a pass, now's your time to get to the lanes. So this is a cleanup session for anybody who has not made a run down the racetrack. Come on down to the lanes. Also, while I have your attention in those pits, after we get done with our cleanup, we're going to do a little bit of track prep. Then we're going to open it up to nitro. So nitro, test session. This is your 30-minute morning roughly. So you guys are on deck, so time to button them up. Get them dialed in and get your drivers suited up, and we're going to call you guys to the lanes here in just a little bit. So Nitro Group 1 test session. This is your call to be on deck. You guys are about 30 minutes out, so start buttoning those babies up, put some fuel in the tank, and get your fire suits ready because you guys are going to run here in about 20, 30 minutes. So as I look down in the staging lanes, folks, the A Fuel competitors are all getting buttoned up, seat belted down, or as we like to call it, ratcheted down. And those guys are going to get ready to come on down the racetrack. Well, this is exciting news, folks. I just got this straight out of the race director, Mark Dawson's mouth. So we're having an open nitro test session coming up after A Fuel and a little bit of track prep, some downtime. But don't go anywhere because there may be an opportunity for you guys to witness something quite interesting. It is going to be an open session for nitro, meaning if a nitro funny car lines up next to a fuel altered or a front or rear motor dragster, they got to be on nitro. But when's the last time? I personally have only seen it a few times, and it's only been here. Have you seen a funny car race a fuel altered race a front motor dragster, a funny car race a dragster? I think we're in store for something pretty interesting. It's gonna be no single runs if we can avoid it. Everybody's paired up in nitro open test session. I'm in love with that idea. So once again, the track staff here just bringing you guys all kinds of fun. And if you're sitting at home, you're missing out on at least the live sounds and, of course, the smell of burning nitro. So if you could hop in the car, grab a plane ride over, you won't regret it. We're still doing this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm excited. An open test session for nitro cars. It's going to be awesome. They're just waiting on word from our head of staging down there, Dave Layton, as he's making sure these drivers are all buttoned up. And we're going to get back into action with qualifying session number 1 of A Fuel. Cool thing about A Fuel, there's a couple different combinations you could go with. You could go with blown on alcohol or Tunaram style injection with nitromethane. So it's a lot of these cars opting for the nitro, some of them going for blowers here in A Fuel. So I personally like the sound of the nitro. I love the smell of the nitro, and I like it when they go the latter with injected nitro. So we're pulling them around the corner here, and our first competitors are ready to go for qualifying session number 1 of A Fuel at the 61st running of the Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet presented by Lucas Oil here in legendary Famoso Raceway. I love it. The all-concrete quarter mile in the good state of California. We got one coming around the corner, Batman. Injected or blown. He went with blown on methanol. Nostalgia, front motor, A Fuel dragster. Love it. Wayne Ramey, Jerry Kumry. Going to start things off here in qualifying session number 1 of A Fuel. Taking the covers off the zoomies. Getting ready to prime the tanks here. Prime the engines up with gasoline and turn these babies up. Let's go. A Fuel, qualifying session number 1. Here we go. Jerry Kumry over there in the Budweiser. CP Carrillo side of the racetrack. And then we got Wayne Ramey, 2017 Nielsen Parks chassis dragster with 437 cubic inches of blown on methanol. Alan Johnson Performance Racing engines between the rails. It got that Mike Robeck tune-up. So getting ready to turn the valve over to nitro, and you'll hear that sound change here real quick. There it is. Wayne Ramey dragster comes alive, both drivers. Let's see, side-by-side burnouts here to start things off. That would just be spectacular. For your viewing pleasure, I love that. Wayne Ramey, Simi Valley. Jerry Kumry out of Roanoke Park, California. Where that is, I don't know. But that 1997 Sterling chassis dragster, another one of the Alan Johnson Performance Racing engines in the rails there. 433 cubic inches of it. Got Arnold Berkey and Ty Kumry out there making the decisions, turning the wrenches. Who's going number 1? Because our first pair will determine it. Things idling at about 3,200 RPM. I'm looking down on the live stream. Awesome. Pulling off the bend. Ty Kumry stepping away. He's staged and ready. Jerry don't mess around. Here we go, first pass. Whoa, big moves there for Jerry Kumry. Squealing on down there, 679, 218. But Jerry just kind of out of shape from start to where it about finished. Man, oh man. Jerry Kumry doing some driving. He did a good job of keeping that baby off the guardrail. Did not see anything come off that guardrail, so Jerry doing his job as a veteran driver. And for those of you guys watching at home, pay attention. Car kind of labored off the start, made a move to the wall, little overcorrection error, and then bang, bang, just like that. Jerry said, okay, we'll abort that one, but he got real close to painting that beautiful dragster guardrail white. And he gets it on down there. Safe and sound, 11-11. Good thing Jerry kept that thing. It sashayed really good. Next pair of A Fuel, and he does not need an introduction because he's probably the most successful driver behind the wheel of an A Fuel dragster in the Heritage Series, Mr. Ken Bates. The position for the United States Air Force. Ken Bates, multi-time champion. And Chris Bates in the dragster next to Dad. Here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo side. But Ken Bates has turned on more win lights in A-Fuel than any other competitor in the Heritage Series in A-Fuel. Several championships. And Chris Bates driving the U.S. Mule over here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo side. A little father-son matchup here, duking it out in qualifying session number 1. I'm gonna go with Dad. So the Mule wiping the tires off, his crew guys stepping away. Now both of them injected on nitromethane. He has a belt on too. Chris Bates and Ken Bates. Little father-son. Dad having a hard time finding it. Look at son. This is how you do it, Dad. Looks like he had a cylinder out. Goes 760, 170. 9.33 miles an hour and a 13.15, and not what the champ wanted to see in qualifying session number 1, but hey, now we have a base. We can only get better from here. So the U.S. Air Force backed A-Fuel dragster Ken Bates. We'll see him again tomorrow for qualifying session number 2. Now with option number 1 in A-Fuel, Rick Ewens at a Paso Robles. The Auto Club Haddad Dodge Ram side. Beautiful dragster. Again, Alan Johnson Performance Racing engines in the rails there. Nice burnout there for Rick Ewens. 2016 Sormento, 481, big block. Blown on alcohol. And then we got Sean Kobari. San Martin, California, the 2010 Davidson. Going for the Brad Anderson power plant in the rails. 452 cubic inches of that. Got Lauren and Cole out there making the decisions. But Sean Kobari, good looking dragster in that Budweiser CP Carrillo side of the racetrack. All right, so once again, folks, attention in the pits. Racers in Group 2, you have not made a pass down the racetrack. This is your final call to the lanes. If you have not made one pass, one shot, one attempt at the tree, this is your time to come to the lanes. This is your final call to the staging lanes. The good-looking Brad Anderson power between the rails is Sean Kabari's 2010 Davidson dragster. Pre-staged on for Rick Ewens and that Alan Johnson powered dragster out of Paso Robles. Only took him about an hour to get here. Not bad. Station ready, here we go. Some driving over there in that Auto Club Haddad Dodge side. For Rick Ewens, little sachet all the way down, and Sean Kabari didn't like what he felt about 330 feet out, and he aborted. But but he was doing some driving. Just a couple left here in A Fuel. Looks like one. That's Dennis Allen. Injected on nitro. He comes to life right now out of North Highlands, California. For the Welder 2015 Dennis Allen home built. Allen and Cohen dragster. Allen and Cohen tuned at 488 cubic inches of Hemi injected on nitromethane. Burnout complete there for Dennis Allen. Hemi powered. Brad Anderson. 488 cubic inches on the best fuel on the planet. The stuff that makes your car hop. Real expensive aftershave as it burns out of the pipes. If you're ever standing close to it, it kind of gets on you like a mist. Especially during funny car when it's all nitro. It's delightful. Anything that makes your eyes burn, I'm a fan of. So Dennis Allen getting into that pre-stage beam. Everybody steps away. Donnie Allen sets his Nope. The little hop move and wiggle to the left, and he gets out of it. He was 103 at 60 foot. Was out of it shortly before 8th mile, and he's just going to settle for an 8:24.9 at 101 miles an hour. We're going to do just a few cleanup cars. We got some A-Gas. We got some NE1. About 4 cars, maybe 5. Then we're going to get into our all-run nitro test session. Love it. Seeing nothing but funny cars. Oh, got 1 dragster. 2 dragsters, maybe. Waiting on a fuel altered. I want to know who's going to be lucky enough to race a fuel altered. This is going to be awesome. All right, here we go. Clean up here in A-Gas, and that's Roy Castagnetto out of Concord. Beautiful. 67 Nova. 632 seems to be the combination of a lot of the guys in A-Gas. If you're not blown with a Hemi, a lot of the guys opted to go 632, usually a Brodick style setup. This is real familiar to one of those RJ cars, similar to a lot of the drivers in A-Gas. The Concord-based 67 Nova of Roy Castagnetto. I believe it says solar needs on it, so I'm assuming he's in the solar business. Why not? Let the sun make you money. So looking for a 760 on the scoreboard. Here we go. Wheels up, good double 04 reaction time for Roy in that good-looking Nova. 146 and half tracking on that 760. Wow, that's workable. 756.5, 179. You got a good platform to go on for tomorrow. The air is absolutely fantastic today. We get into our next cleanup competitor. This is Steve Whitmore out of Dixon, California. 67 Mustang, looking for a 1060. So these are guys who got off work early this morning or trucked up here and missed their first session, and you only got one qualifier today. So we want to get them on their qualifying ladders. 165 light on the hump for 1060 because reaction time don't matter a thing. We got to know where the driver is at on that 1060 index, and here we go. 1090. Well, you got to find 3/10 in there to play in that field. 6, 7, yep, 7, 8, 9. That's 3/10, see? I'm kind of good at math, I could add. 1090 though, you can put him in Super Street, no problem. So Ken Coombs out of Galt, California. The owner of McGee's Old Time Picks. 67 Camaro, another one of those beautiful hot rods down there. He's pre-staged looking for a 960. Seagas. Trying to get on that qualifying field on the right side of it. Let's see, looking for that 960 on the big end. 979, got to find just about a tenth of some change. About 15 will do you. So switching gears from 960, then we're going into Dave Lawson. A guy I could probably call my friend. I know he's built a couple transmissions for me over the years. The patriarch of Chino Hills Transmission, Mr. Rick Fry, and it's always good to see him on a Thursday. You never see Rick until like Friday afternoon. He only gets a couple passes in that car a year. Rick's a lot of fun. Car's got a lot of power. He's got to drop the chutes about 900 feet to get anywhere near 760. But that is a fantastic car. I love that car. It's beautiful. 1933 Willys. Got 580 cubic inches of alcohol-fed big block. Dave Lawson, 565 cubic inches of naturally aspirated. I know that's on methanol as well. But no injector, no blower, but Rick Fry, they call him the tranny man. For Purple Rain Racing, Rick Fry. Good to see him out here on a Thursday. Crazy Connie doing his backup duties. Here we go. Pre-stage ready for Dave Lawson. Rick Fry getting all staged and ready to go. Now having a hard time fighting second gear for Rick Fry, 848 for Dave Lawson at 161 miles an hour. Looking for both of them, looking for 760 there in NE1. Now we're looking for an 860 out of this baby. That didn't sound good. So Sean Wood out of, wow, San Anselmo. For the general contractor, 2016 front engine dragster. That's a beautiful car. Chrome, a lot of black. Charcoal gray numbers on it. That is fantastic. Sean Wood, beautiful car. Look up on the scoreboard there. Now he's looking for an 860. An 860. Troy Moyle. Number one qualifier in that field right now, 860 with a 2. So there's still room between number 1 and 2 because you got to go 2,100. I'll be good with that 861, 3, 4, or 5 to get in that number 2 qualifying position. This is a tough, tough field. Not going to happen there. Sean Wood, 896.3, 149 as he put his foot in the throttle, knocked him back in the seat a little bit, got his foot out of it, straightened the car back up, and goes 896.3, 149. Sean Wood, we will see you in the morning. Hey, they both got him fixed. Russell Ford out of Bakersfield, 1970 Nova. Blown big block. We got Ron Thomas out of Chowchilla, that 64 Valiant they call the Harry Canary. Ron Thomas, all season long or all off season, putting together a 7.0 NE1 style car for his son AJ, and said, you know what, if he's gonna go have fun, I'm gonna race the other cars. So here he is. Got a 760-ish car in the pits, if AJ gets it all together. And Ron Thomas got a guaranteed 13-something in that Harry Canary, promise you. Oh, we gotta really talk to Ron about cutting the good line because it's red by a day and a half. Russell Ford, 10 flat, 134. Good lap down the racetrack for Russell, 13:20. See, I told you he's good for a 13-something at 100 miles an hour. Stephanie Bracey out of Plumas Lake, 1964 Volkswagen. Chris Fredrickson. Fredrickson out of Bakersfield, 1971 Charger. Keeping things moving right along here in Hot Rod. We got Roy Haas, Ronald Rosso, or Rosso. Ron Rosso got a beautiful Corvette. Yeah, that thing's fast. Santa Monica base 58 Corvette, 468 cubic inches. That thing sounds pretty healthy. I'm going to say that's probably a high 9-second car right there. It's got wheelie bars on it and parachute. Let's go 970. I've never seen the car personally, just by the equipment that's on it, judging by the burnout, because they say burnouts don't lie. Just a power glide car, so let's go 10 something. 1073. He was 107 miles an hour at half track, and he only goes through at 93 miles an hour on the big end. Yeah, that's got a low 10, a high 9 in that, no problem. That thing should be running C gas. 960. Finishing it up here in Hot Rod cleanup session, Tanya Santos out of Las Vegas, 71 Dodge Charger, 410 cubic inches for Chrysler. 11:27.6, 116. Another one of the D-Gas cleanup cars. Already I like this car. You got a 63 Nova. 65 Nova. It's a post car, so it's man after my own heart. Not one of those sitting in my garage for the better part of 2 decades. It's still not finished. But this guy decided, let's throw a straight axle on it, big tire it, put some wheelie bars on it, and let's stick the biggest blower and engine combination we could find in the front end of a little tiny car and go 1060s. I love it. It's a little bit of spin as it struck the hides. Gets it all lined out, looking to go 1060s, probably going to 11 something. 11:03, 113. He lost a lot up here, but there's definitely more in that. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Group 1, nitro session testing to the lanes, please. And we're going to do a little bit of track prep. We're going to toss it on down to Larry and Mike in the booth. Take it away, boys.
All right, we're going to do a little track cleanup and maintenance here before we go into our Group 1 testing, which is top fuel, funny car, and fuel alters. All on nitro, all racing a quarter mile.
Yeah, no, that's what we're all waiting for, right? You know, just to be able to see them go. It's a free day almost for the team. So to be able to go out there and try some things before they're under the gun of qualifying or eliminations, this is their shot to do it.
It's interesting that, you know, it's old school, it's nostalgia drag racing, but now with the new rules for top fuel and funny car at the big show, you can't test at the track before the event. You can only test the day after, which is actually a pretty good rule. So I think it's great that you're able to come here. These guys don't run as many races, make as many laps as the big cars on the NHRA circuit do. So it gives them an opportunity to really test out in real world conditions and give them an opportunity to put on a great show and see what they can do.
And to give the fans and us, an opportunity to actually watch them. You see the test sessions with the big show cars, it's the day after the event or the week before somewhere else, and you don't get to see it. Here, we're here. We're getting to see it go on.
Yeah, and you get to see every single run if you've subscribed to the pay-per-view show, which obviously you have if you're watching us right now. So that's a good thing. And it's always interesting just watching the nostalgia cars. I mean, they are nostalgic because I can remember I was in Funny Car Summer, which was a movie about my dad back in 1972, and it was kind of a cheesy movie, as far as the plot line was anyway, but it had great footage in that movie. If you haven't seen it, you should watch it just for that because it really did a pretty good job of capturing nitro funny car racing back in that era. And boy, there was a lot of cars that just could not get down the racetrack. They were just a handful to drive.
Yeah, Funny Car Summer, what I think of that, I saw that movie and it was like I wanted a parachute on my bicycle after that movie. That was,
it was funny because we went to the theater to see the first release of it, and then when I think you're out the whole audience cracked up, they thought it was pretty funny, and I thought it was pretty cool. But
it's like I know, like whoa, right?
Yeah. I tell everybody, hey, I was just that fast. I needed a parachute to stop.
There you go.
2 chutes actually to stop that thing. But and bicycle drag racing, I mean, that was a lot of fun back in the day, especially when you're 15 years old and just out. Oh, and I can tell you a story. I don't know if
we didn't have junior dragsters, so
no, we didn't. Did not have it,
yeah.
And so it was bicycle drag racing. This guy in Southern California, Bill Vicanoff, the late Bill Vicanoff, set up this tour, and he just basically set up in the parking lot of these shopping centers, and just whenever he could get them to agree to pay, I don't know what the deal was, but the funny thing was when we did that movie. It was towards the end of my bicycle drag racing career, and because I got my license shortly after that. And the funny thing is they were shooting the movie, and I had canard wings, and I had the parachutes and everything else. And we had this guy that came and raced. He later when I found out, went on to become a pro cyclist in the velodrome. He'd come out there, and after the fact, I found out he went to a race, and I whooped him in the first round. So then he comes back the next race. And he was sandbagging. I was running 6.0s. It was 50 yards, running 6.0s, 16s, had everybody covered. And all of a sudden, I raced this guy in the semifinals, and he throws out a 5.90 on me. I'm like, what the heck? Where did that come? Oh man, I was hot, you know. And this guy, and it was pretty genius what he did. He actually he made a 2-speed transmission out of it. He took the derailleur and he had a screw there and he ran the cable to the brake handle, which was unheard of back in 1972. So he just held it in first gear, got down about halfway, and he just let off the handle and was shifted into second gear, and that thing flew. But the only thing is the timing system started when the green light come on. It didn't start when you leave like it does out on these cars, so you get a reaction time separate from the elapsed time. The elapsed time started when the green light came on, so you had to cut a light to get a good elapsed time. Anyway, come to find out, this guy, he ran 550. I'm running 6.0s. But he only did the 550 one time. You know, he's run 570s, 580s. So the guy, we get back, and I just barely get past the second round, and I come back, and I'm just ripping all the parachutes and the canard wings off, and the director of the movie comes over and says, "What are you doing?" I says, "I'm taking all this stuff off." "You can't do that. We're shooting a movie." You know, 15 years old. I said, "F your movie. I want to win the race." Yeah. so I went out, and I ended up winning the race, barely. Beat the guy with a 578 to a 579 in the final round. And the movie, though, shows the second round as the final round because they wanted all that stuff in for the movie. So the movies, they're not real, but that shows, and you're the same way. Once we get out there, we want to win. It's competitive, you know?
Yeah, you go to an event, they're going to hand out the money and the trophies to somebody. You know, why you don't want it, you know, you want it for yourself. So, it's get rid of that shoot and the canards. I want to win this thing.
Yeah, it's like I had a driver come up or an owner one time when we wanted to coach a driver, and I said, "My driver, they just want to win." I'm like, "Everybody out here wants to win. Your driver has to learn how to win, you know?" And I says, "Can you help?" I said, "Yeah, because I did pretty much everything wrong, so I know what not to do. So yeah, let's do that." So they went on to do pretty decent after that. But it is, as you know, you've won a lot of races. You have to learn how to win, and it's not just going out there standing on the gas.
No, and for me, it was real turning point getting hooked up with Dick LaHaye. Because, I mean, I was with, and not take away from anybody else that was around beforehand, but LaHaye just kind of systematically, we have everything in place to win. We just need to go out there and learn how to win. Everybody and that's the crew as well, and being able to be set up. So when you make your first round run, you know what blower's going to go on the car for final round. It isn't going to be, you're not going to be shocked or like, what are we going to do? We're in final round. No, it's, business, punching the clock, business as usual. Everything's very, and he worked on me hard from a driving standpoint, cutting lights. You get qualifying. Qualifying doesn't matter. It's just qualifying. That's the only time you get to go up to, that's your only batting practice. Get up there and fire that, and then after a while, it's like every time you get in the car, you're hitting the tree the same way. So when you're at final round at Indy, it ain't no different than Q1 at, Baton Rouge. Like, it doesn't matter. It's like every round is serious. And so he helped a lot instill some of that in the entire team. And we watched it his first year. We finished third in the points. Second year, he finished second. And then, the next 2 years, we won the championship. And it was just, it was great to just see his plan through and how it went. And everything he said came true.
Was Diggle your favorite crew chief?
Oh, boy, I'm going to say
you had some good ones.
It's favorite crew chief. He was the hardest. And I think of him the same way as like when you're in school. The teachers that you had the hardest time with, they're the ones that made the biggest impression and you learned the most from and you had the most respect from. But they pushed you, they pressed you. So.
Yeah, well, we got a pit interview. We got Jason Galvin. He's down with Tim Boychuk. So let's take it away.
Nitro Funny cars here ready to run on Thursday before the March meet. Tim, you come down here from Canada. What are the goals going into a test session on a Thursday before a race like this?
Well, for us, we made a pass yesterday and it was pretty good. Nothing crazy, but first one out of the box, we were happy with how it went. So today we want to step it up a little bit, make sure we get everything working right, and then start hammering it a little harder from there.
You guys won the March meet 4 years ago. What's the thing that stands out the most from that event?
Well, it was we had the year before, which is kind of a kerfuffle. I still don't agree with what happened, but that's the way it goes. We came back, won the next year, and to do it again would be really cool, of course. But we had a little struggle the last couple of years, but we're back. We're going to be there, so we're looking forward for it.
Good luck this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Tim Boychuk driving the happy hour car, and somebody looking to step up again here at the March Meet, of course, a former winner. Mike Larry, I think we're really close to burning some nitro.
Yeah, and Tim, he's always a tough competitor in that nostalgia funny car. Like you said, he struggled a little bit the last couple of years, and he said had Roland Leong as a crew chief and did pretty well when Roland was calling the shots now, and he's just trying to get back on track, it seems like.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, the other part that makes it tough, I think, is compared to being on the Big Show tour is they get 24 shots, so it's like you get a routine down and you have enough time to be able to sort out your setup. And it like this, I mean, last time they probably run was a reunion. That's 4 months ago. A lot of things changed. You get everybody back in gear. Your crew. It's not full-time help. It's volunteer or part-time help. They only come out, so it's like getting everybody up and going. And if you're doing it every week, you can work things out quicker. And so if you lose your game, it takes a little while longer to get, because you might only run the car, a couple times a year, half dozen at the most. And so that's why I think that the test session is really good for these guys to get all the bugs worked out, sorted out right now. And but I'm even saying that, guys were testing last week here, and being able, because this race is a big deal.
Yeah, but you bring up a good point. A lot of it's getting the crew in line, just basically getting all synced up, so everything. Because if the car's not prepared right, doesn't matter how good a driver or how good a crew chief you have, you're not going to do well. So there's so many variables, even at that level, to make sure that car can go down the racetrack. We have fuel altereds coming up too in this session. So, would you ever drive a fuel altered?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
You drive just about anything.
I have. It would. I would probably step into the water at least once just to check it out. I mean, I was a fan of the cars early on. They're fun to watch, very unpredictable, just because you don't have all that downforce to keep them stable. It's just it's a handful, a lot of power for the weight of the cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if I would ever. Well, not now for sure, but even in my younger day, I don't know if I'd drive a fuel altered. I watched my dad. My dad, I think, was one of the best drivers out there, and for the simple reason he drove fuel altereds, and he also drove a rear engine funny car. And that rear engine funny car was one of the hardest. I mean, there's so many guys. I mean, they had a lot of them back in the early 70s. Pretty much all of them crashed. And my dad was able to win this, 72 Super Nationals in Ontario, the only rear engine funny car to ever win a national meet, and the only one that probably ever will. So the issue with that was the fact that, you're sitting around that front axle. So you can't feel the car. The car has to rotate around so far before you feel it, as opposed to a dragster. You're not sitting on the rear end, but with the longer wheelbase, you can feel it before the car rotates too far around. And it was a handful to drive, but he was able to do that. So it's interesting, the different types of cars out there. And but right now, we have another pit interview. Jason Gallen's out there.
He's on the gas.
He's earned his keep, isn't he? He's right now. Jason's with Billy Morris.
But Mike, Billy Morris, they call him the kid, the problem child funny car, Eddie Knox's car. You're number 2 behind the wheel of a nitro funny car for you. But this race is, I think, maybe a little bit of a revenge event for you guys. You came out here last year. It was your first event in a nitro funny car, and the weather played havoc on everybody, and you guys missed the show. And you went on to have a pretty good year for a rookie year. But how much are you looking forward to getting back behind the wheel at the March meet and kind of maybe get rid of those bad memories from last year and make some good ones?
Well, I mean, being here at Bakersfield is really our home track, and it really doesn't get cooler than the March meet out here. We had a tough go-around last time. I was also at the Hot Rod reunion, and Bakersfield's kind of been a little bit of a thorn in our side here lately. So we're looking at to kind of get out there, make some solid runs this weekend, and get in the show.
Last year was kind of your breaking in on the asphalt side of things behind a nitro-powered race car like this. How much more comfortable do you feel going into year number 2?
Well, this year we just got a totally different mindset. We're coming in here a lot more confident than we were last year. My driving, the crew, everybody's just got a lot more confidence, and we're really trying to do well out there, not kind of going just to qualify. I mean, we're going to win these things.
I know you got to go get suited up. Good luck in testing here.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Billy Morris, anybody who follows the nitro drag racing scene and top alcohol drag racing and whatnot, you know Eddie Knox, you know Billy Morris, you know these guys make power. If they get the combination right this weekend, this could be one of those dark horse cars we always talk about at these events. Mike?
Well, you know, and Jason mentioned the fact that we did have weather last year. You weren't here, so it was an issue that we had the rain out on Saturday, which is the big day, as you know. Also, first round of funny car runs on Saturday, and we had to run the whole race on Sunday, and actually kind of finished up. We ended up with the fuel cars finished on Sunday night, but we had to finish the rest of the classes on Monday. So, and that's an issue. I mean, you've been there. You know, you come in the first race of the year, Winter Nationals. I mean, and a lot of times it rains. It did it again this year, and that's just tough to be able to come into that race. And you want to get that momentum like you talked about, and then you got to sit there and rain. You may get one, maybe two runs before you got to go into eliminations.
It's tough because you try to have a routine. Everything's methodical. You talk about the crew putting the car together and all that. Same thing with the sessions. You know, you're working. Maybe you're running in tires. You know, maybe you're running in clutch discs. There's different components and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, Mother Nature lets you know who's in charge, and you're like, okay, well, you got to go to Plan B. You can't. But the thing about it is, it's the same for everybody. There's nobody has an advantage over another from that standpoint. So you just got to not let the mental part of it distract you from, you know, what you're there. You know, that interview there, you know, a thorn in his side, like it means something. He wants to come here and do well and to be able to show. So I'm looking forward to seeing how these guys do when they get this session going.
Yeah, I mean, it is a test session, so they get to try some things. That's always good to be able to just see what's going on. And I guess we're going to send it back up. Are they about ready now to go, Jenna? Okay, so we're going to send it up there and get ready for our Nitro test session here at the Good Vibrations March Meet presented by Lucas Oil.
Real action.
It is a good pair. National champion Bobby Cottrell over there far side, Bucky Austin's Bardall car, and former champion Dan Horan Jr. Got a new sponsor on the car this year.
StriveTesting.com. We don't know what that is, but we're going to find out.
Well, I always strive to, you know, I'm not sure what I strive for, but I strive. Got up out of bed this morning. That's a good strive, isn't it?
Well, how about this? Two of the baddest funny cars in the country coming out of first pair.
Yeah, for sure. Of course, that far side car, that was the defending March Meet champion.
Yep.
Didn't have a reunion like he wanted to in October. Things just didn't go well. Jason Rupert picked that up. But boy, I'll tell you, when they showed up here last March, like Mendy Fry in Top Fuel, but here we go, Donnie. Here we go. Absolutely looking forward to this, brother. Can't wait.
The way to start off the new year with a pair of Nitro funny cars. Bodies comes down on Bucky's car. Mike O'Brien gives Bobby the okay to pull it to the water box.
Ah, this is great, man. The first pair of Nitro cars. Bobby Cottrell and Dan Horan Jr., your reigning champion in that green car in the Auto Club, Haddad Dodge Ram Lane, and the Budweiser CP Carrillo Lane, that would be Dan Horan Jr. He comes back, and the body to have now a Nitro funny car. Both of these cars, the 69 Camaro body.
I don't know, Matt Bynum might beg to differ with you.
And Bill Windham, too.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, all our friends out there on the World Wide Web, hey, glad to have you, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hope everybody scooted in there, got that cold drink out of the refrigerator, stretched out in the recliner, set to go here. So Bobby Cottrell and Dan Horan Jr.
Crew chiefs pulling them into the beams, Mike, and they'll make their final adjustment on the barrel valve, enriching that system up. Going to stage him. We're going to see the first pair of the year go down the track.
Oh, so looking forward to this. David Veer for Dan Horan. Bucky Austin walks away from Bobby over there in that Barnall car. David from Dan Horan. Bobby is pre-stage. Dan Horan Jr. pre-stage. Bumping him in. Ready, set, go. Bobby Cottrell. Ooh, a little bit of smoke down there, top end, 593, buck 90. Oh, Dan Horan. Wow, right out of the box, 571, 251 miles an hour. Holy cow, that's a way to start that baby off.
Yeah, imagine what the number Bobby would have put up, but it looked like the start sacrificing some pistons down there, Mike, and shut
yes,
it
it did. So 571, man, what a way to start it off for Horan there.
Well, he's awful tough. That's why he was the national champion a couple years back, and got a great crew and a great car over there. Look who's up now.
Yeah, Matt Bynum, Cecil Matthews and the team, the Nitro Nick, Camaro, and Bill Windham, the Shakedown, first generation Camaro body. Now, Bill Windham's car is one of the guys that got what we refer to as the pedal clutch. You'll hear that RPM up, come up probably 4,000, 4,500 RPM.
Yeah, similar to an alcohol funny car.
Yeah, which is at 7,000 RPM,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you know, and then Matt Bynum, of course, Matt, his weekday job, part of that Global Electronics Technology funny car driven by Sean Langdon.
Yeah, the car chief over there doing a great job, and always does a great job when he comes out here and drives this funny car.
Yes, he does. So Bill Windham over there in that Auto Club, Haddad Dodge Ram lane there. And you'll hear, folks, you'll hear an astounding difference between these two cars when they stage. Bill will bring the RPMs up, and well, Matt will leave, I guess is what we'd say, in idle, about 2,500 RPM.
Yep, pretty close.
Of course, Bill Windham picking up the win at Sacramento Raceway Park last year at the Governor's Cup.
Of course, Mike, I see Ron Capps down there. He's a good friend of Bill Windham's, and always around the car when it runs. I see him right on the starting line down there.
Yes, he is. Of course, he's got a ride this weekend.
Oh, he's going to drive the fuel all.
Yeah, the Good News car.
Yeah, he's been dreaming about that.
Oh, yeah, for the Hertzig family. Yeah, looking forward to that. James Day shook it down for him yesterday. Yeah, James Day's going to be in the Tramp.
Oh,
yes.
Woo, just doesn't end.
Never.
All right, crew chiefs walk away.
So Matt Bynum,
bumps
Nitro Nick, and Shakedown. Bill Windham will start bringing the RPMs up when he pre-stages that Shakedown car. There you go. Oh, hang on there, Matt Bynum. That baby made a move down there, went across the track, did a barrel roll like a turtle, and comes to a stop on all four. Safety Safari already moving, and that car hasn't even come to a stop. Holy cow. Man alive, did you see that thing?
It made a big move out there to the right, and then he tried to pull it back, keep it off the guardrail, and it just took off to the left side.
Yeah, I mean, that was just and it got over there and got up on the wall and barrel rolled one time, and then Matty, and you could see from up here, Donnie, Matt was steering that car.
Yeah, well, he's, he's a rookie driver, but he can drive a car.
Nah, he's no rookie.
He's proven that before.
He's no rookie.
Yeah.
So just wait for word from the top end there as the body comes up on that Nitro Nick car. Wild, man. That was strange. It was almost like that was like a NASCAR stock car as the air got underneath the car and it picked it up. So just a wild run there for sure. We're going to get a replay on our screen here in just a second, Donnie. Unfortunately, the folks in the grandstand won't be. Oh, so that car, there you go. We're about 700-800 feet now. It goes over there, and then it makes that turn. And whoa, hang on. The air got underneath that car, and one barrel roll there, Donnie, back on all fours and
shoots out.
Yeah. Spins around a little bit. Matt steers it right on down there to a stop, man. That was just unbelievable there. But just waiting for the word from the top end that Matt's okay, and he comes to a stop down there against the wall. And just big thanks to the Auto Club for that replay there. That was just incredible. You know.
Jeez.
Of course, a good friend of ours there, and Matt Bynum, and I know his buddies all at Coletta Motorsports probably watching on the live show there on the internet, hoping their car chief is okay on that Global Electronics Technology funny car.
Yeah. Well, that was a wild ride, and it's not the way they wanted to open up their season opener for them.
Not at all. Not at all.
Wow.
Yeah, just incredible.
We've seen them throw the body off that. Remember, Mike? They blew the body off. They fixed it and ran the next day.
That's right. That's right.
Don't count these guys out yet.
Not at all.
Right?
No. Cecil's probably taking an inventory of parts he's got in the trailer and going, I'll bet we can get this thing back together.
You know, it doesn't look like it's tore up too bad.
No, it doesn't. Not at all.
I'm surprised the body stayed on it.
Yeah, that's very true.
You know,
very true.
typically they'll shred off.
When they get the air underneath them like that, they do strange things and stuff. And but just an incredible ride there. And just you know, we've seen things over the years happen, but I have to say that is probably one of the most strangest ones that it went to the right and made just like a long sweeper over to the other lane.
Like, to me, it was like in slow motion.
Yeah, it really was. It really was. So take a look at this. We're watching this on our instant replay there, and thank goodness Bill Wyndham's out of the throttle, and now Matt starts to move over next to the wall there, and he's steering it back, and it's almost like weird the way it just hooked across the track there and up on two wheels, and he tries to bring it back, and it gets into the wall on the left side there, and then it starts that barrel roll, and the air gets underneath it, comes back down on the top, and Matt's just he's a passenger in that car now as it slides on its side, and then you know, back on all fours and swings it around, makes a loop, and parachutes her out, and Matty steered it as best he can.
Not much you can do in that situation, though.
Not at all. Not at all. Just you know, an unfortunate situation. We hate to see that happen to any racer, and wishing Matt all the best is, you know, and you know, in an incident like that, Donnie, we're not going to even speculate on anything down there until we get the word from our president here of Auto Club Formosa Raceway, Blake Bowser, who's standing there. But you know, they don't want the driver to just jump out of the car. You know, you know, obviously.
Do more injuries jumping out.
Yeah, obviously there was you know, a lot of stuff there, so they want to, you know, going on. They'll ask him those pertinent questions. Hey, you know, what day of the week is? Where are you? You know, things like that. So
Who's your favorite announcer?
Yeah, things like that. Where are you taking the announcers for dinner tonight? You know, but you know, seriously, the questions there. And, you know, then they will help him get out of the car.
Fortunately, this car, as many of the nostalgia cars have, is a good updated roll bar padding. So that helps in these situations.
Hans device, all the things that we talk about.
Safety gear.
Well, the good news, always is Matt Bynum is out of the car down there. Of course, the safety safari, the ambulance crew will check him out. You know, always important that they do the necessary things. Just, you know, don't want to take any chances at all when you have a high-speed accident like that. So Matt got out of the car. That's the most important thing. And then they'll do the necessary things they do to him each and every time. By the way, Donnie, back on the starting line here. Tim Boychuk, that's the happy hour Camaro. Ran 591, 235 yesterday. Just decided to come out, make a quick checkout run there, and then how about former champion Your buddy.
Ryan Hodson, the pacemaker out of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Both these cars, Canadian cars, coming down. Thought they'd come down for some good summer weather. Well, we fooled them.
Yeah, no kidding. Who brought that weather down?
Right? They did.
Of course, the pacemaker car, that's one of those prime time players.
Yeah, that car's won some races down here. And, of course, Ryan, son of the owner, and doing a great job.
Yep.
Ron Hodson, the owner, you know, he just so proud to have his son in there.
Of course.
It's a great team. Every time they come down here, they're a contender to win this race.
And the guy who turns the wrenches on that pacemaker car, of course, Bob Papernak, he's like a Hall of Fame driver, man, one of the best in the biz. And
well, I'll tell you, we just saw something pretty exciting there. And I think, Larry, I mean, Donnie and Mike did a pretty good job explaining what happened. And Donnie mentioned the fact that I thought it was interesting that the body didn't come off. Because usually back in the day, the 70 funny car style, usually when the air gets up under, the body comes off. And it looked like it did allow it to kind of come down softly, which was a good thing. But you remember the days in the funny car with the snakes, even back then. I mean, the latch was more just to kind of hold it in place, and you let the air hold the body down on the chassis. So if the air got up under, the latch wasn't much, and it just blew the thing off.
Yeah, been getting a lot on social media, a lot of replays going on the Blue Max Raymond Beetle at Gainesville.
Oh, yeah.
You know, where the car got sideways, hit the wall, and then, you know, before he got the car woed up, you know, the body come off of it, you know, and he steps out of the car. Yeah. But yeah, in the case in the old days, you get air underneath it and it would just it'd peel it right off. But a case like that, gosh, you know, just watching the replay and stuff like that, car just seems so free. You know, these cars don't have a lot of downforce like the modern day big show cars. So if it gets a little bit, you don't have that stability kind of planting the car.
Well, you're absolutely right, because the extra downforce on the big cars now, what that does, it allows that point of no return. You can rotate that car around a lot further. And when you lift, the air will push that tire down and straighten it back up. That's why pro stocks, you see, they have zero downforce. So they get out there, and that thing just barely wiggles out there, and they got to push in the clutch. Otherwise, it's going to rotate around, especially if you lift off the throttle without pushing in the clutch. It's just going to basically do a throttle snap and come around like they do on Indy cars. So you're right. I mean, not having the downforce that the big cars have. They don't have the power, so they don't need that downforce normally to get down the racetrack. But then it comes in handy because, and even when we talk about the point of no return, yeah, you can rotate it maybe a little bit further on the big cars, but the time you got to lift is probably even less because it gets around there quicker anyway. So you still have to be right on top of it. It's just you have a little bit more cushion with that downforce.
For sure, and the power levels of the cars. I mean, when you're stepping off, even with the motor coming down, this horsepower that's still being applied to the rear tires, you know, it's probably double or triple of what one of these cars here has. So it's, yeah, everything you do, you got to be, no matter what car it is, you got to be doing it and doing it quick.
Yeah, well, nostalgia funny car racing quarter mile. I mean, there it is right off the bat. You know, we already had Matt Bynum go on for a wild ride. Looks like he's going to be all right. Luckily, no hard hit. Should be fine. The car is probably a little worse for wear, but I don't even know if that I mean, I don't think the damage to the car might be fairly minimal as far as the body, because I don't think it hit hard enough to maybe damage the chassis, but they'll obviously go back and look at that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's yeah, number one, what caused it? You know, you got to do that first and then kind of trace it back from there. And then all of a sudden you start looking at everything, you know, what can we do with this? You know, can you do anything with it? Does it, you know, I'm sure the teams don't have spare bodies, you know, like racked up like the big show cars and stuff like that. So then you just start assessing what you're going to do. Sometimes it's you just pop open a beer and watch the rest of the show.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it is. I mean, these guys, you know, there's not very many big buck teams out here, and Matt Bynum's not one of those for sure. So, I mean, I guarantee you, knowing Matt, I mean, he's going to try to figure out how he can get back. If there's a way to get back, for sure, he will do that. But, you know, we're going to find out. I think, you know, we got a pit interview. I believe it is with Matt. Jason Galvin's going to have him, and maybe we can find out a little bit more about exactly what happened.
Mike, Larry, we're down here on the top end. You can see them pulling away Matt Bynum's car right now, that Cecil Matthews Motorsports Nitro Nick car. I talked to Matt. He's okay. got out of the ambulance. They looked him over. Everything was fine. He's a little frustrated. Asked him what happened, and he told me that the thing got out of the groove, and then he felt like he just had no control. Like the back end just came around. He said, I'm not really sure why that happened. Never had that feeling before, but the second it got out of the groove, it just kind of rotated on him, and next thing he knew, he was upside down and along for the ride. So they're actually taking the car back right now. Matt asked that we come catch up with him in the pits to hear his side of the story. They want to go look at the race car and see if it's okay, because it only rolled over that one time. They took a look at it, and they're actually not sure that it's hurt terribly bad, which is remarkable and probably says a lot about how far the safety of these race cars has come. But good news down here. Matt Bynum is okay. You can see him right now actually talking things over on the back of the golf cart here, and they're going to take off and go look at Cecil Matthews' car and see if there's anything that they can salvage from it after that scary crash.
Yeah, and I mean it didn't look that bad. I mean, and it's hard to tell when you're inside the car. You think, well, it didn't seem like that bad, but you don't know unless you're in the car getting a hit. It's just like when I watched Brandon Bernstein at English down there one time when he rotated the thing around and went into the wall. I thought initially, it didn't look like that bad of a hit, but then when you look at the replay, when the car went in, sideways from the bottom, they're not made to basically crash in from the bottom side. And then when you look at it again, it was a pretty hard hit, and that angle obviously did some damage to Brandon. And that was a hard hit when you go back and look at it. That one we just saw with Matt looked like it was relatively a slow roll, just nice easy hit, spun around, got it stopped, relatively well. And I think they're going to go back and look at it. I think there is going to be minimum damage. Obviously the body's damaged. Hopefully the main thing is the chassis is not damaged. It could be a good chance that it's not.
Yeah, I mean the cars are obviously designed to be able to withstand that and have you walk away, but the car's also not designed to bump the wall at 200 miles an hour either. So things that look from our vantage point seem like it shouldn't be too bad, but then you get back to the pit and it's like, wow, okay, you got front end damage, whatever. They'll check it out. Obviously, if they can make some runs, they will. But being in my share of spills, you never think anything's going to happen to you anyway. I mean, you could go through that. You've got all this protection on them and be fine, but you're belly aching about your car. You just ruined your hot rod. And so they're going to go back to the pit, check it all out. If I know Matt, and I think I do, he's going to get out there and they're going to try and do whatever they can to be part of the show this year.
Yeah, he's a racer.
That's it. That's what we do.
So what do you think was, and I think I know the answer, what was the worst incident you've been in your career?
Oh, gosh. The worst one? Or
the scariest one. The one that you probably weren't scared, but the one that really got your attention.
To be honest, it might have been here. It was my rookie season, 1995. Don Perdome retires, got a great run-in car, finished second in the points to Scott Coletta in 1994. I'm driving the car, sign up with Miller Brewing Company, got the MGD car, everything's all laid out. We come here the weekend before, the winter warm-up, before we go to run Pomona. My first race, haven't even raced Top Fuel yet. Make one run. We run below the national record. Car's flying, everything's good, right? Go to make another run, pop a tire, takes a wing off the car, spun it around, not too dissimilar to what we saw with Matt there. And then it was like, dang, I wasn't ready for that. If you take enough shots, you're going to have a spill. But I thought I'd get a few runs under my belt before I'd be upside down, and it wasn't. So that was that was a lot at that time. That one was, but gosh, they're all disappointing, But the most devastating, I don't know. The one that felt the most violent was probably Gainesville. Because I was awake for that one. In 2015, car broke in half, went flying through the air.
Lots of video on that one.
Oh, yeah. That's NHRA says that's the most watched video in their history, is that one right there. But, and that was my second car that broke in half. The first one I got knocked out in, so I don't remember that one. I broke my leg in that one, had to spend a night in the hospital. I guess for damage-wise, I don't know. I've never missed a race because of a wreck, so that's when I would quantify it whether it was bad or not. So they weren't too bad.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. So, you know, we all, you know, you race long enough, you're going to go through those situations. We all have. We, you know,
Even if you drive on the street, you drive long enough,
Yeah.
you're going to get in an accident.
Yeah, that's true. So, good news is Matt's okay. They're going to go back and assess the damage to the car. So, right now, it looks like they're finishing up that cleanup. So, we're going to get you back to the tower and back to the action.
Everything. So, hey, our friends on the World Wide Web, I know you got to hear from Mike Dunn and Larry Dixon Jr. there and Jason Galvin. But good to have you back with me, Mike English, and of course, crew chief to the stars, Donnie Couch here. But here we go.
I hear it, Mike.
Yeah, we hear it.
Nitro funny cars. Bodies are already down. Tim Boychuk and Ryan Hodson.
Of course, Hodson, a couple of Canadian cars going. Boychuk living down in Arizona now. And Ryan in from Alberta, Canada.
Yeah, Ryan from Alberta, Canada. But that funny car also resides in Phoenix, Arizona.
Yes, it does.
You know, the snowbirds come down there, right?
Because they say bird cold. So Dan Horan still sitting out there in that 571 elapsed time. And I mean, it's tested tune, but it's still
counts.
Yeah.
To them.
To them, absolutely. Right. You got the guy in the other lane there. You can go over, hey, you know.
Hey, we did our homework.
Yeah. Of course, as you know, tested tune's a whole lot different than race day.
Right. Tomorrow's another day in different weather conditions. Bob Papernick taking the throttle stop off the car. He's out in front right now in that pacemaker. Ryan Hodson, the driver.
Tim Boychuk.
Crew chiefs making the final adjustments as they walk away from the cars. Ryan Hodson, they're both pre-staged, Mike English.
Yes, they are, Donnie Couch. They are in, and here we go. Well, that's a pretty good side-by-side run down there. 594, shut it off early, 218 for Ryan in the pacemaker car. Tim Boychuk, happy hour, 604, shutting it off early, 196. Wow, both of them kind of soft, Donnie. To the 330, the first orange cone down there, Tim Boychuk was 260, and then 387, 192 to half track, where Ryan was 263 and 389, 195 to half track. Numbers need to be better. They're early incremental numbers.
Yeah, typically we see him at 200 miles an hour at half track too. You know, first runs out there, and it's just a test run again. So.
And then that 330 number, just 260, they need to be down in the low 250s.
Yeah, well, two decent runs. We didn't see any piston smoke. It looked nice and clean. Check this out. We got a dragster and a funny car going side by side.
Oh, how cool. That is your March Meet champion coming up in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Pete Wittenberg, the circuit breaker.
And going up against Eddie Knox' problem child. Billy Morris, the driver.
And Billy has been just about a year now.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Of course, he came from sand racing, drove a top fuel sand rail, an alcohol sand rail, and Eddie Knox was his crew chief on those cars. So, you know, that team's really coming together over there with the problem.
Yes, it is, very much so. And of course, Pete Wittenberg and that team, they really have started that circuit breaker. And you know that over the years when the late Bob Richardson ran that car, he had a number of different drivers in it. And when you switch drivers, it really does make a difference, doesn't it?
Yes, pedal clutch, all that's involved in getting this thing off the start line.
And what's comfortable for one driver isn't comfortable for another driver.
But he proved that at the Hot Rod Reunion.
Yes, he did. A W is, there's no such thing as an ugly win.
Right.
Yep. And of course, Billy Morris, you were talking, came out of the sand drags, and boy, he's taking the asphalt like anything.
Oh, he loves this funny car. Loves it a lot. They're in, man. They're all in on this deal.
So Eddie Knox bringing his driver that problem child for Redline Oil. And Pete Wittenberg, your defending top fuel champion, the circuit breaker. Boy, there was high fives everywhere when that car went up the scoreboard.
Yeah. How about this, Mike, for the fans, though? Funny car against the drags.
Oh, that's so cool.
Both pre-staged. Here we
Billy
go.
Morris is in. Pete Wittenberg. Down there and a whole lot of poof down there. 603, 172, Billy Morris, 629, 155, Pete Wittenberg. And that was two pretty good side-by-side runs to the 8th mile there.
Yeah, Billy Morris, though, and that team had, I've seen some piston smoke come out.
Yeah, and Billy Morris and the problem child was 252 to the 330 cone down there, 379, 193. Where Pete Wittenberg in the circuit breaker was 255, and then to the half track 373, 205. But early numbers decent, but I still think we need to slip down into the 240s, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. But
yeah.
A great treat for the fans to see
Oh,
a funny
man.
car race the top fuel dragster.
Yeah. Next pair, Jeff Moniz, the quarter pounder, and Jeff Arend, Don Nelson's California Hustler. Nelson's car here is just absolutely gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, and Ronnie Swearingen's got that tune-up really coming around, and Jeff Arend driving it, his old buddy. They're really starting to gel over there.
Yes, they are. Now, the quarter pounder there, Jeff Moniz used to
trouble getting the body down, though.
Oh, sorry about
it
that.
It won't latch. It's down, but it won't latch.
Yeah. Body goes back up again. They're taking a look at the latch there, see what happens here.
All right, he's got it.
They're going to have to hustle now because Jeff's already coming back in the quarter pounder.
Yeah, I bet he does a short burnout.
Of course, we said Jeff Moniz over there, the quarter pounder, he used to crew on this car.
Yeah.
And, well, they decided, you know, Dale Van Gundy and Keith Clark had ran that car for so many years, and they decided, you know, hey,
let the kid do it.
Let the kid do it. And Jeff did just a spectacular fabricator. I mean, you follow him on Facebook. His work is just incredible. Of course, Rife Randy and the kids up in the grandstands there watching.
Of course, Jeff Arend, the pro, not hanging him up out there.
Not at all. Short burnout, hustled, got him back here.
Ronnie Swearingen walks away from the car as they both pre-stage.
See what happens. Jeff out of the throttle. Jeff Arend moving around the hustler top end. 596, 197. He was 258, so they seem to be stuck in the 258s there. 382 to 200 miles an hour at half track for Jeff Arend in the hustler.
Not a bad lap for their, well, they've been testing out here, but, you know, we're getting closer to the real qualifying session tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it doesn't count, like you said, but that's a good lap.
So we're playing for real. Yeah.
They're going from A to B, and, you know, they've got some tune-up issues, it looks like.
Well, they shut it off early. You know, they went 200 miles an hour at half track, and they're 197 at the finish line.
Yeah.
Tells you that they're out of the throttle for sure, but still pretty darn good is Jim Maroney. The Candies and Hughes car, I just love that car. Yeah.
Another shot here of a funny car and a top fuel dragster.
Former national champion Jim Murphy coming up. The top fuel dragster for the runner out of the custom home builder out of Santa Rosa up in Northern California. That Dan Wilkinson tuned dragster for Murphy.
Look at Murphy still running that injector with no scoop on it, so he has better visibility. Looks a little odd, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
You know, and you would think that that car wouldn't get any Of course, what do I know? So Murph comes up here in that Budweiser seat. Jim Maroney, the Auto Club, and Dad Dodge Lane over there in that far side.
The legendary Candies and Hughes car.
Oh, that car, that is one of my all-time favorite cars. Just love that car.
Out of Houma, Louisiana. All Candies and Leonard Hughes.
Yeah. Leonard Hughes wasn't no slouch driver himself.
Oh, he drove.
Yes, he did. Had a Candies and Hughes. Mark Oswald.
Leroy Goldstein.
Richard Tharp.
Yeah.
Just Hall of Fame drivers. Now, Murphy was testing here 2 weeks ago and just didn't get the numbers he was looking for.
I'd like to note to you, Mike English, that Spike Gore is tuning that Candies and Hughes car.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Out here with his dad, Ralph Gore. We'll see what they can come up with.
Well, Donnie, let's see what Spike Gore's got under the body of that Candies. Jim Maroney, that's pretty all. Shuts it off about 900 foot, 637, 164. Murphy had a good move, and then it struck the tires there. 0.995, 60-foot time for Maroney. He was 258 to the 330. He's been right in the hunt with everybody else, but it was spinning the tires, 384, 194 at half track.
Yeah, you can see it black tracking all the way down through there, but wisely shutting it off and saving the parts. Not a bad squirt for that team.
Not at all. Because now it'll be Ryan Kono, Kazanjian, Lemon, and Kono. The hat pastrami sandwiches.
Our favorite, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And Brad Thompson, the System 1's filtration system, jailbreak Camaro.
From right up the road here in Visalia.
Visalia, absolutely.
Sounds pretty good. Early model Hemi for Brad Thompson.
Whatever works for you, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Of course, Ryan went to the money round at the California Hot Rod Reunion and runnered up to Jason Rupert. Now, Brad Thompson yesterday came out and made a test and tune run and just had tire shake like you couldn't believe.
Well, like I said, these cars have been sitting all winter, and it could be come out here and look good, or
cobwebs. That's what it is,
right?
Of course, Ryan.
The cobwebs.
Yeah, Ryan Kono has probably one of the most period-correct cars that you will find in funny car. I just love the look of that Mustang.
Yeah, it's period correct. It looked like just the old days of that car.
Sure does.
We did the Candies and Hughes car.
Yes, absolutely.
The same way.
Yep. Now, I want to see if Brad gets off that starting line here. Is that car, yesterday he got to about the Christmas tree, and those tires just basketballed. It was unbelievable.
Well, we're going to find out real quick here as Ryan Kono starts pulling up to the beams.
Brad Thompson over there, far side. See what they do here.
Still making some adjustments on Brad's car.
Yeah, they are.
Taking a little while on that injector. I don't know what's going on with it, but the starter's going to... Okay, he's got it done, so...
It's set, here we go. That jailbait car's trucking down there. Oh man, look at that, Donnie. 577 and only 179. He was 365, 202 to half track. He was 242 to the 330, that first orange count. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Man alive, at 577, 202 miles an hour at half track and only 179 at the finish line. Wow. Man, Janet's like high-fiving everybody.
Well, we saw some piston smoke down there, so he got out of it. That's why we only see 179 miles an hour.
Wow, that's just an
Great
impressive run. And, of course, in the other lane, Ryan, he was 269. That car was just real soft. Brad Thompson was .923 in 60-foot time.
Great run. That car's making a big turnaround.
You ain't kidding.
And I can tell you why. They've got Tom Sheelar over there helping out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. But, man, that's just so good to see Brad and Jana and the team come back out and run there.
Good local car. Oh, the next pair, Matt Melendez and
Corey Lee. Absolutely.
Our buddy.
Gary Turner's peddler over there on the far side. Tuning by committee, as Gary Turner says.
That doesn't always work, but, you know.
Yep. Matt Melendez, the cackling critter.
Former violator.
Now, Matt, relatively new to Nitro Funny Car, and, well, why not? You know, looked good, right? Of course, Corey Lee, he has done this for a very long time.
Driven a lot of different cars. Very capable guy and a tuner.
Yes, very true.
They keep rolling around the corner, Mike.
Yes, they do. So Matt coming back here in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane, and of course, Corey Lee hustling back in the peddler, the Auto Club and Dad Dodge lane. Gary Turner will walk up, take a look at the wheelie bar on his car. Matt back over here.
Both these cars thumping the tower, man. They sound like they're loaded for bear.
Man, you ain't kidding. Of course, after they see Brad Thompson's run there, I'd be like, let me turn the screws on this thing.
Let's get to the starting line right now.
Brad Thompson has absolutely put down the run of the weekend so far, in my opinion.
Yes, he is.
Means nothing. So Matt Melendez, the cackling critter, and Corey Lee, Gary Turner's peddler.
Both free stage, staged. Here we go.
Wow, Matt Melendez, nice move there. That Budweiser lay top. Holy cow. 569, 242 miles an hour for Matt. Look at that, Donnie. 250 to the 330, 373, 201. Matt Melendez, 5690. Corey Lee, 694, 147 was just soft at the beginning there. The peddler car was, but a great run for that team in from Northern California, man. 569.0, 242, and this funny car stuff's getting serious.
Yeah, especially with a rookie driver again here. They came out with the car last year, and Corey Lee actually drove that car for him when he first brought it out here.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course Matt's taken to it pretty darn well.
Yeah, I say they taught him too well.
Yeah. 201 miles an hour, 373, 201 for Matt at half track there. But great job for those guys, man. 569, 242.
569, Nick Dawson with Matt Melendez's car there. Where did 569 come from on Thursday?
The air must be way better than we thought it was. It was kind of an accident. We were hoping to run mid-70s with that thing, but who knows?
Good start to the weekend.
Yeah, the car's run good before, but it's never been in this quality air. So we peeled some away from it, but it's still... It wants to go, but it got some parts, so we got to go fix some stuff.
Congratulations.
Okay, thank you, guys. Thanks.
Hey, your defending Classic Funny Car March Meet champion, Dean Oberg, Holy Toledo Jeep.
The Jeep.
Yep, and Hollywood Chris Crable. The Akers family Cascade Automotive car. Got a new body on her.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice. Of course, that's another pedal clutch car.
Yes, it is.
There, so we'll hear the RPM come up on that, but good-looking car.
Brand new body on there. They came up, made a test and tune run yesterday, and had some tire smoke. Of course, and then Dean Oberg, the Jeep.
Yeah, remember we saw that car on Saturday Night Nitro a couple years ago. Just
awesome.
Take them all down and ran good. Great to see.
Took them all down last weekend, too.
Yeah, it was a great tribute to Ed Lenarth.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Mike, we still have a lot of funny cars in line.
What time's dinner?
we might not make it.
Yeah, there's so many funny cars, so many nitro cars.
Yeah, well, that's what it's about at the March meet.
So Safety Safarian's out on the track there, just checking it out down there is Hollywood, Chris Crable, and Dean Oberg. I just love Holy Toledo. God, that's so cool.
Yeah, we don't get to see that thing enough.
Now, park it in my driveway, I'd be good. Yeah.
We saw Leah Pritchett drive this
Yes, yes. A lot of people have had a lot of fun in that car. Oh, here we go. So again, Donnie, it'll be the interesting traditional clutch far side for Dean Oberg and the Holy Toledo Jeep, and what we refer to as the pedal clutch. Now, they all have clutch pedals, but in the Cascade Automotive car here, they'll hold the pedal in
and raise the RPM
raise the RPM
that
up.
brings the fuel pressure up and the blower pressure. So hopefully it launches better and you got more power in the hit. But it's awful tricky to do that.
And you go fast. Yeah.
Of course, Chris Crable on that car is one of the best out here.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you say it takes a good driver. Well, they've got one in that car. Of course, you and Chris Crable teamed up with Gary Turner, and you were national champions.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Anxious to see how the new Cascade Automotive car turns out, how it runs.
I know that the Hot Rod Reunion, they had Dale Worship and his dad tuning on that car, so hopefully they left him some good notes.
Oh, I'm sure they did. And of course, Dean Oberg, the Jeep.
We've seen that thing run 570.
Yeah, just so aerodynamic, right?
Yeah.
That is your March Meet Classic Funny Car defending champion over there far side.
That thing used to terrorize Southern California racetracks.
So Dean will be the traditional 2,500 RPM. Hollywood over here in the Cascade car will be like
4,000.
4,000, 4,500.
Somewhere in there.
But it'll sound a lot different. It's only 2,000 RPM, but it's a big difference.
Yep. That's that nitro, Mike. Three-stage.
Weird sound out of Chris Crable's car there.
Yeah, it's tugging on the motor a little bit with the clutch, and that's why it does that. Three-stage, you'll hear the RPM come up now.
Dean Oberg, there we go. It starts to come up. Chris Crable bringing the RPMs up. Bringing it in. Slap. Nice slap down there. A little bit of smoking. 5. Wow. 5.63 at only 229, Donnie. 963, 249 to the 330. 368, 206 to half track, and then 5630 at only 229. Wow.
We're seeing some new teams out here laying down some numbers.
Well, I guess the move to that new car was pretty good, huh?
Right?
Man.
I'm saying we're glad we put that body on now, but congratulations to that team.
Yeah, of course,
That's
the Jeep
no easy feat.
Yeah, the Jeep getting pushed off over there, and I'm not sure exactly what happened. See some smoke coming around the injector hat there, Donnie, and disappointment for sure, and they've got the mop out there real quick. But, man, great job for the Cascade Automotive team and their driver, Hollywood Chris Crable.
It's great to see the Jeep, though, a different body style. And, you know, it doesn't look like anything else here in the parking lot.
Here's the crew
Now,
chief.
Donnie?
We're ready.
I know.
Rick Akers and team from Chris Crable's car there. I talked to Chris today. He said, you know, This car's got all the right pieces. I think it's pretty good. 563 on Thursday. So much for everybody shutting it off early.
Oh, he clicked it off early. Did you see the mile per hour? 229. This man right here, Wally Giavia, folks, G-Man, kicks butt. I'm elated. And it's fastest we ever been. The car went straight as an arrow. I'm so happy. I'm grateful.
Well, it's got a 50 in it tomorrow, huh?
We'll see what we got left.
Right. A happy crew down here for sure.
Three-time March Meet champion over there far side, and Tony Gerardo. Capital Punishment.
Tony Gerardo, of course, that's a new team also. We've seen it here at the Hot Rod Reunion. This is his second race, I believe, and doing a good job.
Guy who came out of the Pro Mods.
Pro Mods.
Yeah. Of course, that car over there far side, Dan Hicks, that's one bad daddy.
Yeah. Consistent, too.
Boy, this is going to be fun. Fuel-altered funny car for Nitro Supremacy.
We already saw Top Fuel dragsters run against funny cars. Now fuel-altered. These fans are getting a real treat today as they push off that Holy Toledo. I love that car, Mike.
Yeah, fans are going to get a good look at that Holy Toledo going down in front of the grandstands there. So Tony Gerardo coming back here in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane, and Dan Hicks. Karen Hicks out in front of her husband over there in that auto club, Haddad Dodge lane. The Heat Seeker and Capital Punishment.
Fuel altered versus funny car. Man, it doesn't get any better than this, folks.
Oh, I love it.
People on the World Wide Web, I wish you could be here.
So do they.
Yeah.
Shame on you. So let's see what happens here. The funny car's going to come in, waiting on Dan Hicks over there in the Heat Seeker. Both of them are pre-staged, Donnie.
Wow.
Both of them are in. Heat Seeker down the couch, watch that baby top end. Lifts off that throttle, 644, 158 Dan Hicks, 647, 152 Tony Gerardo. They were 266 for the funny car to the 330. Dan Hicks was 261 to the 330, and 389, 194 for Hicks in the Heat Seeker, 393, 193 for Tony in the funny car, and then 644 and 647 shutting them off early.
Yeah, both cars shut off early, so obviously the driver not comfortable with what he was hearing down there or feeling. So look at, we got another pair, Nitro funny car against another fuel altered.
Oh, love it. The Fighting Irish. Charlie O'Neill's car.
Rico Rogers, the driver.
And Mighty Mouse. AA fuel altered. Oh, love that car. Oh, that thing.
I don't think we've seen this car out here before, have
No, it doesn't. Division 5 car, which is out of the Denver area. So looking forward to seeing it run.
Good looking car.
And of course, Rico Rogers wheeling Charlie O'Neill's car. Rick out of San Diego now. Just a absolutely gorgeous Camaro body funny car.
Period correct, too.
Yes, it is. 74 Camaro body. And Donnie, folks in the grandstands here going to get a first-hand look. The Holy Toledo Jeep going down in front of the grandstand there. And I know Dean didn't want to do it this way. He wanted to show off on the track, but unfortunately had to shut her off.
Yeah, give him a big hand because it's a lot of effort to get these cars to the track. Unfortunately, they're having some kind of trouble up there on the starting line and shutting it off. And they're going to take it back to the pits, work on it. And
whatever it was.
Here
Whatever it was.
The first session of qualifying is tomorrow, and
that's why we have test and tune.
Right?
Yep, exactly.
That test didn't work out so good, but they'll be back.
Nice round of applause for that team, man. Great job there. You're defending Classic Funny Car March Meet champion. How many funny cars we got? How many nitro cars, I should say, we got in line?
I still see
300 of them.
Two pair here, way in the back, and
there's a bunch of them.
Yeah, and you got top fuel dragsters, you got fuel altereds. I mean, there's plenty of nitro coming up.
Absolutely. So here we go. Rick Rogers and Mighty Mouse. I dig that car.
It's a clean-looking car.
Isn't it?
Not afraid to do a burnout either.
Not at all. Not sure what's going on Rick Rogers' car. There it goes.
He's all right. He's just making his crew nervous.
Yeah. I know Rick Rogers. He makes me nervous all the time. Just kidding.
He makes coffee nervous.
Yeah, there you go. Just a good guy. Remember when he had that top fuel dragster?
Yeah.
Got in the 250 mile an hour club.
Yeah, he's a good shoe.
Yes, sir.
Of course, he got his funny car license in Jeff Gaynor's car.
That's right.
At Fontana.
Yes, absolutely. Of course, the Charm School operator, Jeff Gaynor.
Yeah.
Yeah. I miss having Gaynor out at the race.
I saw him in Parker, Arizona at the boat race.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Just a very, very
Living
good
in
guy.
Havasu.
So the funny car over here, the fuel altered over there. So here we go, Donnie. Mighty Mouse and the Fighting Irish. Fuel altered left, funny car right. Quick car so far, 563. Down to Rick Rogers shuts it off in the fuel alter. Oh man, wow. 609 buck 88 for the fuel altered. They were 260 to the 330, 389 buck 93 at half track. But man alive, they shut it off 609 buck 88.
Great run for that.
Woo, man.
We haven't seen them out here before, but man, they're doing a great job.
Yes, they are. So of course, Chris Crable sitting down quick for the nitro cars at 563.
That's great for the new team like that to come out and hit a number.
Absolutely.
Of course, you got Rick Peters, Mr. Nitro, on the starting line down there. I see him.
Yeah, signing autographs. Oh, this is going to be cool. How about Brad Thompson, Bakersfield Zone, Rain for Rent. The Warren and Coburn car. Pete Jensen turning the wrenches on that car. And your national champion,
Indy Fry.
Been to back-to-back March Meet final rounds. Won it in 2017, 2018. Had a little lane changer there. And unfortunately, and Pete Wittenberg said, I'll take that. Thank you very much. Now, they tested this car 2 weeks ago. Sean Bellemere, the alcohol funny car national champion in the Lucas Series, renewed his top fuel license, went 571.6. Bendy says, okay, my turn, gets it in, goes 571.3. Nothing to it, right? So Mendy for the high-speed motorsports team. Of course, Cam Tube, Blue Blood Racing Oil, and Reed Rocker Arms, and the whole bunch. And of course, Brad Thompson. Remember when that car, when James Warren and Roger Coburn, three-time March Meet champion back in the
Route Tears.
Absolutely. Put the fear of everybody when they came over the Ridge Route down into SoCal. Hey, Donnie Couch, Lyle Greenberg just sent me a text message. That Mighty Mouse is a nitro-burning small block for Anthony Whitfield and the team. Small block, well, there's one other small block on nitro here.
Champion speed jump.
Yeah, that runs pretty good too. So Anthony and the boys, but Lyle, appreciate that information. Thank you very much. But man, wow, 609 with a small block on nitro. And
Yep, right on the number.
yep, Adam and those boys. And of course, I don't know if Phil Rakowski's in the house this weekend with his small block nitro burner or not. But
I think he's here, but I
we'll
don't know
find
what
out.
motor they got in.
Yeah, but wow, that's very, very impressive. John Wirtz in the house. Certainly wouldn't go watch his hockey team play. Oh, wait a minute, they're not playing.
Uh-oh.
Just kidding. So waiting for word from the top end there. And the champ over here and Brad Thompson over there. Just the rear engine nostalgia car, just exactly how the car ran when James and Roger ran it. And it was like the pride of Bakersfield.
Yep, still is.
Yo.
They're getting the signal to light them up.
Oh, yeah, Dave Layton says, let's go, boys and girls. So the champ over here now proudly carrying that number 1 on that high-speed team car, and Brad Thompson. Pete Jensen out there. Pete Jensen over there walking up in the blue shirt. He's been coming to Marsh Meets for 51 years.
That's a long time.
Yes, it
Must
is.
be an old dude, not like us.
No, not at all.
Young studs.
So the champ comes up. And there comes Brad Thompson. The Rain for Rent special. Warren, Colby, and Miller. Brad comes to, I mean, this is so cool to see a rear engine car and a front motor car. You know, just of an era, 2 entirely different eras of cars, but very, very cool.
Like I said, the fans are getting a real treat today with all this variety we see coming up.
So Brad Thompson and Mendy Fry. Remember when Larry Bless had the top fuel car that Brad drove? He and Mendy, they bumped heads once in a while in eliminations.
Absolutely.
Sure have.
The late, great Larry Bless.
Absolutely. So Brad over there, Pete Jensen says, come on, bring it up here. Last minute adjustment on Mendy's car here.
Both pre-staged, Mike English.
Yes, they are. Mendy's in, Brad's in. Here we go. High-speed car moving around down there top end. Mendy lifts off that throttle. Brad goes 594, 211 miles an hour. That was a good run for the Rain for Rent team, and Pete Jensen's got a handle on that car. Mendy shuts it off at 625.7, 156. But that was 2 pretty darn good side-by-side runs there, Donnie.
Yeah, well, Mindy looked like she was moving around the track quite a bit and wisely shutting that car off early.
Absolutely, but
Like I
good
said,
job,
it's
Brad.
only test and tune.
That's right.
Starts tomorrow.
We got 3 more days of this stuff. So Brad Thompson, a nice job there. And, of course, the tune-up with Pete Jensen and the team, and great job there as now we're going, fuel-altered, top fuel dragster.
Wow, we haven't seen this pair up.
No.
I don't know, that fuel altered sounds pretty good over
That's
there.
the Giordano family in from Las Vegas. Impatient.
Who's his car? This is Borjan Auto Center. Good looking dragster. We don't have any info up on the
Of course, in the Giordano family over there, everybody in that family races, man. I mean, to tell you, it's just a great, great family out of Las Vegas. And I mean, they got Nostalgia Eliminator cars. They got the fuel alters. Just love to come and race.
I saw a picture of their shop. I couldn't believe how many different cars.
Oh, I know. It looks like a used car lot. Go see Cal. Go see Cal. So the Impatient fuel altered and the rear engine top fuel dragster. So Billy McDivitt coming up over here in that Bourgeon Auto Center car with a team out of Paso Robles. Billy, a lot of experience in different cars here at Auto Club Famoso Raceway. Of course, we knew who's bad daddy in rear engine top fuel. Mike Halstead, that Mike's transmission car for the Stewarts, Mike and Christy Stewart. So here we go.
Both pre-staged.
Yes, they are. They're in. Here we go. Down there, top end, parachute out, 627, 198, 627, 198. Billy kind of got started good, and it's just kind of like went flat. It's 747, 6, 179. But Jaron Allos, man, that was just great down there.
Nice, clean, straight run out of that fuel altered. All right, next up, Mark Metters, his beautiful Camaro funny car over there. And the good guys, Rod and Custom Racing, Littlefield and Rupert's Camaro. Jason Rupert, normally the driver, Mike, but another driver's been inserted into this car.
Well, Jason, of course, you know, has decided he purchased all the stuff from the late, great Steve Pluger and to run the big show. So he stuck Jerry behind the wheel of the Littlefield and Rupert car for Lucas Oil Products. That is the car who won the March meet a year ago with Jason behind the butterflies. So Brad Littlefield says, come on. Normal driver Jason Rupert walks over to look at it. And Mark Metters, that Jim Basco tune-up. Of course, Mark Metters over there far side. That guy could wheel a car, this brand new Camaro, and got Jim Basco on board. A guy, remember when Jim Basco drove the Pro Stock Camaro, rolled it over in Phoenix and got out of the car like, yeah, I'm okay.
Looked like Raymond Beadle jumping out of his funny car.
See what Jerry does here in the Rupert and Littlefield car. Jason walks away. Brad Littlefield standing on the right-hand side of the car there. Brad gives them fist pumps as he always does.
That was some soft bumps, though.
Well, this is tested, too.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Both up are pre-staged. Now the RPM comes up on that Rupert car. They're set. Mark Metters. Rupert
car shuts off. Mark Meadows top end, 589,
Wow.
243. Nice lap for that team. Jim Basco is getting a handle on that tune-up. 589, 243. But still, they were soft to the 330. They were in the 260s, 261, and then 389, 194 at half track.
That's a beautiful test run right there. It looked
Yeah.
nice and clean when they shut it off. And, you know, he's still a new driver.
Yeah.
And Jim Basco's still the new crew chief over there. They've changed hands a couple times.
And, of course, you have to get the combination together of the driver, the crew chief, the car, and
Gotta get
all that
everybody
stuff
on the
and
same
everything.
page.
Yeah.
Here we go, Mike. The Paisano family, Vega.
Wow, good to see that name back again, isn't it?
Yeah, Jeff Utterback driving it.
Very talented driver there. Very talented fabricator.
All right, against the fuel altered here, you're going to see it. Funny car versus fuel altered. Jeff Utterback pulling into the burnout box. That red Vega Paisano car. The Paisano family out there.
God, that's just great to see the Paisano family back out here. Of course, Jeff Utterback's been so involved with that family for so many years, and it's good to see Jeff back behind the wheel of the Nitro Funny car again. And another one, the double. Oh, man.
Look at the fuel altereds are coming around the corner now.
Yes, they
Mike.
are. Well, right now, it's all about these two. The Paisano car with Jeff Utterback, the AA fuel altered. Now, technically, Donnie Couch, the funny car should outrun the fuel altered. Technically.
Yes.
But, you know, I don't care about technicalities.
This is reality.
Yeah. And they have a very talented fabricator behind the wheel of that Paisano car.
Well, we're going to find out right now. Jeff Utterback is free-staged, waiting on the fuel altered to roll it in there.
Yes, they are.
Taking their time. Getting nervous time.
There we go. Now they're pre-staged. Gonna be some fun here, Donnie. Funny car versus fuel altered. Ooh, both of them out of the throttle early.
Jeff Utterback looking like he having some mechanical issues down there and shutting it off. Fuel altered. I don't know what was going on there. It might have been shaking or doing something. Look clean. So.
Yeah, rattling the old brain. Speaking of fuel altered, now we're going side by side. How about the good news replacing the bad news? And they put Ron Capps, that's right, funny car champion of the world a couple years ago, driver for Don Schumacher and Napa Auto Parts, the Herzig family motorsports fuel altered, the Fiat over here, and James Day behind the wheel of the Tramp. Remember when that car ran 240 miles an hour, won the March meet, and that car doesn't have a wing on it. First time a fuel altered went over 240 without a wing.
Yeah, man, they came out and just impressed everybody. Of course, Ron Capps, he's been wanting to drive a fuel altered here at the March meet. He wants a March meet trophy so bad.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, well, you remember at the reunion, we interviewed him out on the starting line during some downtime, and he says, I want to drive a fuel altered.
Yeah.
I want to drive one, and I want a shot at the March meet.
Well, he's got his chance now, so. Looks like they're going to roll some cleanup equipment down there.
Yeah. Of course, James Day, there's a guy who,
driven a lot of cars.
A lot of different cars, and a very, very talented driver for sure. So getting a chance to drive that Tramp fuel altered. The Zamboni running down the Auto Club Haddad Dodge lane there. And
the Dada?
Yeah. And the good news, fuel altered
for the Hertzig Motorsports team and that family. It's good to have that car back out again.
How about your James Day? You get a nice ride, get to drive the tramp, and you pull up there. Who do you run? Ron Camps.
Of course, now an interesting note. Yesterday, James Day shook that car down for Ron Camps.
The Good News car?
Yeah, he made a pass in the Good News car.
Yeah, he's getting a workout this week.
Yeah.
Of course, he loves to drive, so he's got to be happy.
Well, yeah, and this is kind of cool because this is two guys that just want to go drag race.
Yeah.
James posted on his Facebook page that he didn't have, he didn't have a ride for the March meet, and then the boys with the tramp. Hey, by the way, Donnie Couch, all our friends out on the World Wide Web, let's go down to Larry Dixon, Mike Dunn.
Well, Larry, it looks like we've got about a 10 to 15 minute cleanup here, so we're going to come back and kind of talk a little more track talk, I guess. And it's one of those things that, we got the air conditioning running in the booth. You weren't here last year. It was so cold. It was unbelievable. And it rained out the Saturday event, but the forecast this year looks fantastic. Looks like we're going to have a pretty much chance of rain tonight, maybe a little bit Friday morning, and it looks like it's going to be clear sailing. But it is California. You know how that could change. You were born and raised here, right?
I don't know that I've been to a March meet where you might not. You just got a little bit of rain you throw in there, but you wait for it to dry and you get back out there and run again.
Yeah. So what do you think of the action so far? I know it's just a test day, but we've seen some pretty exciting stuff.
We've seen some highs and lows already today. We've seen some great ETs, and then obviously with Matt getting upside down, so you've seen the lows as well. But no, it's a great preview of what's in store for the weekend.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see some great racing. We did last year, and every year we come to the March meet, we have good racing. That's one of the things that makes this such a great event. It's historical value of the past racers and going back and visiting that. But then it's also about the racing on the racetrack. And with the test session I've seen today, the track did seem to be a little bit loose, but that's to be expected on the first day. The groove kind of is narrow, and then it kind of comes in, and some guys had some issues with it. We saw Matt get out of the groove a little bit and got loose, but then Ryan Hodgson ran right behind. He got it completely out of the groove and kept it straight down the track. Didn't run a big number, but it didn't move around. So that's it's going to come around, and it's going to be much better by the time we get to Saturday and Sunday, and that's when we're going to see the big runs and the good racing.
Yeah, you see that at the big shows as well, too. Your Friday qualifying at a big event, the track isn't as tight. You get more cars on it, more real rubber all the way down the racetrack. Definitely makes a difference, and then you just see the numbers pick up as the weekend goes.
Yeah, and the thing I like, one of the things that I like that's new and better than the nostalgia side of things is the cleanup effort. I mean, back in the day.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, here's how it was. Back in the day, if somebody oiled down the track and there was cleanup in the right lane, if you had lane choice, you just took the left lane. Now they do such a good job. The NHRA Safety Safari, the people here, the Bowser family, and Mark Dawson, the GM, do such a good job prepping the track. It really doesn't make a big difference. And you as a driver, that's got to be a big plus.
No question. Just with the effort, the equipment that's involved now with the tire, rotators and draggers and the amount of spray that's involved. I remember back in the day, they said, how big an oil down is. Was it a 4-bagger or an 8-bagger? And meaning the bags, the amount of rice hull ash that they would use on the track, it let you know how bad it was going to be.
Yeah, and the thing is, they never got all the way off the track, and if you were the first one going down there, all that stuff got into the cockpit, and I mean, it was just, if it got in your eyes, it was a mess. So it was interesting to say the least. And we got somebody down there. Ron Capps is here making a pass in a fuel altered, which is going to be an exciting. We just have Ron Capps here is exciting, but the fact that he's in a fuel altered, hang on to your hats. Well, right now, Jason Galvin is down there for an interview.
All right, we're standing here on the starting line with a driver who I know for a fact has always wanted to do this. He grew up coming to the drag strip with his father, John, who raced altereds, and now he gets an opportunity to run here at the March meet in a nitro fuel altered. Ron Capps, NHRA funny car world champion. Ron, I was just talking to your dad over there. I know he's all excited. This is a lifelong dream for you. Now you're sitting here in the hurry up and wait, the story of drag racing life. But how cool is this for you to be out here in a fuel altered at the March meet?
Yeah, Jason, this is, I grew up here every year of my life coming to this race. So this place it's unique because it's as good as any track, but at the same time, it's like going back in time. And there's nothing cooler than a AA fuel altered. And so Brian Hall and the Hertzigs, and to be able to jump in a Topolino body fuel altered, doesn't get a whole lot better.
What's the biggest challenge for you when you jump in this car? I know it's the first time you've driven it. I know James drove it yesterday. James Day, your teammate over there in the Tramp this weekend, drove it yesterday. But what's the biggest challenge jumping in this thing versus driving the big show car?
Well, there's a lot. I don't have Ron Tobler and my guys in my normal car, so everything in here, I've got to shift. There's things I don't normally do, so I've really got to think. The coolest thing, Jason, if your camera guy wants to look, these are the original stickers that were in the Mike Sullivan car. Look at this, Orange County. How about participation gate at the NHRA 1969 Winter Nationals? The original stickers. That doesn't get any cooler.
That is absolutely one of the coolest things about the March meets out here. Ron Capps driving this AA fuel altered all weekend. I'm sure he'll probably stop in and bug Mike and Larry. I don't think Mike or Larry ever got to drive one of these. They're probably sitting in there jealous of you right now.
You mean I got one up on Mike Dunn and Larry Dixon? Wow.
I won't tell Mike and Larry you said that, but they might be listening right now. Your wife's at home watching this, right? You were watching the broadcast last year.
Yeah, it rained, and I drove home and turned on the broadcast. I bought it for presents for people. $24. I mean, come on, man. I know my wife's doing our taxes at home, so I gave her the code. She's got it on the computer. Hi, honey. I know the family's all gathered around, so I wish they could be here, but second best thing is watching at home.
Good luck this weekend, Ron. Great to have you here.
You got it, man.
Ron Capps, of course, going to have a lot of fun in this thing this weekend. And he's got a one-up on Mike Dunn and Larry Dixon now. So check another thing off of Ron Capps' bucket list.
Well, I'll tell you what, how about that Ron Capps? He was your teammate, so you know Ron probably just about as well as anybody. And I mean, what's he like? He's not afraid to drive anything, that's for sure.
Not afraid to drive anything, and he's a racing fan. Number one. He digs all the cars. He digs the history of the sport. Fortunately for him, with Don Schumacher, it'll let him go out there and come out and play and get to do some of the things that you grew up watching. So it's good for him. You can hear the excitement in his voice about being able to drive a fuel altered.
Yeah,
and one up us.
He's definitely one upping us getting in that fuel altered, and I'm going to give it to him. That's fine. Does it surprise you that Don Schumacher's letting him take a lap in a fuel altered?
A little bit, but it's that's okay. It's nice, to be able to do something like that, because not everybody thinks that. You think the worst. Gosh, what if something bad happens or whatever like that? We got contract obligations, all the politics. That doesn't appear any politics are involved, and it's like, go out and have fun, but don't get hurt.
Yeah. That's the key, but and that's great. Ron has that passion to be able to go out there and want to go out there and drive different types of race cars. And I've always felt that driving different style of race cars always made you a more rounded driver. In fact, even to the point that Ron Capps, he'll go out and race, sprint cars and modifieds, dirt modifieds and whatnot, whatever it is that has four wheels, to go out there and learn. And that, to me, we talked about this earlier about learning that car control when you're first starting to get into the business, and Ron Capps is always perfecting that, and that's a good thing.
For sure. And one thing that I've always thought about, the drag racing and just going in a straight line doesn't give you enough seat of the pants feel, and it's hard to explain. But like if you drove a car on ice, if you live in our neck of the woods, and the back end kind of moves around, you get that feel, and that helps you as a driver when the tires are starting to come on a perfect run. You don't have to do anything; those are easy. But those perfect runs are few and far between. So, as the tires come loose, being able to feel that, just a split second before whoever you're racing might be the difference from winning and losing, or being into the wall or upside down or aborting a run.
Yeah, my dad was adamant about that. He told me, go out and get a go-kart and go out and race go-karts. I said, what I got? He said, before you drive my race car. I'm like, what I got to drive a go-kart for? He says, you need to go out there and spin out and learn what to do and how to react in those type of situations. Because just like you said, when that thing's out there getting loose, that's what it is. It's all about car control. Everybody thinks they go straight, but it's very seldom that they go perfectly straight.
It's the Karate Kid theory. Why do I got to wax the car? And then at the end of the show, you see see why and see what it produces. So those are the things that you put into it. You know, the effort equals results, and the more you can put in and get out of it will make you a better athlete when you get on the track.
Yeah, and absolutely. And getting seat time is always critical. And if you can get seat time in a go-kart, costs you a lot less money. And it's amazing how much that does translate into driving a fuel funny car or top fuel dragster. It's all about that car control. And obviously Ron Capps is one of the best drivers in the business.
For sure. He's got a ton of laps.
Yep, so I think we're getting ready to go back. We're checking the track right now, and if we are, we're going to get back to action here. And I'll tell you what, it's just time trials. It doesn't mean anything right now for the fuel cars, but they're going out there trying to get that baseline tune-up to start qualifying tomorrow, and you're not going to want to miss it if you're watching us. Definitely tell your friends and everybody, like Cap said, $24.95 or $24.59, that's nothing. Be able to watch the March meet every single run all weekend long. So let's get back to the action.
Thank you very much, Mike Dunn and Larry Dixon, doing a stream there on the World Wide Web for all our friends who can't be here and logged in at Auto Club Formosa Raceway. But here we go. Good news in the Tramp.
Yeah, great to see Larry Dixon out here, of course, along with Mike Dunn. But hey, we got Ron Capps on the starting line too.
And we got James Day over there at the Tramp. The Fiat and the Bantam. That hard-ball tune-up on the Tramp. The Herzig family owns both these cars. Here comes James. Capps comes to a stop down there. It is fuel altered debut.
Yeah, Ron Capps has been wanting to drive a fuel altered at the March meet for many, many years. All he wants is to have that March meet trophy on his mantle.
Absolutely gets the blessing of his car owner, Don Schumacher, and the folks at Napa Auto Parts. And he said, hey, I got a chance, and they said, go for it.
Yeah, Don lets him drive a lot of different things, and fortunate for that.
Very fortunate.
All right, so final adjustments being made. They can pull Ron Capps into the beams right now as he inches forward. James Day, gonna be a good one, folks.
So 2 guys making their fuel-altered debuts that are veteran drivers. Somebody got shut off there. Oh, Ron Capps got shut off.
Might have had a fuel leak.
No, it was the Tramp that got shut off. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So here we go. Funny car champion of the world, Ron Capps. Woo! That's what fuel altereds are all about.
Welcome to fuel altered racing, Ron Capps.
Man, that baby got out there a couple hundred feet, struck the tires, and made a move to the right. Capsy just like, whoop, I'll lift off on that.
Man,
I'm disappointed, though, that the Tramp for James Day got shut off over there, and I know Mark Hall and that whole team just did not want that to happen. So, well, that's what Test and Tune's for.
Oh, look at the next pair. Funny car against fuel altered.
Dan Hicks. We said that name earlier.
Yeah.
2 cars this weekend.
We saw him drive his fuel altered earlier, and he's won the March meet 2 or 3 times out here.
Yep, in the Mean Streak Funny car. Brand new setup for them. Oh, and Matthew Leonard at the wheel of the Nitro Rat. Love that car.
Says Nitro Rat, but he's got a Hemi in there, Mike.
Who cares? Who cares? So Dan Hicks in his funny car debut. And Matt Leonard, the Nitro Rat.
Nice burnout.
Yeah. Nice burnout.
Now, does Dan Hicks have a funny car license? Or?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
I didn't know if he was trying to get it out here and they were just testing, or.
He's got a roofer's license. It covers everything.
It does?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Karen Hicks out in front of her husband, that Mean Streak.
Be over there in that Auto Club, that Dodge lane. And Matt Leonard, the Nitro Rat.
He's ready to go up there. Still waiting on Dan Hicks. Beautiful car for Dan Hicks.
Absolutely gorgeous.
This was the Shack Attack car that was built. And Dan Hicks got it from the owner. Decided to run it.
Well, you know, Paul that owned it was from Australia, and he didn't want to take the car back down under, so put it up for sale. And, of course, Hicks, Keegley, and Mosby. So the runner out of Utah, Matt Leonard, the Nitro Rat, and Dan Hicks. The mean streak.
Restaged.
Fuel altered in, funny cars.
Fuel altered just jumped rear wheels about a foot off the ground.
Yeah, that was strange. Now Hicks goes 751, 128, just making a checkout pass there. And I don't know what happened to Matt Leonard. Like you said, Donnie, he hit the throttle and it's just like they jumped up big time.
I've never seen that before. Jumped up like straight up in the air, 1 foot in the air, twice, every time he pedaled it.
Very strange.
So we've got a fuel altered down here. Looks like it's going to be a single. Eric Gates. Beautiful little car down there. All right, so another fuel altered coming at you. Don't go away, folks. Great day of testing. Of course, tomorrow, full day of qualifying.
Of course, Eric Gates went to the money round. The March meet last year, Agent Orange. The team out of Fallbrook, the avocado capital of the world. Of course, his boys racing the junior dragsters, and Eric, a former Western Fuel Altered Association champion.
Here we go. The fuel altered comes to life.
So Eric Gates, Agent Orange.
Sounds pretty good over there.
Eric's not afraid to step on that thing at all.
Yeah. I don't think anybody in the fuel altered is afraid to step on it.
Nah.
Right?
Wow.
Oh, and he loses fire.
That's strange, especially out of that car. That's a car that's like a steady runner. That's a little bit unusual, Donnie.
Smart move, though. He thought maybe the motor blew up or kicked a rod, and he pulled it out of the groove.
Yeah, pulled it over next to the wall
Yeah.
there. Man, big thanks to Eric Gates there. A heads-up move there. Had a problem, drove it right over next to the wall. It came to a stop, so if there is some leakage, it doesn't go all over the place.
At least on the groove, the surface which the cars go down. Good move. Well, disappointing, but it's only testing.
Yeah.
Be back tomorrow.
Be back tomorrow. So they're going to push Eric back to the starting line. And Donnie Couch, how about Pro Mod time?
I love Pro Mods.
Fast
Bring
door
'em on.
cars. Fast door cars, man. Real fast.
Good looking, too.
Yeah, it is.
Remind me of the early funny car days.
Oh, Dave Layton says fired up.
No. So the Pro Mod car is going to fire it up right now. He'll be in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane.
Fast door cars, Donnie.
I love them, man.
Absolutely.
Here we go.
Mike Doshkunian had a career at the wheel of an alcohol funny car for a while. Goes by the name of Mikey D for the runner out of Northern California. 68 Camaro with Minor Brothers power under the hood of that car. Boy, you go from wheeling an alcohol funny car to a pro mod. Wow.
You know, I always thought alcohol funny car is the hardest car to drive. You can drive one of those, you can drive anything.
Yeah.
I got to say it about the pro mods because they're a handful.
Yes, they are. Well, you can pro stock because they don't have downforce, pro mod because they just got a gob of power, and alcohol.
And they're on sprung rear end instead of a solid mount.
Yeah, it's just very interesting. Very, very interesting. So see what Mikey D does in the brand new Pro Mod Camaro.
Here we go.
Yeah, Donnie, let's watch this thing. A guy who comes out of the alcohol funny cars and wants to be part of the Pro Mod Association. Be like some funsies, huh?
Well, they're a handful.
Yes, they are. There, didn't it?
Yeah.
And shuts it off. Parachutes out down there. Mikey D, 687, buck 46 with a motor that didn't sound all that
Shut
good.
it off at half track.
Yeah, for sure. Whoa. Well, folks, how about a great, great day? Donnie Couch, just been absolutely spectacular, hasn't it? The test and tune, and of course, all the sportsmen qualifying today, but all the folks in the grandstands there. Hey, thanks for coming out on Thursday. Really appreciate you joining us here just to what turned out to be a spectacular day. Don't forget, gates open at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Racing starts at 8 o'clock. Donnie Couch, hey, let's hear from Mike Dunn and Larry Dixon.
All right, let's go to them, my two favorite guys.
Absolutely.
Hey, and we want to thank Mike English and Donnie Couch doing a great job like always calling the run. So fantastic. I know it was just a time trial day, but we're finished with Thursday. The Good Vibrations March meet presented by Lucas Oil. What do you think, Larry?
If this is a teaser for the weekend, it's going to be great. And you're going to see everything, from mild to wild to good and bad, just like a big race.
Yeah, and we pretty much saw it today, and it was exciting. It was fun, like it always is here. And we didn't have a big crowd because it is Thursday, but we will have a big crowd this weekend because, like I said, the weather forecast looks great. We're going to be showing all the action here, and I'm excited because, like I said, last year it got rained out on Saturday. Still ended up being a good race. We had a great crowd show up on Sunday to support the race and ended up having a good event. But this weekend, I think we're going to have a great event.
I'm going to come back tomorrow just to see if Matt Bynum can get his car back together.
Why don't you go help him? Be just like old times.
It could be old times.
All right, everybody, you tune in tomorrow. I'm Mike Dunn. This is Larry Dixon. We'll be here bright and early. Check us out. And then sign up for this. Get your friends. You're already signed up for the pay-per-view, but get your friends and family to sign up too and just watch all the action. We'll be seeing you tomorrow.
Send them home. Don't let them watch yours. Make them watch their own.
Yeah, we get a cut. I wish.
You get a cut?
You didn't know?
Dang.
Shh. I'll talk to them later. Hey, we'll see you guys. Thanks.